14 to 31. Water Peach Kingdom, 4. Satu's here. Once you're familiar with a habit, it comes out of you unconsciously. You can say that it's been optimized, but there was a time when it backfired on me when I changed my job and environment. Although I think Hikaru's flag-like line isn't the culprit, several wyvern riders from Roko Kingdom's area are coming here flying. Pihiororo. That sounds like a flute we've heard somewhere, isn't it? The source of the sound seemed to be the wyvern riders, although we can't see them here because of the trees obstructing the view. Gwa-a-a-a-a. Uru-uru-uru-uru. Fe-oo-oo-oo. I shift my glance toward the queer sounds. The tied kidnappers on the ground are writhing in agony while anguishing. Parts of their bodies and faces are moving like different creatures. It's quite a horror. Ouch, that seems dangerous. Princess Chan, come here with your little sister. Keep a distance from these guys. Arisa screamed. The female adventurer urged the two princesses to escape with the adventurers. Hikaru. Take care of the wyverns. Leave it to me. Hikaru kicks the tree and disappears into the sky. She should be fine with that side. What about Tama? I'm counting on Tama to protect Arisa and the others. Nin nin. Tama joins her hands in ninja style and runs to Arisa. The kidnappers cut their binding while I was feeling grossed with the spectacle and stood up after becoming grotesque looking. I remember these figures. They look like someone who has excessively taken fiend drugs. The difference is the existence of the wriggling red rope-like light magic circles on their bodies. They're likely the human version of the red rope monsters that attacked Shiga Kingdom's royal capital. What a bad taste. I'm sorry for the adventurers who are holding their sword and wands in alert, but I'll deal with this quick. I hate splatter after all. I invoke the advanced force magic arm to immobilize the kidnappers, and drain their magic power all at once with Mana Drain Thorn. This magic is a version of Mana Drain that works against many people at once, furnished with thorn-like light that grow in all directions as a visual. The quantity of the MP drain is less than the original, but it's more than enough for these guys. The kidnappers whose magic power have been drained become mummy-like. It's still better than being grotesque looking, but it seems they won't go back to their original figures like the people who were addicted with fiend drug. NN? The luminous points of the adventurers reflected on the radar are moving toward the Shadow Castle. Come to think of it, that female adventurer undertook the job of carrying the magic creature for intelligence gathering into the Shadow Castle from the Wies Elkenhei. She probably took Princess Rumia to open the barrier. Dash Master. When I turned around to Arisa's voice, I saw Arisa and the others being pulled by countless black hands toward barriers beyond. I immediately used Space Magic Article Pull, Abort, to pull them back, but it was cancelled in vain. I forgot that this was a teleportation prohibited area. While regretting my foolish mismanagement, I moved to the foremost black hand with ground shrink and helped Tama escape from it. It seems holy swords can easily cut the black hands, but they grow back every time they're cut, so Tama couldn't escape from them. I stretched my hand toward Arisa, but tsunami-like shadow hands pushed me away. She got kidnapped together with the princesses and the others to beyond the barrier. Barrier. Tama repeatedly hits the surface of the barrier that was closed before her. Then, Hikaru came back while dragging beastkin people who seemed to be the wyvern riders. Satu, I've defeated them. Wait, what about Arisa and the others? They were taken by the shadow. Looking at the map, Arisa and the others seem to have been taken to the innermost room in the maze-like castle. Wait a minute, I'll use the barrier puncture magic. There's no need. I stopped Hikaru's talk midway. Things like barrier, I'll just tear them off. I'm being dominated with a slightly violent thought from the impatience of losing Arisa. While doing self-analysis like such, I throw away my restraint and extend my hand at the barrier. Hey? For some reason, the barrier doesn't reject me, my hand is slipping right through it. Tama, who's still hitting the barrier, is still denied of entry. I tried to pull Tama's hand and we could enter together. Hikaru, let's go together. Tama, wait at the rock with the carved seal board after you've delivered these guys to the knight. I got it. Tama will wait. Hikaru agreed with my instruction. Tama nodded and talked with a stiff not slow voice. After patting Tama's head once to relieve her, I took Hikaru along beyond the barrier. Now, let's go help Arisa. Clayamitesolet. Hikaru uses Clayamitesolet to turn the shadow sentries blocking our way into dust. I wonder if it's just my imagination. I feel that the shadow sentries are only attacking Hikaru since a while ago. Perhaps they remember about their fight with Hikaru a long time ago? While getting distracted by that, we passed through the forest and arrived before the castle. There's a cliff before our eyes and a pitch-black castle towering over us on top of the cliff. They're coming again. Shadow sentries are appearing one after another from the shadow of the trees and rocks. It's like a spawn point with unlimited spawn, and even if 100 of them appear, they're nothing but a hindrance since they're only level 30. Furthermore, they don't exist on the map until after they've appeared, which is annoying. Just like the name suggests, homing spears that emit intense light defeat the shadow sentries. Once I, who was ignored by the sentries, defeated one of them, they seemed to deem me as an enemy and started to attack me. They don't give you experience, so we'd better use light net to catch them and leave them alone. Got it. Following Hikaru's advice, I use several light nets to catch the pursuing sentries, stopping them. Thanks to that, we successfully invaded the castle. It seems Arisa and the others are in the innermost room of the castle, master room, in fainted states. I can't use teleport and clairvoyance magic, so I can only see them from the map's information. The situation uncontrollably worries me. Ichiro and Arisa would be fine, you shouldn't get impatient. Yeah, I'm just worried if Arisa would go too far. I replied Hikaru with a light tone somehow. Still, my mind was able to calm down somewhat from the conversation. We quickly advanced the path after thanking Hikaru. With Arisa's current ability, she should be fine even against a demon lord, but I can't say that out loud. Some god or great demon lord feel like they'd appear if I do that. Hikaru, let's stop a bit here. I let Hikaru, who's breathing roughly, to rest, take out an accelerated magic gun and annihilate shadow sentries and some mixed level 50 shadow knights with holy bullets. The bullets hit the wall and got repelled while leaving sound like when you drop water drops at hot oil. Stopping holy bullets, hey, that's quite a sturdy wall. Still, on top of the increasing enemy level, their spawn rhythm has increased too. We're just wasting time if this keeps on. Arisa and the others are not injured for the time being, but on top of not knowing the other party's objective, there's no guarantee that they will keep being safe. Wonder if I can make a shortcut somehow? I took out a small white knife from storage and cut the wall with it. Yup, looks like it'll go well. Next, I point a wand made of true silver that has good magic accuracy diagonally toward the wall and begin to chant the forbidden spell of destruction magic banishing perforation. Ichiro and the wall here can't be broken, you know. The child who came with me in the past said that it had non-destructive element. I lift the corner of my mouth to reply Hikaru. We'll see the result soon. The forbidden spell consumes magic power that equals the meteor showers. I can't afford the chance of Arisa and the others getting injured, so the target's direction is the opposite of them. Banishing perforation. A collapsing phenomenon from the concept of destruction that can't be comprehended by the science I know is slowly destroying the wall. Judging from the preface of the spell code, it seems to be a spell that recreates the power of Dragon Fang that penetrates all. Still, the control of the magic is difficult. If I lose focus, the power of destruction might even erase me as the user. I maintain the wand that feels like it'll fly off with my physical strength, enduring until the spell ends. The wall in front of me has been erased, and many walls beyond it are also bored through. In the end, it seemed to even reach the sky. Oh wow, you really destroyed the wall. Hikaru muttered in astonishment. I drink a magic potion and calm my rough breath. This was a test to see whether the wall could be broken with magic, but I used a white knife made from the remain of the black dragon's fang to test whether it could be broken itself. Now then, time for the real thing. I use banishing perforation once again in order to create a shortcut in the maze-like corridors. Unfortunately, I couldn't pierce through the target location. Judging from the sensation, it seems the area surrounding the master room is protected by an anti-magic type of barrier. Let's go. Let's. Together with Hikaru, I jumped into the hole created by the banishing perforation. Tubes? Hikaru, do you know what is the facility here? I didn't reach here when I came before, so I don't know. After entering the door at the end of the hole, we came into a room full of glass tubes that looked like the ones used to create homunculus that I saw in the royal capital. Among many of them, one has some kind of liquid with something floating inside. But there's no mistake that this is an important facility, isn't it? That seems to be the case. Shadow Knights appear in every direction of the room and they're strong at level 99 to boot. Hikaru might get hurt if I don't fight them seriously. Eat this. I cut down the Shadow Knights with the advanced light magic photon laser. I understand from the fights so far, these shadows are weak against light magic indeed. This is bad. The photon laser that hit the wall was reflected and cut down the unexpected facilities. Glass pieces are scattered, black sparks paint the space. Ichiro and I, behind you. A Shadow Knight is closing in even while breaking down into dust. I fill the holy sword Durandal I have in hand with magic power and imitate the light magic finisher that Hiro Hayato showed once before. The shock wave produced by Durandal annihilated the Shadow Knight like an ink dropped into water. Ichiro and I, you overdid it. Glass pipes and equipment as tall as a person are breaking one after another behind Hikaru, who's running toward the exit at full force. Looks like they're broken by the afterwaves of the light magic and the finisher. The one with something floating inside is protected by flexible shield, so it's safe. I collect the pipe into the storage as is. I'll check the inside after we've saved Arya and the others. While deploying wind magic protection to evade the dust, I follow after Hikaru. Arisa. After kicking a monochrome door that's as tall as a person, we came into a place that looked like a throne room. It appears the level 75 Great Shadow Knight that were endlessly spawning just before aren't appearing in this throne room. This place is filled with serene atmosphere. And, Arisa and the princesses are sleeping on the gigantic 10-meter tall thrones on the back. I reach it in one leap with flash drive and wake Arisa up with wakening magic. Ehehe, Sato. The half-sleeping Arisa hugs my neck. I stop her from stealing my lips by pining her forehead. I'll do as many kisses as you like later, just wake up quick. Phew. Master. Arisa, who was laughing nahi with half-asleep eyes, woke up and got back to her sober face. Apparently she didn't hear my statement earlier. I'm sorry, I've become a drag. It's fine as long as you're safe. I can manage somehow as long as she didn't die. On the other hand, I noticed that Hikaru, who's under the throne, seemed strange. Ichiro and I, look at that. Hikaru points at 14 to 32. Water Peach Kingdom, 5. Satu's here. I think there's only a few people who can immediately draw their face without seeing a mirror or a picture. Unexpectedly enough, people tend to forget their face, don't they? Ichiro and I, look at that. It seems Hikaru is pointing at the wall near the throne. I wanna see, so Arisa, who jumped from my arm, said, and then she looked at the thing Hikaru was pointing at. Painting? A black-haired young man carrying a pink-haired little girl are drawn there. He looks like a Japanese man and somehow feels familiar. He has athlete-style mustache, but it's hard to say it suits him. His face somehow looks familiar even though I never meet him. You're right. Arisa tilted her head in puzzlement as she saw the picture. I jumped to Hikaru's side and asked the reason why she's surprised. What about that painting? You really don't realize it? Look at it better. Hikaru pulls my arm and points at the painting like she can't believe it. I don't understand. It's how Ichiro and I looked before. I never grown that kind of mustache, you know. He looks exactly like you besides that part. So Hikaru said, but does it look really like me? My face doesn't look that strange, you know? His face looks somewhat Lilicon-like, Isn't that the face of a father who's adoring his children? Arisa's evaluation is harsh. I said something to protect the man in the painting, perhaps it's because they're saying that it looks like me. Crisis perception. A shadow overflowed from the gap of the painting. Looks like the guardian of this room finally showed itself. Ichiro and that shadow is dangerous. I've a really bad feeling about it. Agreed. I hug Arisa and Hikaru, move onto the throne, collect the two princesses with magic hand and evacuate from between the thrones. Never mind Arisa, the two princesses would get hurt if I used flash drive normally, so I invoked two magic shock absorption and inertia neutralizer to protect them. I dive into the hole created from the magic test firing and jump out of the castle. Phew, I thought I'd die. Arisa, who was dead tired in my arms, said some dangerous remark. Ichiro and it's coming. Looks like it. I leave the two princesses to Arisa and Hikaru and look back at the castle. Its information according to AR reading is unknown. It's the same reading as the demon gods casted offshots that attacked Shiga Kingdom's royal capital and the little girl who appeared during my fight with the dog-head demon lord. Then that is a god. Or perhaps a god's familiar, no doubt about it. Hikaru, take the three along and escape to beyond the barrier wall. Got it. Master, please don't overexert yourself, okay? Hikaru flies away with Arisa, who said it like a worried mother. Seeing that, the shadow lets out a suspicious roar from its crescent moon-like mouth. It's a suspicious sound that makes your mind destabilize just from hearing it. Lower YE. Age of Gods language skill acquired. The mysterious roar just now was a word hey. I was preparing to use break magic since I thought it was a spell chant, it was a waste. I quickly activate the skill since I might be able to avoid a needless battle with it. O scoundrel who snatched away God's brides! You've mistaken them for another people. They are the princesses of Roko Kingdom. O small one, your nonsense is useless. You are stealing girls who possess the mark that is their pink hair. Famu, apparently, Roko myth has some truth in it. However, I would not let some innocent little girls be sacrificed. Are you a god? If so, declare your name. A god I am not. For I am the apostle guarding in absence of God. Do pray tell of Apostle Dano's master. Oops, I caught on the apostle's strange way of talking. At any rate, the dragon talisman that I've prepared as an anti-apostle countermeasure doesn't seem to be working at all. For it is insolent to ask the emperor name of God. For the name of the emperor who rules everything in this world is widely known in the whole world. You'd do well to worship the ally of the supreme. Our words can't connect, or rather I somehow feel like talking with a bad AI. If that is be so, depart this world painlessly, and return anew. The shadow's extended arms are attacking from both sides with speed so fast it looks like a frame skip. Fast. Arms which leaped with speed so fast it's creating whirlwind cut rally before my eyes. While evading them within a hair's breadth, I tried cutting them with the holy sword Durandal I had in my hand, but as expected it went through them. So these unknown series really can only be wounded with the divine sword. I have a hunch that the holy magic sword from back then most likely can't cut them either. Just in case, it might be better to prepare a replacement for the divine sword. The shadow is still repeating its crude baby-like attacks, but each of them is too fast, it's creating sonic boom-like shockwaves. It's not that I can't evade them, but it's quite hard. The shockwaves turned the trees inside the barrier into a disastrous scene. Fortunately the area outside the barrier is unaffected. Looking at the map, Hikaru and the others have safely evacuated outside the barrier. Now I can fight without worry. With a speed that makes it looks like it has clone bodies, the baby's repeated blows come flying at me. I use flash drive to evade those, and then jump toward the shadow's chest when I find a chance. Uoo! Sharp shadow spears attacked me from the shadow's chest. I put the divine sword in front of my body like a shield to block them. I cut the shadow in front of me while scattering purple sparks. I had let my guard down since the opponent was human-shaped. However, I changed this predicament into a chance. I arrive at its chest and stab the divine sword into it. Impossible. I ignore the shadow's scream and cut it until its head. You small one shouldn't have been able to cut a familiar of God. I evade the giant arms that are trying to stop me within a hair's breadth, and then cut the shadow's face, which has a shocked mouth that only serves as an appearance. You, who are you? It seems the divine sword is giving more damage than it looks like. The places that have been cut are disappearing into purple dust. Hiro Nanashi. Damn you, Parian's pawn. The castle is gradually disappearing into dust together with the shadow. God's soldier silhouette is defeated. It's quite different than the Parian Holy State's Sudio God's soldier. The reason why the auto loot isn't working is probably because the adventurers and the explorer probes they bring into the area. I collect the probes I found in the area, and throw the adventurers who had wounds all over their body to outside where Hikaru and others are. It wasn't a fatal injury, so I'll let them feel the pain to reflect on their own recklessness. It looked like I spent too much time. Most of the loot inside the castle had turned into dust along with the castle. I was only able to get the power reactor part. It seems I'll have to wait for another chance to get the precious so-called Age of Gods documents. Welcome. I'm back, Tama. Tama jumped to my head when I teleported outside the barrier. I settle things while apologizing for making her worry. I pushed the princesses to the knights, collected everyone and teleported back to the solitary island's palace. Today is tiring. Investigating the new mystery can be done later. I lay my body in the bed together with the others like usual. Is it just my imagination? I feel that there are more people than usual, but I'll check if after I wake up. Losing to the drowsiness, I slept like a log. Your Highness, is that it? The next day after we saved the princesses from the Shadow Castle, we formally visited Roko Kingdom with the Tour Ministry's airship. After doing some greetings in the royal castle, I requested to take a look at the Japanese summoning site, and since they pleasantly agreed, I immediately went to see it. That's right, we can't go from here due to the fissure. It's a bit troublesome, but we need to go around the spire over there. The crown prince of this country is graciously guiding us. At first, the half-sister of Princess Mania, the fourth princess, was the one going to do it, but he volunteered to be the guide almost forcefully. Viscount Pendragon, this is the place where the Japanese were summoned. As you can see, the building has collapsed from the greater demon's attack, the magic equipment for the summoning have been broken, and more than half of the summoning magic circle is damaged. The Crown Prince led us to a partially destroyed palace. The scenery that can be seen from there is completely different than the town where we enjoyed the festival at yesterday. The town on the opposite side of the royal castle is in shambles. Burnt carbonized pillars and wreckages are piled up, crows seeking the dead flesh are eerily crawling. Nevertheless, it seems they've started rebuilding. Slaves are engaged in labor supervised by the soldiers. Was that done by the greater demon? That's right. If they felt like it, this country might have already been erased from the map. The Crown Prince answered me while looking grim. It's understandable, seeing that there's hardly anyone strong enough to fight a demon-class enemy in this country. Viscount Sama, let us confirm the magic circle. Hikaru, who's acting as Lady K the guard, reminded me about our original purpose. Ah, that's right, Your Highness, may I? Of course. We already got the permission from the king, but I checked with the Crown Prince who's accompanying us to show deference. So this is the magic circle used to summon people from another world. Hikaru muttered in a low voice. What is this? I can read it normally, you know? Hikaru, can you read this magic circle? I silently asked through telephone. Hikaru lightly waved her head. Apparently, only I can read it. The Elven magician was boasting how they had remodeled the transcribed summoning magic circle of the Saga Empire. Apparently, it was written in an ancient language. Crown Prince, thank you for the information. Apparently, I'm able to read it thanks to the Age of Gods language skill I got from the fight with the silhouette of the God's soldier. Easy mode is nice indeed. I can understand the content to some extent even if it's broken as long as I can read the writing. There's probably no point to this in simple form, but I might be able to learn the way to go back home if I compare it with the Hiro summoning magic circle in Saga Empire. I'm already fully planning to stay here, but I don't want to sever my connections with the people in my former world dryly, and I might use it to send Aoi and Shin back to their worlds if they wished for it. After getting the necessary information, I saw some kind of purple thing in the gap of the wreckage. According to the AR reading, it's a Yuriko's hair. It's probably the reincarnated person, the king's little sister and the pivot of the summoning, Yuriko's hair strand. Viscount Pendragon, that hair is of my aunt. By aunt you mean? The crown prince holds out his hand while looking stiff toward me who's holding a purple hair strand. After I gave him the hair, he wrapped it in a handkerchief and preciously put it in his chest. Due to the greater demon's magic attack, there was not even a body remaining of my aunt to mourn for. Even though she might be a great criminal to your kingdom and Saga Empire, she was our important family. I'd like to put at least a hair into her royal family grave. No body was remaining. Hey. It's not unusual with ranged advanced level magic or forbidden spell, but if this were a shounen manga, she might reappear while saying, "I'm actually alive all along" or something. Apart from that, I wonder what he meant by great criminal? From the Japanese's point of view, it's inevitable for her to be called a great criminal, but I wonder if there's a law saying summoning Japanese people is forbidden in Shiga Kingdom and Saga Empire? We left Roko Kingdom without any particular impression, perhaps due to that incoherent things distracting me. It must be because the event in the day before left too deep of an impression. Now then, I'll confirm various things before leaving the country. The criminals who kidnapped the 6th Princess Rymia are naturally executed. As a punishment for the 5th Princess Rumia who left the royal capital without permission, she's prohibited from eating after-meal snacks for 10 days. Capital punishment was also considered for the officials and soldiers who drank liquor and let the royalty to be kidnapped, but they only ended up getting whipped due to both the princess's appeal and the lack of personnel. I feel that it's quite a generous punishment, but it's another country's problem, so I decide not to care. The country confiscated the firm of the suspected Wieselken, but the Wieselken who was the owner of the firm had escaped. The confiscated property of the firm was too little compared to its scale, so they concluded that it was a planned offense and the king dispatched an official protest and a messenger to the Weasel Empire. The 3 adventurers seem to have fled the country along with the artifacts they safely got from the Shadow Castle. It seems they pushed half of the artifacts to Hikaru, who they mistook as their life savior. And, the blonde 6th Princess Rymia is. Thank you very much, Viscount-sama. It's nothing much. I'm only doing as His Majesty asked, to send your highness to the duchy capital. I'm only going to help the princess who's smart beyond her age to enter the childhood school of Shiga Kingdom Royal Academy. She should stop being conscious with her non-pink hair complex if she lives in a different place, and her big sister Princess Mania should be able to help her when she's troubled if it's in the royal capital. While being careful as to not raise some little girl flag carelessly, I directed the ship toward the duchy capital and solemnly drove the taxi. We reunited with the one-armed magic hunter convoy when we stopped by the Puta town to stock up tomato seedlings. On top of being trained the basic by a Shiga 8 swords, he also got a magic sword from a mysterious black-clothed person. Even good luck should have a limit. As he wanted to go to the Labyrinth City, I sent him to the duchy capital together with Princess Rymia. He got along with Princess Rymia in the journey, so he was probably going to be her guard until the royal capital. I pushed the things after that to Taruma, so it should go well no doubt. After that, as Nanashi, I told the king of Roko Kingdom that the shadow castle and the barrier had disappeared, and I had set it so the fixed barrier would be opened if the Roko king recite the command word. Further, in consideration for sightseeing, I've also made it so that the stereoscopy image of the shadow castle can be seen outside the barrier. Many magic tools suited for the power reactor part are too dangerous, and it seems like it'll bring unnecessary misfortunes if a small country were to possess it, so I told the king about undiscovered gold and coal pit sites instead. People would probably stop calling it a poor country in 10 years. 14 to 33. Research and enact in daily life. Situ's here. Although daily life isn't restricted to peace, I think it's important to immerse yourself in your hobby while forgetting your work once in a while. Although you have no choice but to accept if you were to fall into a carnage due to that. FMU, reproducing it was harder than I thought. I stare at the prototype float core floating in the air. As expected of my Situ. No, Tina-sama. He's our Situ. The princess and Sira who came to watch said some strange things behind me. I feel like I'm seeing illusions of a tiger and a dragon on them even while they're smiling. I'd be glad if someone said I belong to Ace-san instead. By the way, Situ. Is this magic device different from aerodynamic engine? Yes, it has a completely different theory. Since the princess asked, I taught her about the result of my research. Aerodynamic engine's approach is by changing magic power into wind element to create buoyancy. This float core is made from a high-purity darkness stone, making use of its absorption effect to suck the gravity at the place where the float core is situated at, showing a fantasy power. If a physics teacher were to hear this, they would narrate a long lecture about how unscientific it is for gravity. Further, it doesn't seem to be an anti-gravity where the directional is reversed. The darkness stone, which had no use besides for making a darkroom or for counterbalancing magic, is in the limelight of this. Kai Tina-sama. The princess, who lost to her curiosity and approached the float core, seemed to have gotten too close and entered the effective range. Sira jumped out to save the princess, who was floating in the zero gravity, but she bumped against her and began to rotate wildly. I think they'll go out of the range before long, but letting the skirts of these girls of marriageable age out in the open like this is probably bad. I tell them, I'm coming to help you, and then I gently catch them with magic hand and put them on the safe ground. Did you see? The princess asked with upturned eyes while blushing red. The rotation was too fast, I wasn't able to. Of course it's a lie. The princess was wearing a white pant with snow crystal-like embroidery on the side. Sira's was a close-cut G-string. You wouldn't have thought she was a former priestess. Truly, and I mean. Truly, outrageous. The former was made from common silk, the later was made from the jade silk from the duchy capital. Previously the princess and Sira wore the standard Shiga Kingdom's drawers and breast sash, but then they got influenced by Arisa and the others once they started living in the Solitary Islands Palace, and now they're wearing modern underwear. I think they're Ikagoya firm's items. I'll tell the firm to add garter belt in the lineup. Please take the responsibility. Please don't worry, I didn't see it, you know. Sira, who's bright red despite her light tone, is saying something that's hard to judge whether it's serious or a joke. I varnished over that lightly and took the two's hands to go the other area. Master! Master, Nanotasu! Tama and Pokey found and jumped to me. Since the two are wearing the golden armor, they're probably going to play in the blue territory or the labyrinth. Are you going out? The usual, picnic. Lulu made us bento notisu. When I asked, the two took out their bento from their magic bags and showed them to me. Meat burger. Today it's a wonderful meat burger with Hamburg steak put in between nanotasu. I stopped the two from opening the bundles, and then I sent them off at the blue territory gate after reminding them to wear the scout monocles to judge the enemy's strength. The scout monocle is my magic tool creation that can roughly tell the enemy's strength, showing weak, a bit weak, about equal, strong, absolutely can't win in accordance to the enemy's level. The reason why there's only a few information is because they're tuned for Pokey and Tama. Arisa insisted it to show numerical value, but I think something easy to understand is better. We went to the living room. Arisa and Mia had opened a thick book there. Arisa, who noticed us, turned around. Master, Ace-tan contacted us just now. She said something about the high elves of Biryunin clan protesting. Ah, that hey. They probably heard about how I requested only Barainen clan, who likes researching, to analyze the building material I got from the Shadow Castle. Since Barainen clan and Barainen clan are rivals, they must have complained it to Ace-san, whom they could contact directly. Both the clans' abilities aren't different, but since I only had a few of the material on hand, I had to choose only one. Thus, I prioritized Barainen clan that was closer and didn't have the tendency to be impatient with result. I know what they want, so I'll personally go to Barainen Forest after contacting Ace-san. Must be difficult to even have to go to the other continent. Can't you just contact them? I probably have to personally go for this business. Is this the specimen? After apologizing to Ace-san with telephone, I came to Barainen clan alone. I'm currently talking with a high elf of Barainen clan, Salasai-san. She's an intellectual girl wearing a white robe, but since her face looks exactly the same as Ace-san's, it feels very odd. Since the high elves were created by the creator god from 9 archetypes, a lot of them have the same appearance. There are 5 high elves in this Barainen clan. I'm amazed that they don't mistake them since 2 of them have the same faces. Leaving that aside. Yes, according to my analysis magic, it's a type of artificial substance composed of the force magic shield and cube. Whoops there, please don't say some unnecessary information before I begin the inspection. I made my analysis magic from Hikaru's hint and all map exploration. It can draw up information from the dragon vein to see the original material and the structure of a specific item. I don't want to use it that much since it needs a throughput so large I can't open the menu during the magic. On top of that, the gotten information is so minute. Simply put, it's painful for my brain and it makes me tired. Salasai-san, who got the material, starts up the analysis device while humming. When I was staring at the hip line of a gleeful intellectual beauty, 2 high elves came in from outside. Sato. So you were here. Geez, you didn't come no matter how many times we called you. I got tired of waiting. I was taken by high elves who had the same faces like a twin toward the observatory deck in the top of Barainen's world tree. Further, Salasai-san, who was absorbed in her experiment, didn't pay any attention to me at all. Now, look at the artificial spirit exclusively for the void sky from your idea, the Nautilus 3 full burner. Unlike the Nautilus 2 that disappeared in the distant void sky, this time its mobility is extraordinary. I watch the artificial spirit at the observatory deck the 2 guided me to. Unlike the unbranded Nautilus before, the Nautilus 3 that appeared in front of my eyes looks far apart from a real Nautilus. If I have to say, it looks more like an auger shell. That's some great mobility. It certainly lives up to their bragging as it has splendid acceleration and orbit adjustment capabilities. Isn't it? Isn't it? Now we can win against Barainen clan's Volkmai. The 2 who are in good mood throw up their chests like children. Barainen clan's Volkmai is an artificial spirit shaped like an eyeball. It puts more importance to long-ranged attack through laser than mobility. They said that they made it after being influenced by the laser I used to exterminate the jellyfish back then. Since I copied the artificial spirit summoning spell of the Nautilus 3 earlier, perhaps I should try making an artificial spirit summoning spell that has high offensive power and high mobility by combining it with the Volkmai spell I heard back then. Alright, we're having a match. Using world phone magic, the high elves who were happy with my praise immediately challenged Barainen clan's high elves to a match. I guess it's inevitable for me to be the referee for the new artificial spirits match? Well, I'm borrowing both clans' power to analyze the material after all. I'll do this much as many times as they want. And then, who was the winner? It was a draw. After finishing my work as the referee, I went back to the treehouse in Barainen Forest and had a talk with Ace-san and the others about the situation while having some tea. The highly mobile Nautilus 3 evaded all of the lasers, but it couldn't break through the barrage of the pulse lasers, so the match ended in a draw with both running out of gas. It seems their next target is exploring the way to improve the fuel consumption without cutting down the spirit's ability. I feel that the high elves from those 2 clans are living a frantic life considering elves have a long life. When I was thinking that, I felt a warm softness on my right arm. When I look there, A-san is leaning on my shoulder. Ahihi. I put my head on A-san's head, who looks overjoyed. Lua-san, who's sitting in front of us, is glaring at us while looking like she'll vomit sugar, but I'm ignoring her since it's just the usual. I move to the main issue as to why I've come here after I've replenished my Azenium supply. A-san, are you familiar with Floating Castle? The place where Sato fought an apostle that looked like Shadow recently. Yes, I'm wondering if there's more of that. A-san puts her index finger on her chin, and then she probes her memory while looking up. I don't know. Tee while laughing awkwardly, she muttered, you should ask my memory in the world tree. Asking about legend really should be with demigod mode A-san after all. I went to the world tree with A-san. Floating Castle? Around 30,000 years ago, they started being distributed to religious countries in order to collect believers for the gods. A-san, who's connected to her memory in the world tree, answers my question. The gods caused many disasters such as floods and eruptions on the ground, and the people of the floating castles were able to gain followers from the countries on the ground which were on the verge of destruction. That's too harsh for something they orchestrated themselves. The few people who survived on the ground were treated like slaves by the people of floating castles, they were exploited and exhausted to the limit. The high elves who investigated the world at that time couldn't stand the painting of hell, thus they decided to sleep in the world trees. I heard the first demon lord Doghead Ancient King that appeared at that time knocked down many floating castles to the ground and sea. Ah, so this is the reason why Doghead was extremely contempt with priests. There were many that escaped from the demonic hand of the Doghead Ancient King, but they were persistently knocked down every time the Doghead Ancient King was revived. The one that fell near Saga Empire capital city 2000 years ago was the last in the record. Is there any information about the floating castle that fell in Roko Kingdom? When I asked her, A-san closes her eyes to search for info. Revolving lantern-like images of A-san memories are floating around. I referred the memories of the other high elves, but there is no record about it. No record. Most likely, it didn't crash but descended on the land by itself. Jet black floating castle is a characteristic of something created by the demon god, but since it's said that 90% in the Golden Age were created by the demon god, it might be hard to identify it. There was that much. Yes, I do not know about it directly, but it is said that the demon god agreed to make the floating castles in exchange for divinity and authority from the gods. Famu. So the demon god was like a craftsman or an expert. Its position is probably like the Wies Elkin right now. As the result, humanity decreased sharply, and according to its subordinate, the Doghead, humans were even about to go extinct. Could I ask one last thing? I asked A-san whether the demon god had ever lived in the floating castle. The answer is no. At least, as far as the high elves know, gods never lived in the floating castles. Have your Lilicon awakened? Arissa joyfully shouted when she saw the photograph floating in the air. That's quite a terrible rumor. No. It's the photograph of a body I found on the way to help Arissa. It's the body of a pink-haired little girl that was in a mysterious floating matter we found in the room with glass pipes before we saved Arissa. It should be a body from more than 2000 years ago according to the story I heard from A-san, yet there's no degradation or damage at all. I'm thinking of researching the preservation liquid used on the body to see if I can reproduce it. It might be surprisingly in a state of apparent death. That can't be. I can't exactly deny it seeing the fresh-looking dead body in the photograph. I'll go to head Miko-san in the duchy capital and see if she can be revived. Putting her in the royal grave of Rumoko can be done after trying that. By the way, Master has. Arissa hesitated and bit her lips. Never time traveled before, right? Like maybe you traveled to the present after mass-producing pink-haired little girls in Rumoko Kingdom in the past. Nope, never. I negated Arissa's nonsense with a light tone. What she really wanted to ask was probably about the painting that looked like me in the Shadow Castle. Arisa must have wanted to ask whether my real identity is the demon god or not. You're mistaken. We simply look alike. Why yes, that's it, isn't it? I pat Arisa's head, who clings to me, and then I hug her to relieve her. Arisa's worry is understandable, but based on the things I heard from Ace-san's memory, it's possible that a king who summoned me from a parallel world, or perhaps his relative, let him manipulate the royalty's gene to produce pink-haired children. If you think about it normally, demon god has no reason to do such a thing after all. Nyanyan nyanyan nyan. When Arisa, who was being hugged, loosened her shoulders, the alarm of the emergency terminal on the wall rang. Nyanyan nyanyan. That's... Did something happen to Tama? I separated from Arisa, who looked up, and invoked telephone. The two are in a mountain slightly away from the Blue Territories city. Tama. What's wrong? In a desperate pinch. With that words I moved to the Blue Territory with unit arrangement, and then I opened a gate on their location. I didn't directly pull them with unit arrangement since their health shown on the map is in safety zone. Master. I am sorry, Nanodesu. Poka killed it, Nodesu. Poka looks up at me with her tail between her legs and flopped ears. There's a white lesser dragon about 30-meter big that's in tatters, playing dead near Pokey. A lot of lesser dragons have brown or ultramarine color, so this dragon is probably an albino. It's Poka's fault for not checking, even though it was written don't hunt it, Nanodesu. It's a right, stopped it at the last moment. Tama pats the dejected Poka's head. The scout monocles I gave to the two will show hunting prohibited, don't hunt it, when they look at dragons. Poka probably rushed into battle without checking it. Poka used high-end elixir from Master, but it won't get up, Nodesu. The medicines for Pokey are probably not enough to heal the big body of a lesser dragon. I'll heal it real fast. From the magic column, I pick and use the advanced water magic. There should be no need to use the forbidden spell. For some reason, there's a lot of spells that use dragon name among the highest water magic spells. It's strange considering I've never even seen a water dragon. Healing water heals the dirted scales and wounds on the lesser dragon's body. Its torn arms and wings return to normal, but its broken horns, fangs, and cut tail aren't growing back. I regenerate these loss with magic power overcharged elixir. It woke up, Nodesu. The dragon looked at Poka, who raised her voice, and then it takes a surrender pose by putting its stomach upward. It's probably really scared from the match with Pokey. Poka won't attack you, so please get up, Nodesu. Lai yuri yuri uu. Pokey is satisfied since she was able to fight with all her might, Nanodesu. Lai yuri yuri uu. Looks like they've mysteriously established a conversation. Lesser dragons don't have language, so it must just be the feel. Lai yuri. The lesser dragon submits its neck before Pokey, and points at its head. You'd let Pokey rides, Nodesu. Tama wants to ride too. Lai liu. Pokey and Tama rides on the dragon, who showed affirmation, and then they fly in the sky. The lesser dragon's title becomes Poka's Dragon Ride. I thought perhaps Pokey also got Dragon Knight title, so I checked hers, but it was something I never expected instead. The title of Hero is at the point between life and death. The No-Life King Zen said that Poka defeated a lesser dragon alone and obtained the title Hero. I should talk to Liza. It's probably better to keep the title a secret from Pokey until she grows up a bit more. Let's decide about that in the family meeting with Liza and Arisa. For now, I'll make a lesser dragon's nest in the mountains of the solitary island. I have to make sure that the infant dragon in Ikagoya Firm's garden doesn't notice it. 14-34. Wyvern Kingdom, 1, Road to the Dragon Shrine. Satu's here. Inro was the key item in a famous historical drama, but when I was a child, I thought that the item was only something that appeared in that historical drama. I was surprised when I saw it was used to put Incan in my grandfather's house. Hero is it? Pokey is a hero. Evening of the day Poka defeated a lesser dragon and got the hero title, I called Liza and Arisa to have a parent meeting. I was thinking of calling Hikaru too, but since she said she was going to attend a banquet in Shiga Kingdom's royal capital, I decided to tell her about it later. Master, does Pokey know of that fact? No, I haven't talked to her yet. I shook my head to reply Liza, who asked seriously. Ah, then isn't it better if we keep it a secret from her for now? Pokey is careless YC. I also agree with Arisa. I'm worried if Pokey would feel conceited with the hero title. Looks like the two have the same opinion as me, thinking that there are many demerits in telling Pokey about the title hero. In the end, we decided to keep it a secret until Pokey grew up a bit and became a bit more composed. Come to think of it, Master, what's the advantage of the hero title? Well, I don't really know. I shook my head to answer Arisa's question. I only felt my body feels a bit lighter, I think. Somehow, even if I changed my title. I answered Arisa, who seemed surprised. In truth, with my maxed parameters I wouldn't have no way of knowing even if the title changed them. We can probably understand such a change by observing Pokey's battles. Then what do you think is the condition to get the title? There are 3 cases, Master, Shinkun, and this time it's Pokey, so you should know it somehow, right? I wonder about that. I fought a greater demon, Shinboy fought a red rope monster, and Pokey defeated a lesser dragon to get the title hero. The enemy's strength are lower, higher, and about the same, there's no common ground. Shinboy and Pokey fought one-on-one battles, but in my case, I was fighting together with soldiers and magicians of the territorial army. At the very least, my case didn't meet the condition of hero title is located between the point of life and death that Zen said. I can't think of a common denominator. I see. Arisa sighed disappointingly when she heard that. I'll ask about hero title to Hikaru and Earl Muno later. Here come meat. Cast a net and they come biting Nanotasu. The two who are not allowed to eat meat for 2 days are looking at the 4 incoming wyverns with glints on their eyes full of appetites. This country has early summer climate, so Tama and Pokey are wearing short-sleeved sailor uniforms. Since Pokey fought an enemy of equal strength in the Blue Territory, breaking the prohibition, she was punished by having meals with no meat. Tama didn't particularly do anything bad to get a punishment, but for the reason, Tama didn't stop Pokey even though she's the Oni-chan, she undertook the punishment together with Pokey. Or rather, this is the first time I hear that Tama's position is as Pokey's big sister. Further, I don't tell the two that there won't be a punishment as long as the creatures prohibited from being hunted, a lesser dragon in this case, don't die. You shouldn't hunt those wyverns. Pokey can't Nanotasu. Look, see them closer. The ones coming toward our airship which has entered Silga Kingdom, also called the Wyvern Kingdom in the eastern countries, are the force of this country's wyvern riders. I lead the line of sight of Pokey, who inclined her head, pointing at the knights riding on the wyvern's back. It's like Pokey and Lyuryu Nanotasu. She probably likened them with the lesser dragon Lyuryu, who's become her dragon ride and herself. Pokey's line of sight that are looking at the wyvern riders suddenly changed to feeling of camaraderie. The riders seem to be called red scalekin, who have red scales on the base of their necks and arms. They also have lizard-like tail. Scalekin such as red scalekin and lizard folk are the majority of people in this country. Xena-san and Liza appeared from the lower floor, and then Liza took Tama and Pokey back inside. It can't be helped since the beast folk girls aren't supposed to be with us. Shiga Kingdom's airship. What is your purpose for coming to our country? The rider on a wyvern's back shouted loudly. I replied after Xena-san, who's beside me, invoked Wind Whisper. This is the airship of the Vice Minister of Shiga Kingdom's Tourism Ministry, Satug Pendragon. Our purpose is touring. We wish to have a courtesy visit at Silga Royal Castle. Touring. The expressions of the knights wearing flying helmets look perplexed. It seems they don't know the word touring. We accepted the matter of courtesy visit to His Majesty. We will send a herald ahead. With a sign from a knight, one of the wyvern riders fluttered its wings to the direction of the royal castle. That's... I saw a small shadow between the clouds in the distant For your own safety, we will guide you on a safe route and also advise you to lower your altitude. At this height. When the knight was talking, the black shadow I found earlier broke through the clouds and gradually became bigger. It got close to the airship in a blink of an eye. The other 3 wyvern riders besides the captain ran away since their wyverns were panicking. Damn! It seems the captain couldn't control his wyvern too, as they also escaped. Dragon! It's a lesser dragon. The lesser dragon spread its wings in front of the airship, making a sudden break. Sato-san, it's dangerous. Zina-san spreads her arms and stands in front of me. She moved like an escort would, but Zina-san's legs are trembling before the lesser dragon. I thought she had gotten used to it since she rode Lyurio with Pokey, but it seems the circumstance is different compared to a tamed lesser dragon, Lyurio. The air turbulence from the dragon's sudden braking reaches the airship. The airship's stabilizer is doing its best to stabilize the frame, but the turbulence seems to be too much. I invoke magic arm magic and seize the hull to stabilize the airship. I tried to use the remaining magic arm to prevent Zina-san's skirt from getting disheveled, but since the magic's finesse is low in exchange for more power than the usual magic hand, I couldn't do it well. Zina-san was focused on the lesser dragon, and since her underwear wasn't showing, I deemed it good enough. Just having her beautiful thighs seen is alright, isn't it? It's alright. After stabilizing the airship, I clap Zina-san's shoulders to loosen her. I've remodeled this airship with magic after we went out of Shiga Kingdom, so it won't fall behind a lesser dragon, though it will be a different story against a real dragon. Putting aside offensive power, its defensive power equals to Lulu's. Gururu. While groaning, the lesser dragon glares at us with a face that looks like a junior high schooler who's looking for a fight. Unfortunately, these dragons don't have language, so we can't have a conversation. Sato, what happened? Wait, isn't that a lesser dragon? Then, Hikaru appeared. Hikaru instantly grasped the situation and then she points her forefinger at the lesser dragon. You there! You shouldn't pick a fight without reason. Her tone is like a teacher who's scolding a kid. Guguru. The lesser dragon is slightly daunted. Right, I wonder if the talisman made from heavenly dragon scale would work? I made it for the mysterious apostle's prevention, but since it didn't work at all, I tried taking it out. Kyousoukyoku. The lesser dragon looked at me wonderingly, but then it ran away while making a voice that sounded like a scream. My image of the heavenly dragon is that she's quite lacking, but it seems she's quite high in the dragon's hierarchy. She'll get scared if I go there myself, so I'll make a full course from the tasty naga and ask Hikaru to deliver it to her. After a bit, the wyvern riders came back and then they escorted us to Silga Kingdom's royal capital. The airship is cruising with speed for use in foreign territories, so it's probably going to be nightfall when we arrive. I'm sorry for the high-speed wyverns, but they'll have to keep us company at this slow pace. Silga Kingdom is a largish country that's twice as vast compared to all other eastern countries we've passed through so far. Compared to Shiga Kingdom, I guess it's around 50% of Siriu Earldom or about 10% of Muno Earldom. According to the Tourism Ministry document, most of the territory is composed of wetlands. Fishing industries such as fish, kelp, frogs, and water plants raising in the wetlands are more predominant than agriculture. Compared to other countries, it seems there are a lot of people who are born gifted with water magic and earth magic hereditary. People with the former helps in the fishing industry, while people with the latter can gain a high social position compared to other element users since they can compensate the lack of material needed to build buildings in the country. It sounds like the country would also have fuel problem, but it seems they're raising water plants that produce great amount of oil content. Lots of frog and snake monsters are living in the wetlands. These monsters become the fodder for the strongest force of Silga Kingdom, the wyvern riders' wyverns. The capital of Silga Kingdom we're heading at is located on the foot of a rigorous mountain towering over those wetlands. Around 10 lesser dragons have settled down on the top of that mountain and they've become the objects of Silga Kingdom people's faith. It appears there's a dragon shrine halfway up on the mountain which doesn't exist in other countries. Compared to large countries, there are a lot of knights at upper level 30s in this Roko Kingdom. Most of them are wyvern riders. The princes and the king seem to be parts of the knights as they dabble in military affairs. There are 4 people who are past level 40 including the king and the princes. The king isn't decided from lineage or heritage, it's said that the hero chosen by the dragon becomes the king. Although, in actuality, the king usually comes from 5 houses called the 5-scale house who have anti-dragon weapons. There's never been a case where someone from the masses becomes a king. This place is warmer than the solitary island's palace, isn't it? You're right, it feels more like a summer than early summer even though it's quite high in elevation. I replied so to Liza, who's partly closing her eyes toward the warm sunlight. Since Roko Kingdom's royal capital is right beside the Lesser Dragon's mountaintop, I've come with Liza ahead of time before the airship arrives. Tama and Pokey also wanted to go, but since I saw a lot of meat skewers and grilled fish stalls when I checked with clairvoyance beforehand, they opted to stay behind. It must be hard to be among the meat. This place is lively, isn't it? On the road that looks like the road to the shrine often seen in Kyoto, a lot of stalls are lined up on the twisting hill road that's around 2 meters wide, selling various handicrafts and light meals. This road is connected to the dragon shrine on the side of the mountain, so it's not looks like but it's actually one. A lot of the pedestrians are of scalekin. A lot of them are of lizard folkkin, snakeheadkin, red scalekin, orange scale-in, blue scalekin. Humans and beast folk are also present, but they're relatively few compared to the scalekin. The red scalekin, orange scalekin and blue scalekin don't look different compared to humans other than the colorful scales on their nape of their necks and their arms, and having a tail on their lower back though, so at a glance it almost like there are a lot of humans here. A lot of local people are wearing bold clothing with exposed stomachs and upper arms, their skirts are short and they're wearing sandals under their feet. Master, I feel line of sights clad with bad presences. Please don't be too far apart from me. You don't have to be that worried, it's alright, okay. I denied Liza's worry with a smile. The presences she's sensing is glances clad with passion from the lizard folk kin men. Apparently, Liza is an owner of considerable attractiveness according to lizard folk's sense of beauty. Lots of them are glancing, but there's none who calls out to Liza. They're probably overawed by the intimidating air from the cautious Liza. Among the pedestrians, a snakehead woman wearing troubadour-like clothing is reciting something with a mysterious reverberating voice in an open space to the side of the road. Shirayui, who escapes from the suppression of the Mad King Galtafut. Led to the wetlands by the original witch whose fate is linked to men. I've seen the name Mad King Galtafut in Shiga Kingdom's history book, although I don't remember the detail. A young king from about 400 years ago who was famous for oppressing demi-humans. If I'm not mistaken, it's related to Hiro Daisaku's retirement to Beruinan Forest. Ancient Dragon, the master of the wetlands, asks Ryui. Dost thou be my sacrifice, or perhaps dost thou be a warrior who challenges me? Ryui replies saying we are wanderers. We seek for a place we can live in peace. Ancient Dragon should be a grade of dragon the likes of the Black Dragon Aaron and the Heavenly Dragon. There's none of such in these outskirts at least, so either the dragon has left or the story has been dramatized. The story advanced while I was thinking such a thing. The scene where Ryui the Wanderer fighting the ancient dragon was next. The fight continued for 3 days and nights. In the end the morning light reflected from Ryui's sword at the ancient dragon created an opening, and the fight ended when the dragon's eye was gouged and he was bathed in the dragon's blood. I probably shouldn't retort that size-wise that's impossible. It's hard to throw away my habit to verify things scientifically. Liza, who likes tales, is staring at the poet seriously like when she's listening to a picture book's recitation. The ancient dragon speaks heroically while shedding blood. O small one who hath wounded me! I bestow thou the king's throne and this land. My followers will watch over thine descendants. However, do not ever forget. The moment a king loses his power befitting of a king and his nobility, my followers will deprive thou of thine kingship and territory. So the ancient dragon announced, and bestowed fangs, claws and thorns to the wanderer King Ryuei. King Ryuei created arms from each of those and gave them to his close friends. This is the beginning of Roko Kingdom's 5 scale houses as it was handed down. The poet concludes the story, the last reverberation trails. The audiences give down generous applauses and incessantly pour down modest money offering on the poet. I also throw her a silver coin. It's a money I got from the country we visited before, the timing is just right. I waved my hand to the poet who bowed when she saw the silver coin, and then we advanced toward the dragon shrine. 14-35. Wyvern Kingdom, 2, Meeting at the Dragon Shrine. Satu's here. In manga and dramas in the past, there were scenes of aunties who liked to be the matchmaker setting up marriage meetings. Companies who plan for marriage hunting parties appeared in place of such a person lately. I head toward the dragon shrine at the end of the road while looking at the stalls along the road to the shrine with Liza. Look at that, Liza. Is this a wood carving modeled after a dragon? You have some good eyes, customer. Niamo. Niamo? What kind of ending word is that? I checked the lizard folk shopkeeper since I had a bad feeling about it, but it seems the shopkeeper is just a normal person. According to the log it's the red scale kin language, so I probably heard it in a strange dialect because of the effect of the green scale kin language skill I already had. There's no need to put points into the skill, I invoke translate magic and correct the strange dialect. This is an ornament for the hair and scale, you put it like this, see? Ornaments and I don't. The shopkeeper showed how it was done, so I tried putting one on Liza. Oh, it unexpectedly suits her. Yup, it looks good on you. If master said so. Liza's swinging tail reveled the delight in her mind. I gave a copper coin to the shopkeeper as the payment. Oh, it's quite rare to see Shiga Kingdom's copper coin. Can't I use it? Nope, you're very welcome since that kingdom isn't stingy with the copper. The reputation is good among the merchants outside too. While saying so, the shopkeeper showed a rusted copper coin. Looks like copper coins of this country have a lot of impurities. As such, Liza and I toured the road to the shrine. There were some stalls selling whole roasted capybara-like creatures in the rest area open space halfway through the road. They're not sold whole roasted, but the meat is chipped and then put into wrapped black crepe. Liza, want to try one? I'm sorry, master. I'd like to refrain from eating meat today. Oh? It's rare for Liza to not eat meat. If you're not feeling well, should we go back? No, it is not about that. Liza, who looks evasive, seems like she's enduring a pain. Is she troubled with something? When Pokey and Tama can't eat meat during their punishment, for me to eat it in secret is. I see, she's being reserved for the two hui. But when I asked her about how she ate meat normally in the dining table, she said that it was to make the two realize that it was a punishment. If Liza were to not eat meat, then the other girls would follow too and it would just look like a compulsion. It's really like Liza, but I don't think she needs to overthink that far. Then, let's eat something besides meat. I said that and bought a succumbio-like thing sold on a stall nearby, then I shared half to Liza. It's quite chewy, so it should suit Liza's taste. So this is the dragon shrine. It's smaller than I thought. In the open space before the dragon shrine, I look up at the shrine that looks like it's made from white concrete. The plaster is probably made with earth magic, so it looks like concrete. It's a method of construction I saw some in the royal and duchy capitals. The roof of the rectangular building is shaped like a dome, so it somehow looks like an astronomical observatory. Dragon. My name is Barbot of Beastkin. I challenge you to a fair fight. The introduction carried by the wind sounded intermittent. Seen from behind, the owner of the voice is standing in a round-shaped arena as large as a track field. It's surrounded by 3 cliffs. It seems the top of the cliffs are the napping spots of the lesser dragons. I can't see due to the crowds, but according to the map, it seems there's a deep valley between the back of the dragon shrine and the round arena connected by a suspension bridge. It seems the place beyond the valley is a prohibited ground, there's no one there besides the aforementioned beastkin man. That beast lad is already at his third day. Hui. He couldn't do anything against Dragon-sama, poor him. He's powerless and only looking for death. The gossips around us conveyed the situation. There were some dangerous words, but there's no need to mind it. The jeers from the spectators flung to the man were grating, so I urged Liza to enter the dragon shrine. When we entered the shrine, we came to a place directly under the dome. The ceiling was high. A slanted ceiling on the deep is opened, we can see a part of the napping lesser dragons on the cliffs from here. Some of the worshippers are praying while looking up at that lesser dragons. Rather than that, the mural inside the dome is wonderful. Religious painting are depicted there, similar to the one in Siriuhu City's Parian Temple. Noblemen of foreign country, would you like to make an almsgiving? An orange scalekin girl who was wearing high-exposure Miko clothing called out. Almsgiving. Even though she's asking for donation for the shrine, she's bearing herself coldly without trying to flatter me. Her atmosphere is somehow similar to Liza. While I was thinking so, the girl kept staring calmly like a doll. Liza called me in a quiet voice, "Master, I feel ashamed of my ill manner. I'm sorry." I was lost in thought. I apologized to the Miko girl and take out a small bag with 10 Saga Empire gold coins from my pocket, then I put it on the tray for almsgiving the girl is carrying. I might come here as Sato later, so I used Saga Empire gold coins to reduce the chance of getting exposed. So much. The Miko girl showed her first surprised reaction when she peeked at the glittering gold coins in the small bag. A Miko with low exposure clothing who noticed that quickly approached us. "Oh my, what a devout you are! As a senior Miko, I'll guide you from now on." A red scalekin senior Miko smiled with her whole face. She has light makeup but her sweet perfume tickles my nose. The one who's showing his face right now is Shipui-sama. He's still young so he likes to play games of tag with the kingdom's wyvern riders. The senior Miko who's pulling my arm explains about the lesser dragon that can be seen from the skylight. It seems this dragon shrine isn't a shrine that worships the dragon god. The object of faith seems to be the whole dragonkin itself. Ah! Did you see the black tail who peeked just now? That's the oldest Buryu-sama. He rarely ever nap on the ground. It's good that she's excited and all but her ample breasts are deforming on my arm. It feels nice so I don't mind, but the junior Miko is touching her own breasts sorrowfully, so please leave it at that. Contrary to the carefree senior Miko, I could hear rustles and armors sounds from the direction of the dragon shrine's entrance. Oi, that isn't that someone from the 5 scale houses. Yeah, he's probably going to do the dragon challenging ceremony. Intrigued by the worshipper's words the attentive ear's skill picked up, I turn around. There's a macho. A big lizardkin warrior wearing luxurious armor. He looks like a handsome man even though he has lizard face. In fact, the lizardkin girls in the dragon shrine are passionately looking at the Mako warrior. He seems to be quite able. He's no match against Pokey and Tama, but he might be stronger than Karina-sama. Liza muttered so when she saw the macho warrior. There's no particular comment about his figure. The spear in his hand is made from the horn of a lesser dragon, its superb performance is equal to Liza's magic spear Doma Mk2. He's level 45, among the 5 best in the country. Ho! The Mako warrior notices us and looks at Liza with sharp eyes. Blazing line of sights that feel like idle scattering sparks are exchanged. Guess a warrior understands other warrior. Girl, become my wife. Or not. With the macho warrior's words, shock ran through the people who are in the dragon shrine. I refuse. Liza declined immediately, rustles and screams with different meaning than the earlier fill the dragon shrine. The backbiting from the female lizardkin were particularly bad. The macho warrior who was taken aback smiles broadly. Fo ha 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 ha. Interesting, I never thought there was a woman who would dump me. I do not intend to form a pair with someone weaker than me. Come back after you're at least able to defeat a greater demon. Liza coldly dealt the macho warrior who was laughing happily. Liza. I don't think there's a man who can satisfy such an unreasonable requirement, you know? Defeating a greater demon, Hayuri, really an interesting girl. The macho warrior grins composedly. Apparently he ignored Liza's weaker than herself line. I won't fight greater demon whose location I don't know, but I'll show you my fight with a dragon later. Watch that fight and fall for me. I'll make you ask me to be my wife yourself. The macho warrior who boasted full of confidence went into the dragon shrine's depth together with a dragonute head Maiko who came for him from the deep of the shrine. This mural depicts the exploits of the founder King Ryu Isama. Since the other senior Maiko went with the macho warrior, we listened the explanation of the murals by the orange scalekin junior Maiko. Those 6 people are King Ryuai and the founders of the 5 scale houses. According to the junior Maiko's explanation, the weapons the founders had were Dragon Fang Spear, Dragon Horn Spear, Dragon Thorn Halberd, Twin Dragon Claw Sword, and Dragon Claw Great Sword. The thing the macho warrior held earlier is the Dragon Horn Spear, and the current king has the Dragon Fang Spear. This depicts the battle against the military forces of the Mad King Galta Fuet. The one drawn back to back with King Ryuai is the Saga Empire Hiro. This little thing drawn here is the light ship of Bruin an elf, so it's handed down. There's a hero wearing the same blue armor Hiro Hayato wore. The holy sword shining blue light looks like something that appears in a Japanese myth. As we were looking up at the wall and listening, we came to a mysterious drawing. What's this drawing? That's King Ryuai turning into a dragon using the secret art of the Witch of Origin. A person turning into a dragon? A person cannot become a dragon. Liza resolutely dismissed the junior Maiko. It's the truth. It's not only clearly written in the scriptures of the shrine, but also in the official documents of the kingdom. The junior Maiko bit back even though she was daunted by Liza's words. Certainly, races that can change their body like vampires that can create followers by shifting one part of their body into a bat or a wolf, or lycanthropes and werewolves that can turn from a human into a wolf exist in this world. Moreover, there are also magic that can create giant creatures like the spirit magic's artificial spirit or earth magic's golem. Human turning into dragon is something overflowing with fantasy, it's really wonderful, so I'd like for it to exist. However, unfortunately, that's impossible. Because, even the heavenly dragon who excels in magic power and is second only to the dragon god among the dragons uses a homunculus controlled remotely instead of turning into human. If there were a magic that can turn a person into a dragon, the heavenly dragon who's lived for a long time would have developed a magic to turn a dragon into a human. The dragon change magic is probably one of the fairy tales that the first generation king and the dragon shrine created with their authorities. Even though I concluded so, no one would be happy if their belief was struck by someone's opinion, so I don't intend to say it out loud. I'll excuse myself. First, I should apologize to the angry junior Maiko whose belief was dismissed. Liza, you shouldn't dismiss the myth of this country. Yes, master. Liza, who noticed her verbal slip, regained her composure. Maiko Dano, I retract my careless remark previously. As long as you understand. Liza apologized, the junior Maiko replied stoutly while trembling and looking like she'd cry. Faith seems to be quite difficult. The one who saved us from the awkward atmosphere is the macho warrior who came out from the depth of the shrine. His scales somehow look moist and glittering. Even more intense screams came from the female lizardkin toward the macho warrior whose handsomeness had increased. I wonder if there's a hot spring inside the shrine? So I thought, but I saw that the glitters were the effect of reinforcement and defensive spells of water magic from looking at the AR reading. It seems the Maiko here use water magic instead of holy magic. Humph, you waited for me, hey? The macho warrior saw Liza and said satisfyingly. Just where does that confidence come from? Come with me, I'll let you fall for me from a special seat. After telling that, the macho warrior triumphantly went out of the shrine without waiting for Liza's reply. Due to that, he didn't see Liza shaking her head. It seems to be an important match, it's nice that we don't need to look for seats. Liza, since we've been invited and all, why don't we watch? Yes, leaving aside the nonsense earlier, I'm interested with the fight between a man and a dragon. Liza assented with eyes of a warrior. Apparently, it's still too early for Liza to dabble in love. 14-36. Wyvern Kingdom, 3, Ship with a Lesser Dragon. Satu's here. Even though I was very much troubled with the language when I went abroad, mysteriously enough, slanders and jeers got transmitted along just fine. The hardships of a local fellow traveler who tried hard to arbitrate things feels nostalgic now. Dragons living on the sacred peak. Appear before me if you do not fear the dragon holy spear. The lizardkin macho soldier shouted in the middle of the round arena. We're watching him from the side of the valley. Lots of people around us are cheering, the head Maiko and senior Maiko are watching attentively in front of the suspension bridge. Look! Shippo-sama showed up. Gunjo-sama and Unryu-sama too. As expected of the young master from the 5-scale house. The spectators are delighted to look up at the lesser dragons that peeked from their napping spot. Unlike with the warrior we saw when we went to the dragon shrine earlier, it seems this time they're not ignoring his call. I do not like it. Liza muttered while looking up at the lesser dragons. She's probably talking about the eyes of the lesser dragons that look like they're looking down. If you're strong, no, exactly because you're strong, your heart should also be pure. Liza's serious words carried away by the valley wind. Apparently Liza didn't notice that she said her thought out loud. I wonder if they can be fixed if they take a lesson from Master. It seems Liza has also been influenced by Arisa's Showaism inside. Oh! Here it comes! It's Shippo-sama! Young Master break a leg! With the peanut gallery's shout, I shift my glance from Liza to the arena. Big body of a lesser dragon called Shippo, who's the youngest among the lesser dragons, landed in the arena, shaking the ground. Quish higher! Shippo spread its wings and let out an intimidating roar. Responding to that, the macho warrior fills the dragon horn spear with magic power. Just like the dragon spear Aaron, strangely, weapons that use the dragon part won't emit blue light even if you fill them with magic power. It's strange how magic spear that shines red looks stronger than them. Here I. The macho warrior accelerates while leaving small cloud of dust. He plunges to near the dragon's knee using flickering movement, and thrusts the dragon horn spear at the dragon's knee. He was lured. Liza muttered. Right before the dragon horn spear reached the dragon, it's like there's a 3D motion blur effect on the body of the dragon. Moving like doing a roundhouse kick in ultra-high speed, Shippo's tail mows down the macho warrior. He's going forward there, hui! Even though the macho warrior evaded the counter, he used flickering movement to move forward instead of back or up. Sparks from the friction scattered on the ground where the tail passed. On the opposite side of the cloud dust from the after waves, the macho warrior fixes his spear. His eyes have no anxiety nor fear. Shippo, whose attack has been avoided, looks vexed. It takes a threatening posture once again and inhales greatly. Dragon breath, hui! Seeing Shippo's body sign, the macho warrior stakes it all in a do or die. He uses flickering movement once again and approaches the dragon's leg. However, it seems Shippo doesn't intend to overlook that easily. Stone buckshots shot by Shippo's tail assaults the planned course of the macho warrior. The power is not much compared to an attack from the dragon itself, but he couldn't evade the mass and got flung away. From overhead, Shippo let out its dragon breath toward the mortified macho warrior whose flickering movement was cancelled. Tch. As if speaking in behalf of the macho warrior, a beastkin warrior in the spectators clicked his tongue. Looks like he saw the tide turning in this fight too. The macho warrior evacuates to the sky to avoid Shippo's breath. Many spectators praised the macho warrior who successfully evaded the fiery breath touching the ground, but people who are proficient in battles understood that it was a bad move. Of course, the one who's fighting also realizes that. Shippu stopped its breath and attacks the macho in the air with its left claw. The macho warrior was knocked down like a feather, but it seems he hasn't given up yet. Purple lightning flutters from the tip of his dragon horn spear. Eat this! The electric shock releasing from the macho warrior's dragon horn spear burns Shippu's tip of nose. Jiwayun! Shippu closes its eyes and screams. The lesser dragons on the cliff top are sneering at Shippu, who got wounded by a frail creature. Apparently, these lesser dragons don't have manners as spectators. Sparks gather again on the macho warrior's dragon horn spear. However, his fight is over there. Shippu swung its hand to the ground in desperation and hit the ground. When the macho warrior jumped, he was hit by Shippu's tail as it rotated and he was flung to the cliff's wall. The macho warrior hit the cliff's wall, creating spiderweb-shaped cracks. His body was sunk into the cliff and stopped moving. Without minding the macho warrior who's bleeding powerlessly, Shippu flies away from the round arena. The macho warrior didn't let go of the dragon horn spear even while lying on a puddle of blood, but he had ran out of magic power and couldn't release a lightning attack. While glancing at the lesser dragons who have begun quarreling playfully in their napping spot, the people are frantically settling the aftermath. Young Master! Run, medics! Don't let Young Master die! The Miko of the Dragon Shrine crosses the suspension bridge with desperate looks after they have confirmed that the fight is over. It looked like it wouldn't have been strange for the macho warrior to have instantly died, but according to the information on the menu's map, he's only heavily injured, his life is not in danger. It's probably thanks to the defensive magic of the senior Miko and his tempered body. His macho-ness doesn't seem to be only for show. As expected of Young Master from the Dragon Horn Spear House. Yeah, that was splendid. Where? Didn't he lose? Unlike the Miko who went to the rescue, the spectators are carefree. You're an outsider, right? As long as you don't die in Dragon Challenging Ceremony, you pass. Dragon Sama won't descend when it's someone who'd die easily, yet 2 out of 3 challengers usually die. Participating in the ceremony means risking your life. Further, Young Master landed a single blow on Shippu-sama. Yeah, it's a feat that hasn't happened for 80 years. He'll probably become the next king. I see, it's probably better to keep the fact that Pokey defeated the lesser dragon Lyuryu and made it into her dragon ride a secret. While I was thinking so, Liza, who saw the match, sighed deeply. I cannot approve of this. Liza shakes her head quietly. Master, please allow me to fight the dragons. Are you avenging him? Avenging. Liza showed a rare blank expression hearing my unexpected question. No, Master. I'd like to make the dragons who are fighting self-conceitedly because they're strong to know their places a bit. I see, it seems the sigh wasn't directed toward the macho warrior but the lesser dragon. Okay, but it'll be bad with that casual clothes. Today Liza is wearing a blouse and short pants, on top of the light fabric with deep slit. Of course these Liza's clothes are my handiworks, created from orichalcum fiber and the whale silver leather. They're stab-proof magic-made items, yet, it's a bit worrying to be used for a fight against dragons, even if they're the lesser ones. No, Master. In the first place, the golden armor cannot block a dragon fang, and my offensive-oriented armor is only able to block a single dragon breath. There is no problem with light clothing. It's full of problems for me as her guardian, but I'll put several defensive magic enchants on her. And also, it's a bit late but I have her equip the thief god harness that can even deceive my AR reading. Liza's identity should not be exposed with this. Just in case, I'll also equip one of the 3 set of thief god harness so I can change places with Liza if it looks like she'll be fatally wounded. Who's that? Scalekin? A woman. She looks like a lizardkin though. As expected of the highest class of artifact. After the macho warrior has been carried away, Liza stands in the round arena, no one seems to be able to accurately recognize her figure. Without minding the noisy audiences, Liza rotates her magic spear and then strikes the brunt end to the ground. The people who have sensed that something was happening stop rustling, but the lesser dragons seem to be busy playing among themselves, they don't appear to be interested. Liza lightly swings her magic spear. Red glitter flowed on the magic spear for an instant. She shot a magic edge cannon with a speed that normal people couldn't see exploding near the lesser dragons. Thunderous sound reverberates, the after waves of the magic power blow clouds of dust toward the gambling lesser dragons. The lesser dragons squabbling on the cliff top stopped moving, they moved their head to look down at the round arena. You, ones looking down at warriors from the cliff top. Fight me if you do not fear defeat. I will etch fear and remorse into you guys. Liza's firm voice echoes in the arena. The effect of provocation skill probably rode on that voice. The lesser dragons on top of the cliff are roaring in anger. It seemed to be something feared by normal people. The great majority of the spectators got under panic and frightened states. The people who were the former scrambled to run away first thing. If this keeps up, the after effect of Liza and lesser dragons match will cause the people here to evacuate and become an obstacle, so I invoke mind magic calm field to cancel the panic state from the spectators. Rustle and bustle came back to the spectators as if to shake off their trembling bodies. Oh, ooh. It's Shipwa-sama. No, they're still coming. Zutan, Zudadadan. One after another, lesser dragons are descending to the arena. Even Anyu-sama and Katam-sama too. Attentive ears skill picked up words mixed with fear and awe. There are now 8 lesser dragons who have climbed down the cliff. The lesser dragons lined up in the arena are coercing Liza by growling. Although, Liza herself stands still while holding her spear without letting her guard down. And then, Buryu-sama is spreading his wings. Don't tell me, Buryu-sama who hasn't fought for 100 years will also fight. With explanatory-like comments from the spectators, the biggest and highest-leveled lesser dragon landed in the arena with a roaring sound. This Buryu is level 65, it's a cut above the lesser dragons living here. Needless to say, it's stronger than Liza who's level 62. Gururo. Gururon. Jerururu. Starting from Buryu, the lesser dragons struck Liza with coercive sounds. I will acknowledge your mettle to appear in the battlefield fearlessly. Who will be the first to be edged with defeat? If you're afraid to fight one-on-one, I don't mind if you all go together at once. Liza's provocative words make the lesser dragons' anger to reach the climax. They shouldn't be able to converse, but it seems insult is a universal thing. Shipwa who was going to charge forward got mowed down by Buryu's tail. Guruz. Buryu howled once and spread its wings, and then the other lesser dragons reluctantly went back to the cliff top. Shipwa who was looking reluctant also withdrew when an ultramarine-colored lesser dragon urged it. You're worthy to be my opponent. Lizardkin Liza, come. I captured Liza's sharp profile with recording magic. While adjusting 2 and 3 takes, I check the recording's sensitivity. While somehow feeling like a father who's enthusiastic about his daughter's athletic festival, I concentrate to shoot Liza's gallant figure in order to show it to everyone later. Oops, I must make a contact to settle the things later. This is likely going to make an uproar, so overdoing the preparation probably won't go to waste. In order to ask help from a friend, I invoke the telephone magic. 14 to 37. Wyvern Kingdom, 4, Lesser Dragon Buryu vs Liza. Satu's here. During school commuting, there was a friend of mine who said, Neon, when we met a wild cat. Even though she was usually composed, I thought she was cute when she acted defenselessly when she's against a small animal. I was shy at that time. She moved. Red light. It's a magic spear. Without caring the shouts from spectators, Liza approaches Buryu while drawing a red light line from the magic edge. She's not using flickering movement? She's as fast as the macho warrior earlier so the spectators don't seem to be able to distinguish it, but Liza is only doing a normal dash. The contour of Buryu's body is blurring. After confirming that Buryu has started to attack with its tail in high speed, Liza suddenly accelerates with flickering movement. Buryu opened its eyes wide in surprise, but it's already too late. Riding on the speed accelerated from the flickering movement, Liza kicks Buryu's hind leg from its defenseless side. Looking at their masses, normally Liza should have been the one knocked away, but due to the inflation from her STR and VIT that have risen with her level, a violence scene that would make you question the law of physics happens. With her pivoting leg depressed into the arena, Liza's kick sends Buryu into the air. Jaya 1. Faster than the screaming Buryu got blown off, it attacked with its tail following the inertia, and Liza blocked it by deploying magic armor on her palm. Ooh! Just who they? Don't tell me, she's an elite from the Dragon Valley. Apostle Sama of Dragon God Hui. The spectators are getting excited with the unreal scene happening before their eyes. However, Liza is having a complicated expression. She was able to block the tail earlier not because of her magic armor, she noticed that it was due to my magic enchant. Several mixed emotions showed up on her face. Quish higher. Buryu, who was blown off to the cliff, brushed off the rock on its body and stood up. The distance to Liza is about 100 meters. Buryu takes a threatening posture and inhales greatly. Seeing that, Liza closes the distance between them using flickering movement. As if imitating the fight between Shippo and the macho warrior earlier, Buryu used its tail to send stone buckshots toward Liza. Shippo most likely learned its battle pattern from Buryu. Liza's tail glitters red. Magic edge cannon shot from Liza's tail shoot down the buckshots. The magic edge cannon, whose convergence was made weak on purpose, didn't thoroughly destroy the buckshots, but it accomplished its purpose of securing Liza's path. However, yet the distance between them is unreasonable for Liza to cross before Buryu let out the dragon breath. Arisa said this. Liza's tail glitters red once again. Liza, who warped to Buryu's bosom at a speed rivaling my ground shrink, rotates her spear and then strikes Buryu's mouth that's leaking fire on the chin from below. Kuhu, the dragon breath wasn't blown at Liza, but vainly at the empty sky, heating the air. Experienced warriors in another world attack not by using magic edge cannon, but by moving at ultra high speed. Liza, that's a story from manga, fiction. Moreover, I don't think the fainted Buryu can hear you, you know? It seems Buryu was stupefied only for an instant. It turned its head and then prowled its line of sight on the surrounding looking for Liza. However, those eyes never catch Liza. That is because... Where are you looking at? Liza's question came from above Buryu. Quish higher. Buryu let out an angry roar and then it charged at Liza, who was shaking her head in the air. Buryu opened its big mouth, the white fangs glittered. Dragon's fang penetrates all. Buryu's eyes are brimming with joy, sure of its victory. There is no material that can resist the fang of dragons. Thus, dragons are unrivaled. I'll straighten up that misconception. Liza made a double jump in the air, escaping the dragon's jaws, jumping to an even higher place. Buryu's jaws that had closed once, opened again. The thing that's reflected on the eyes of Buryu, who's still sure of its victory, is a red flower. Nay, there are 7 light spheres of magic edge cannon floating around Liza's magic spear. Their sizes are far more superior than all the magic bullets that have been shot so far. Funeral flower meteor bullets. Liza shouted the technique's name, and then small red bullets rained down from the 7 light spheres. The red light rain tore the firm membranes of the dragon's wings, smashed the sturdy scales, and created countless small craters on the ground. Receiving the incessant thrashing, Buryu could only crouch down on the ground without even being able to scream. This is the new technique that Liza came up with after seeing Lulu's accelerated cannon. It may look like a cruel, merciless attack, but Liza is properly holding back. If she had intended to kill the dragon, it'd have been faster to hit it with a magic edge cannon with penetration rate raised to the max when it opened its mouth. While the dragon's fang is a dragon's greatest attack, it's also the time when they're at the most defenseless. Oi, Did Buria-sama die? Apostle-sama, so merciless. That's 'cause she's that dragon god's Apostle-sama. The spectators are exchanging words mixed with fear. It's been on my mind since earlier, they don't add Sama to call dragon god? Oh, is she going to finish him off? I hope she could overlook Buria-sama. As I thought, the people do love the lesser dragons here. Liza descends to the ground and walks toward Buria, who's playing dead. Yes, it's playing dead. The instant Liza showed an opening, Buria's tail attacked from her blind spot. However, Liza, who was wary, didn't let her guard down. Liza's magic spear, Doma, stitches Buria's thorn tail to the ground. Do something about that bloodthirst of yours if you want to make a surprise attack. As a thanks for Liza's advice, Buria's fangs charge toward her. It seems the tail earlier was a feint, this one is the real thing. Liza separates her hand from magic spear Doma that's been pierced deeply to the ground, and strikes Buria's nose tip with a red-lit fist of magic edge. Jirapi. Magic-edged Liza's tail hit the side of the screaming Buria's face. Crack, with that sound, Buria's fang breaks and wounds its mouth. Like the boxing's Dempsey roll, Liza does severe blows on both sides of Buria's head using flickering movement. It continues on until bloodthirst and desire disappear from Buria. Close your eyes if you surrender. Or I'll play with you until you're satisfied if you wish to continue. Liza takes out a dagger made from a heavenly dragon's scale and thrusts it in front of the Buria's eyes. Buria heeds Liza's words, closes its eyes and plops down on the ground. Looks like the battle has ended. Liza kept her alert for a while and only put the dagger back into its sheath after confirming Buria's total surrender. She defeated Buria-sama. She's a dragon beater. No. She's a dragon slayer. Oi, Buria is still alive, you know. While retorting them in my mind, I talked to my friend with telephone. Hey, could you cross the mountain right about now? I'm going now. Now then, I'll clean up several things before we leave. I move to beside Liza using short-range teleport and heal Buria's wounds with magic. Kururo. Buria let out happy voice, perhaps its pain receded with the healing magic. Congratulations, Liza. Thank you very much. I praised Liza after I had treated Buria's wounds. Unfortunately, unlike with Pokey, Liza didn't get hero title. Instead Liza got Shura, Enlightened, and Dragon King titles. Since Liza's current title is Dragon King, it'd likely create a big uproar if she were to go in public without equipping some high-level recognition inhibition item. Master, it's the battle's spoil. Liza submitted the Buria's fang she had picked up. A lesser dragon's fang hui. I don't really need it, but leaving it here seems like it'll create problems, so I guess it's better to take it with me. I'll make something out of it as a commemoration for Liza's victory. Oi, that. And no way. It's a true dragon sama. The master of the Black Dragon Mountain has descended. The people who sharply saw the Black Dragon Aaron made a fuss. Black Dragon Aaron who came flying decelerated, typhoon-like wind raged, and people got blown off from the wind. Buria, who was downed on the ground, scurried away, stuck its body on the back of the cliff, and made a face that looked like it was repeatedly chanting, "I'm a tree." I don't know where its sweat glands are, but it's sweating all over. It won't lose to a frog being glared by a snake. The lesser dragons on the cliff top are also pretending to be rocks while holding their breath, waiting while trembling in fear until the Black Dragon Aaron flies away. Kuro. I've come to pick you up. Hey, sorry for the trouble, Aaron. I don't mind. We're having a festival of goats and whale meat after a long while. I wave my hand at the Black Dragon Aaron, who's laughing, Kaka. I'm thinking of leaving with the Black Dragon Aaron like this to befuddle the spectators with the impact. Guru Rira. I heard a feeble voice and turned my head toward the suspension bridge. There I saw the Drago Newt head Maiko trying to mimic the Black Dragon's sound for some reason. Goro-ran. The Black Dragon is puzzled to see her. Kuro, what is this person saying? Well now? Maybe she's greeting you. I see good work on you. Greeting. Black Dragon Aaron put his face before the head Maiko and appreciated her. However, the language of the dragon sounds like roars. And, it seems those roars are so frightening it can't be compared to a lesser dragon's growls. Excluding Liza and I, everyone besides the head Maiko and the macho warrior has already fainted with bubbles on their mouths since a while ago, and even the head Maiko who was conducting herself stoutly up until now has fainted with the dreadful roars that happened in front of her. I hold the fainting head Maiko and lay her down on the ground. The macho warrior should be able to do something about it afterward. Let's go, Liza. Is it all right for me to ride on Black Dragon Sama? Of course, right, Aaron. Even if it was a lesser one, you did defeat a dragon, so I'll let you ride on my back as a reward. I take Liza's hand and ride on Black Dragon Aaron's head. We don't need to worry about being exposed since we're equipped with Thief God harness, so there's no problem no matter how much we stand out. Black Dragon Aaron folded his wings, kicked the ground and soared to the sky. Once he reached the top, he spread his wings open. Black Dragon Aaron circled the Quiet Dragon Shrine once and then he went toward the Black Dragon Mountains. Now then, we're having a feast in the Black Dragon Mountains tonight. It should be about time for the airship to arrive in Roko Kingdom, but they probably don't have enough margin to care about us due to the matter with Liza, so I'll let Satu doll, the princess, and the others to take care of that side. 14-38. Wyvern Kingdom, 5, at the Black Dragon Mountains. Satu's here. When you're playing computer RPGs, there are many cases where NPCs' lines change following the story progress. There were times when I wanted to retort, tell me that from the start. As I thought, fighting Kuro is fun. Yeah, it's a good way to sweat out for me too. When we arrived at the Black Dragon Mountains, Black Dragon Aaron said that he wanted to fight me, so I made a copy of the mountains in the subspace and performed a mock battle there. Since Black Dragon had his breath and fangs, I'm not sure if we could call it a mock battle, but I'm unhurt and the Black Dragon himself only has some parts of his body popped out, so there's no problem. Black Dragon's fang broke again, but I swear to the gods of heaven and earth that it wasn't on purpose. It was because Black Dragon jumped in front of me when I shot a magic edge cannon as a feint. I'm really glad that it wasn't the guillotine-type magic edge cannon I usually use to secure materials. I've stopped your bleeding, but your fang is not growing back. I don't mind, once I eat a lot of goats and whale, and sleep a lot, it'll grow back in no time. Kaka, Black Dragon laughs. In fact, his fang which was broken in our last battle has grown back. It's mysterious since he said that it'd take several years. We went back to the safe location at end of the area where Liza was watching while we were talking like so. We're back, Liza. Master. Hey? I had let Liza watch my fight with Black Dragon since I thought she'd be happy, but her face is stiff for some reason. Perhaps, she didn't like the playful battle with Black Dragon? Thank you very much for your teaching. Swoosh, Liza knelt down on the ground and began to speak earnestly. This Liza has burned in her mind, Master's teaching who warned me to not feel self-conceited just by defeating a lesser dragon. A fight between true strong warriors are truly terrific like that. Liza looks at me with dreamy eyes. Certainly, even though the lesser dragon Buryu's and Black Dragon's levels are close, their battle prowesses are utterly far apart. Take the breath as an example, there's a huge difference between a slow fire breath that you can evade by sight and a high-powered laser breath that can only be evaded by moving at warp speed the moment you felt the omen. Moreover, physical attacks unleashed by the large body of Black Dragon can change the shape of mountain terrains, and he can also shoot composite magic freely with short chance. I even had a hard time against the new barrage-like magic shot from Black Dragon's mouth. I'm sure soon Liza will become strong enough to fight Black Dragon. Can I really do it? Impossible. Black Dragon interrupted me before I could say of course to Liza. I had used translation magic in order for us to converse during the journey to the Black Dragon Mountains, but as an unfortunate result, Black Dragon's words were also conveyed to Liza. That's not true. Kuro. It's impossible. Black Dragon denied my follow-up. That girl's weapon cannot injure me. Saying so, Black Dragon picks up the magic spear in Liza's hand. Since Black Dragon's sharp claws would have damaged the magic spear, he used light web-like magic to wrap and lift it up. Fumwu, it appears to be mainly made from Origin Monster-S materials, but this won't be able to damage my scales. It's likely going to have a hard time even damaging the surface. As the current magic spear doma has been coated with adamantite, I think it could somehow damage the raw scales, but since Black Dragon's scales are guarded by multiple powerful magic during a battle as expected, Liza probably won't be able to break through them even with magic edge. For now, that is. The only thing that can hurt a dragon is a dragon's weapon, of course. My friend Kuro is an exception. I wonder about that. Can't Pokey equipped with Excalibur do it? I feel that she could if she used the scripture. However, I am. Liza, who received the magic spear back, muttered with downcast eyes. If you like that spear, you can just fuse it with my fang that has been broken today. It'll be much more stronger than being covered in some boorish magic metal. The skillful Kuro should be able to do it. No. Black Dragon said it as if it was extremely natural. Unfortunately, even my magic isn't such a fantastical line-up. The secret art of alchemy is capable of doing something similar to that, but it's only applicable with materials that are slightly lower ranked. I don't have such a handy technique really. Famu, then do it not with the present magic, you should just ask someone skillful with ancient magic. The ancient dragon Granny Sama at the South Continent and the Elder Trent at the East Continent can do it. Famu. Someone good with magic. Hey. If A-san is the default, then who will be the runner-up? I could ask High Elves of Biroanan and Biryunan clans, but I think I'll ask the ancient dragon at the South Continent, who surely knows about the spell. Even though I've looked at the South Continent from the orbital satellite, I've yet to come there myself. When I was thinking about it, a thunderous sound echoed. Kuro, I'm hungry. So it really was Black Dragon's stomach sound. I consented to Black Dragon, who gave a nice information to strengthen Liza's spear, and then opened a gate to outside the subspace where Lulu and the others were preparing the party. Mayuma. This spicy mayo is truly splendid. It's not a good match with the goats, but the whale meat is many times tastier with it. Tama, who's sitting on Black Dragon's nose tip, is biting whale meat skewers smeared with mayonnaise. Without minding Tama, Black Dragon gulps down a ton-sized giant whale meat skewer smeared with mustard mayonnaise. Liza, who usually would have scolded Tama, seemed to be tired with her fight against the lesser dragon. She had gone to sleep exhaustedly after she ate her meal vigorously, as if she was replenishing her fuel. Diriglo sauce won't lose either, notisu. Demi-glace sauce is also sweet and tasty. This one matches goats well. Humans' flavoring really are good. Although Kuros are certain, the dishes of the girl over there are also truly delicious. Pokey, who was giving the whale meat to the lesser dragon Lyuryu, asserted to Black Dragon, and then Black Dragon nodded his big head. Black Dragon puts a goat warmed with his breath and covered with thick demi-glace into his mouth, chewing it satisfyingly. Papiru. Kairauan. A green infant dragon jumped out of the gate connected to the solitary island palace. Hikaru is riding on its back, looks like she's taking advantage of the ride. I wave back to Hikaru, who's waving at me looking carefree. Papiru. Pyru. There's a jade green bird chirping proudly on top of Infant Dragon's head. Unlike the bold Hiswai, Infant Dragon is getting scared of Black Dragon, it's hiding behind my back. Due to our size difference, it's not being hidden at all. Aren't you an infant dragon? Cairo? Infant Dragon tilted its head in puzzlement to Black Dragon's question. I thought something was strange, turned out Infant Dragon couldn't speak dragon language. Famu, what are the parent dragons doing leaving a child who cannot speak words? It's a remark with good sense I would never have thought coming out of the battle junkie Black Dragon. Alright, I'll teach you dragon magic and language. I'll temper strength befitting of a dragon and indomitable fighting spirit into you. Black Dragon spoke while smiling nicely to Infant Dragon. Chiron? Papirururu. Since Infant Dragon couldn't understand the words, Hisui answered in place of it. Even though Hisui can't speak, I feel that it can understand human and dragon language from its gestures. Perhaps the god-bird race is an intellectual species. After we're done with the party, I take Hisui along to the royal capital. Infant Dragon can probably fly back to the royal capital from the Black Dragon Mountains by itself, but since it's quite impossible for Hisui, who's a small bird, I bring it with me. Hisui's owner, Princess Doris, would be sad if Hisui were to be gone for several days. Piruru. After releasing Hisui, who looked reluctant to part way on top of Ikagoya firm's rooftop, I moved to the office room with unit arrangement. Thanks for your hard work. Eat this with everyone. Thank you very much. I gave the party food in boxes to Tifaliza. It seems she likes Lulu's cooking too. Her icy beautiful face loosened for a little. Oh my, Kuro-sama. Welcome back. I'm back, manager. I'm hearing if you have important matters to report. I listen about the situation in the royal capital and the recruitment progress for immigrants in the city where I serve as the governor in Muno territory from the always high-tension manager. The royal capital is generally peaceful, but the disturbances at the western part of the continent still haven't been quelled. Among them, it seems the holy state Parian has been reinvaded by the neighboring countries, and lost several cities. As for the domestic strife, it seems they've successfully captured Bishtal's duchy capital, and the eldest son of the capital, who crowned himself as the king, has ran away to the fortress city at the northern end of the territory. Apparently, the reason why it didn't completely settled was because Duke Bistal, who had returned from the royal capital, did many unnecessary things which held back the royal army. It seems a not insignificant number of refugees were fleeing to the territory under direct control of the royalty and Marquis Iluet's territory, although it wasn't as bad as Earl Lesser's territory. Due to these circumstances, there were around 10 times the applicants of the targeted 200 immigrants. Perhaps because manager knows that Kuro's identity was Sato, it looks like she's put some extra effort to the immigrant recruitment, which should have been only an additional job. Still, 10 times that's a lot. There's a rumor spreading among the commoners that Sir Pendragon is someone who's merciful and very wealthy, which might have an effect. I see. It can't be that the ones who spread that rumor are people of Ikagoya firm, right? In addition, due to the increasing populace, there's a surge of jobless people in the downtown that resorted to crimes, thus the kingdom's government has asked for us to provide the downtown's people with jobs. I allow it. Since manager is capable, she's probably going to find the good balance if I just allow her to. Ikagoya firm is currently extremely in black, so there's no problem even if some red appear. It appears the kingdom's government are racking their brains regarding the immigration problem too. A letter regarding that has arrived from the Prime Minister to Kuro-sama. I receive a letter from Tifaliza's delicate fingers. I open the envelope, which has neat pattern, and give the inside to the manager after scanning it. To allow the 4th and 5th large warships soon to be completed to be used in the emigration plan. After reading it, manager muttered in shock. I understand her feeling. Normally they will never deploy newly made warships to move commoners. Since the king and the prime minister don't know that Nanashi and Sato are the same person, it's probably correct to assume that what they want is the accommodation of Ikagoya firm, which had helped restoring the royal capital. Now that I'm able to freely use magic, I could make 100 big airships easily during the journey, but it wouldn't be funny if the gods set their eyes on me if I did so I restrained myself. We will gratefully make use of them. Each one can hold around 100 people, but if we disregard the livability, it can hold 3 times the number. 3 times. Yes, it's possible. Contrary to manager, who stiffened hearing my suggestion, Tifaliza flatly spoke while maintaining her icy beauty. Since manager's worry is reasonable, I'll tell her more. There is no need to worry. Normally the journey will take 5 days, but I'll shorten it to an overnight trip. There should be no problem with livability if it's just for a night. Manager finally convinced after I explained. I've reformed ghost towns and fields in Muno territory, and thinned out monsters around them, so the territory can accept immigrants anytime. Formally, Satug paid an enormous sum to a Kagoya firm to make Kuro perform the deeds. Although it's troublesome, some duties are unavoidable in order to smoothen these multiple life. With engineers as the top priority, we have put several requirements for the immigrants. Since there are foreign immigrants from the Snow Kingdom, Kyousoukyoku Kingdom and such, I tell them to prioritize people who don't have prejudice against foreigners and people of different races, and also people who are engaged in primal industry like agriculture and stock farming. The less seeds of trouble there are, the better. I returned to the party place and then took my companions back to the solitary island palace. I thought Infant Dragon would follow along, but since it had become quite attached to Black Dragon, I left it in the Black Dragon Mountains. I expect it to become an excellent true dragon. Then I'll synchronize myself with the doll for a bit. Hoy! I'll guard Master's body to prevent it from being played with. Arisa cheerfully replied me. No, I completely can't trust her. Lulu, Mia, I'm sorry but please watch over Arisa so she won't mess with my body. Yes, leave it to me. NN, acknowledged. I leave it to the two and then I use a magic to synchronize myself with Satu doll in Silga Kingdom. The magic was originally for synchronizing with a familiar, but I arranged it a little so that it can be used with the living doll, Satu doll. Satu-san. Yes, that's right. Sira sensed that it was me when I had just blinked once. I feel that Sira's face was closed when I opened my eyes, but it must have been my imagination. Then, the audience with Silga King hasn't started yet. Yes, it seems they're currently in a big meeting regarding the wild uproar about the female warrior overwhelming a lesser dragon, so the audience with us, who visited in short notice, is scheduled for tomorrow. Even though we couldn't meet the king and the nobles, it seems there was a lavish dinner since it was a visit from a large country's high officials. I can't use radar and map as Satu doll, so I have no way of knowing how big the meeting is. No wait, I've used all map exploration here, so I can see the information from Solitary Island Palace. It seems important nobles and leaders of the 5 scale houses have gathered in the castle. The macho warrior from before is attending too. Famu, it looks like they'll probe about Liza in tomorrow audience, I'll just play dumb. She's formally in Selbera Labyrinth anyway, if I make her come out of the labyrinth tomorrow morning it'll be a good alibi, and they'll probably regard it as a case of mistaken identity. Furthermore, there's no problem even if the truth is exposed somehow. Princess, even though it's a proxy, you shouldn't wear such clothes in front of Satu-san. Yufufu, it's a practice show for my future husband. Right, Karina-sama? I wasn't intending to. From the adjourning room, Princess Shiztina wearing see-through thin silk negligee on her body, Lady Karina wearing nightgown with sexier looking breast area than usual, and Xena-san wearing simple neat pajama appeared. Ooh! With my sheer willpower, I forcibly twist my line of sight from jumping into Lady Karina's breast. Exerting my fighting spirit, I control the fight between angel and devil in my mind that's even more intense than a fight with demon lords. S.A. Satu-san. You've come here. Yes, just now. I replied to Xena-san who saw through it at first sight like Sira. Of course, that's while I'm averting my face from the beauties. The princess and Lady Karina blushed and then they ran to the adjoining room while screaming cutely. Dear me, tea was a sight for sore eyes. If silk negligee that show body lines were more popular, I feel that there won't be any more royalty troubled with getting successors. Mao, oh Satu-san. Size isn't everything you know. Sira held my arm and whispered. It's extremely unfortunate that Satu doll cannot transmit touch sensation. I ended up listening to Sira's and Xena-san's impressions about this country and the situation in the castle until the two came back from the adjoining room. As a postscript, I had to scold Arisa halfway through. Good grief, be more moderate with your pranks, okay? 14 to 39. Wyvern Kingdom, 6, Silga Castle. Situ's here. There are people who slander others only from rumors without ever meeting them face to face. There were also times I believed in rumors, but I think most of them ended up in my impression changing. They were a surprisingly good person when I actually met the other party directly. Viscount Pendragon-sama, I've come to guide you. Thank you. We're led by a maid to the audience chamber. Today Lady K is not Lady Karina but Hikaru. It's because Lady Karina would show it on her face the moment they inquired about Liza. Xena-san and Hikaru are also easy to read, but Pokey and Lady Karina are special cases. Oh? There's a marker with color that's neither foe or friend on the radar. It's the Wise Elkin merchant who sent the adventurers to the Shadow Castle in Roko Kingdom. I open the map and check, it seems he's only nearby at level plain, he's actually far below underground, imprisoned in a prison. It seems he's with his slaves in the prison, a rabbitkin wyvern rider and a human woman who has item box skill. I don't know what they did in this country, but I'm not interested enough to see them in the prison, so I'll just ignore them. He tried to sneak into the Shadow Castle to steal the float core and artifacts after all. I am going to the Black Dragon Mountains to look for the goddess. The macho warrior from yesterday jumped out of the audience chamber while shouting like that. As he was going to collide with me, I lightly fling him away. I'm sorry, but he'd knock down the princess and Sira behind me if I evaded him normally, so there was no helping it. Since I only threw him lightly, the macho warrior rotated in the air and landed on his feet. That's some great athletic ability despite him wearing full body armor. Excuse me, are you hurt anywhere? That's some skill you, have we met somewhere? Looks like he doesn't remember me since I wore recognition inhibition equipment when we met yesterday. I was wearing the normal one when we were trying various foods on the road to the shrine, so I was worried, but it appears to be unfounded. Isn't it just your imagination? I won't clearly deny it. This guy doesn't have fathom skill, but there's a high possibility of lineage nobles having that kind of item here, the place with royal family. Wait. Don't you think the next king is allowed to run away? A good-looking red scale prince rushed out of the audience chamber, caught the macho warrior's shoulders and forcefully turned him around. He puts his face close to the macho warrior, their foreheads look like they'll touch, it seems he wants to talk in secret. My! Ooh! I heard sounds waxed with rotten smell coming from the princess and Hikaru. I ignore the two like a gentleman would. Since outsiders will only be a hindrance in this passionate talk between young men, I merely nod to the two and continue into the audience chamber. I felt slightly reproachful glances from the princess and Hikaru, but our work comes first. Shiga Kingdom's Viscount, Sir Satub Pendragon. A red scale knight standing beside the entrance shouts out loud. Apparently, he's introducing people who are coming inside. We don't have to introduce ourselves. Nice. After exchanging greetings which differ by country, we get into the main issue of the audience. I see, sightseeing is a way to learn cultures and livelihood of people in foreign countries. Hey. For some reason, I had to explain the meaning of sightseeing to Silga King, who seemed to be interested in it. Then, I will also go tour Shiga Kingdom and Saga Empire after I abdicate my throne later. That's a wonderful thought. It might sound like a flattery, but it's my true feeling. The main cause of disputes are unmutual understanding between people and countries. I think it's a really good thing if the knowledge is spread by the top person of the country. By the way, Viscount, it seems that there's a retainer of yours, a master of spears, who have defeated the unfailing Dono. Yes, Dame Kishres Galza is the best spear user among my retainers. While thinking here, it comes in my mind, and being cautious, I boasted about Liza to the king, who said it as if he was admiring her. Since Shiga 8 Swords is a symbol of military force from a foreign country's perspective, it's kinda hard to boast Liza's victory. I thought it was just a rumor, so it was true that she defeated that incarnation of valor, Sir Julberg. The king stood up from the throne and shouted. Is it really something that surprising? If we're talking about fighting strength, I think Lady Ringrand, and Hiro's attendants, the warriors Rususu and Fuifai can win against Sir Julberg. I got the chance to have a bout with him before I assumed the throne. That person was extraordinary. I respect Shiga Kingdom which has such a warrior serving under it, but to think a retainer, and a Viscount's retainer at that, was such a warrior. Silgaking dropped down to his throne exhaustedly. Is he praising Liza or speaking ill of me? It's hard to tell which. Your Majesty, people shouldn't be measured solely by their strength. Sir Pendragon is a great person. Excuse my rudeness, but Viscount Sama is idolized by that exceptional virtuous Kishres Galzadano. Princess Shiztina and Sira talked to the king while looking very proud. This country seems to be dominated by males. There are unpleasant reactions when the two talk to the king. I don't like the bad-mouthing rustles I can hear from here. However, we didn't come to pick a fight, so I'll act like an adult here. Your Majesty, please excuse my entourages. I do not mind. It appears Viscount is well liked by women. I held back the princess and Sira and apologized to the king. He let it pass with a laugh. When the mood of the place has become relaxed, the king suddenly throws a straight ball. The spearswoman who defeated Buryasama was Dame Kishres Galza, right? What is it about? I was able to put an exquisite interval since I had anticipated it. It'd be suspicious if I said it too promptly, so I had practiced with Arissa beforehand. It somehow reminded me of the stress interviews during job hunting. Who is this Buryasama? I see, Sir Pendragon doesn't know who. Buryasama is the chief of the lesser dragons sitting on the sacred mountain. He's sort of a guardian of our country. Ho-ha? Buryakun wasn't just a wild kid, hey? When he found a herd of Naga to the west, he brought his followers along to exterminate them, and when he heard that a hydra appeared to the east, he merrily challenged it to a fight. Our country's peace is all thanks to Dragon Sama's doing. So he's really just a wild kid. All's good since he seems to be helpful though. I may look like this but I'm also a spearsman. I'd like to receive coaching from Dame Kishres Galza. Would you mediate for us today? I'd like to comply Silgaking's wish, however unfortunately, she is currently exploring the labyrinth in the labyrinth city Selbra. What, are you saying that you didn't bring a retainer excelling at fighting in a dangerous journey? The calm and composed Silgaking is plainly surprised to hear my reply. Is it really that strange? When I think about it, it is indeed strange. I completely forgot that traveling in this world means risking your life. Moreover, this is a trip with a relatively high risk. When I was thinking how to explain it, sounds of bells rang in the audience chamber. Alarm bell, this sound, the border at. Attentive ears skill picked up Silgaking's muttering. Looks like something happened in the border. Checking the map, luminous points signifying people have gathered in the east border. 800 soldiers of this country and 1,000 mix of soldiers and commoners of the neighboring country. There are a lot of injured people among the commoners, most are about to run out of stamina. I heard that there was a tension between the neighboring Makiwa Kingdom and Weasel Empire, but it seems the war has already started. Then, a messenger rushed in. Your Majesty. Reporting in. I thought I should leave here, but for some reason Silgaking said, let Sir Pendragon hear it too, detaining me. 1,000 commoners of Makiwa Kingdom have surged in the eastern national border. Hearing the soldiers' report, the high officials and military officers in the audience chamber make a commotion. So the war between Makiwa Kingdom and Weasel Empire has begun at last. If there are 1,000 refugees, does that mean they've lost to the Weaselkin? How will His Majesty react? Even His Majesty won't be whimsical enough to take care of Makiwa Kingdom's people infamous for hating demi-humans. There is no reason to lend a hand to people who despise anyone besides humans. On the other hand, Silgaking's expression doesn't change. It seems he had expected this situation. Quiet, with a thundering voice, he urges the messenger to continue. So, what do they want? Someone claiming to be the representative of the commoners said that they wanted to emigrate to Shiga Kingdom, thus they wished to pass through our country. That's quite rash. Going to Shiga Kingdom by walking on foot is already hard enough. I think it's impossible for them to go through the monster dominions located between Silga Kingdom and Shiga Kingdom. I peek at the Tourism Ministry book in the storage. It seems it's possible for a vice minister to accept immigration. However, the one who accepted them has to act as their guardian, securing their livelihood and employment. Sir Pendragon, you are famous for your profound mercifulness. If you wish to save your kind, I will not hesitate to allow them pass through our country. Famu, I don't mind saving people in trouble, but the words hating demi-humans I heard from one of the officials bother me. I don't want to bring seeds of trouble to Muno territory. On the other hand, I'm also reluctant to leave them all to another territory. Perhaps I can exchange them with demi-humans in Siriuhu territory as a solution? Satu, I'm against it. Satu-san, please give mercy to people with no place to go. Princess Shiztina is against it, Sira is in favor. I look at the two people who are acting as the guards. Hikaru's eyes are fully expecting to help them, Xena-san too, is having a complicated expression that looks like it's saying, I'd like to help them if possible. Humans sure are troublesome. Just save them if they're your kind. No. The macho warrior advised me who was hesitating. Being simple is nice. I cannot answer immediately. I'd like to talk to them once if possible, would you allow? Very well, I give you the permission. Then I'll escort him to the border. The macho warrior suggested so to me who got the permission from the king. For some reason the prince is also going to tag along too. Rather than securing my safety, it's probably to prevent the macho warrior from running away. A wyvern can only take 2 people. Choose one of Viscount's entourages. I've ridden on a lesser dragon and black dragon, but this is my first time with a wyvern. Now then, whom should I choose? As Hikaru is to guard Princess Shiztina who's against this, between Sira and Xena-san I'll go with Sira. She should be able to openly heal the troubled refugees with her holy magic. I can see I can't see due to the macho warrior's body obstructing, so I lean my body slightly and look below. There's a great wall of China-like wall constructed in the national border. Refugees have gathered on the road in front of the checking station. I should be able to hear them through the wind. Could you circle once above them? Han? Sure, but it won't be funny if we're sniped. Are you fine at an altitude outside arrow reach? Yes, please. The moment the macho warrior took the wyvern out of the border, I executed all map exploration. Now I don't have to worry about surprise attacks from the other side of the border. This is bad. I've expected that there would be people with inciting and brainwashing skills among the refugees, but I didn't expect that there would be one with unknown skill. Since the person is in the back of the refugees, I'll put a marker now and get in touch later. I think the person is a reincarnated person judging from the name, K, but the hidden titles, Believer of Zakuan and Fake Apostle are intriguing. This person must be the apostle from the Salt Pillar incidents, right? 14-40. Wyvern Kingdom, 7, turmoil at the checking station. Satu's here. Fortunately, I've never had to ask myself whether I should desert my country or not. If it were just school or workplace though, I think you should leave before you even had to ask if it was worth your life. We demand, pass through, checking station. Demi-humans, tyranny, unforgivable. Checking station, barrier, immediately, open. We heard such angry voices as we arrived at the landing spot for wyverns on the multi-storied building of the checking station. It sounds like the choral chanting in the movie about student movements I saw in the past. My motivation drops somehow or other. I feel like leaving them and going back, but I can't do that since Sira is with me. We saw mothers holding their babies and children when we're looking from the sky after all. How cruel. I turn my line of sight hearing Sira's criticism. I saw lizardkin and orange scalekin soldiers shooting arrows at the people who are trying to cross the border wall and putting their feet on the wetlands. I could understand her reaction if they were laughing at the fleeing people, but the truth is a bit different. According to attentive ears' skill. You didn't hit them right. Of course. What's the point of threatening them away from the bottomless swamp of the wetlands if I hit them? Han, you trying to speak some intelligent words? Oi, there too. Again hey. Won't they become obedient if we let one get swallowed by the bottomless swamp? Don't even joke about it. That's going to haunt our dream. Right. Such conversations happened. When I told that to Sira, she felt ashamed with her remark earlier, but I supported her saying that it was only natural she misunderstood since she couldn't hear them. Why, Your Highness? An even young master of Dragonhorn House. An official in charge of the checking station rushed in from the station building and greeted the prince and macho warrior. He looks like a petty official who's flattering nobles, but judging from his glittering eyes, it seems he's genuinely a fan of the two. This is a country who respects strong men, isn't it? Captain. This is bad. Those guys. A soldier who was keeping watch on top of the wall shouted. He has stopped looking idle. Macho warrior and the prince dashed and the official followed after, so I and Sira also go with them. The spiral case that connects to the wall smells of mold, it's stickied with moss and mud. Hear us, frog eaters. Human men are on the bridge connecting the border to the checking station with drawn swords. In addition to former soldiers of Roko Kingdom and members of Crime Guild, there's even a high-level warrior with unknown affiliation. The men are all in incited state. There's none of the agent provocateurs among them. They're still dispersed in the refugees. These agent provocateurs belong to a mysterious group called Cannibal Snake. I've never heard of them during my journey, and this group doesn't exist in the countries I know. Despite being a crime guild, skill compositions of the members don't lose to professional spies. They're probably special agents specialized in illegal activities of some country somewhere. If the men speaking in unison earlier were like the demonstrators influenced by student movement, then these guys are probably the professional terrorist ones. Every member has murder offense, the high-leveled warrior even has homicidal maniac title. They've pointed their swords to 3 lizardkin people who are tied with ropes. According to AR reading, the 3 of them are commoners of Roko Kingdom. It seems they're fishermen of a small village to the south. Open the station if you value these guys' life. Their limbs will be cut off every time the sand falls down in this hourglass. The lizardkin hostages screamed, hearing the cruel words of the men's leader. Shut up! With the leader's sign, the high-level warrior cuts off a lizardkin's tail with his sword. The bridge is turning red every time the tail squirms. Unforgivable. Macho warrior who saw that brutality jumped down the multi-storied building. With his level, he's probably fine at only this height. That idiotic fool, he done and got himself worked up from such an obvious provocation. The prince who disparaged the macho warrior with downtown language unfitting of a royalty jumped down while looking like it couldn't be helped. They're quite a good pair. Sato-san, let us go too. Sira said with shaking voices. She's been quiet since a while ago, apparently she's shaken with anger. Her dignified face with raised eyebrows looks quite cool. I'm bothered with the movement of the markers on the map, but she's probably safer beside me than me leaving her. I know the agent's positions, but there's a possibility that there might be brainwashed people in the checking station. I carry Sira in my arms and then follow after the 2. If you come any closer. Macho warrior got close to the men before they could threaten him. The spear thrust by macho warrior was somehow blocked by the high-level warrior's shield. Tisk, you're good. You won't pass through. Oh, I will. Macho warrior's spear was a decoy, he pulled the warrior's pivot leg with his tail. Why, you coward? Coming from someone taking hostages. The prince who caught up with macho warrior thrust his spear while saying so. The warrior's shield seems to be a magic item, but it's out of its league this time. Impossible. Repent in human hell. Your friends will follow soon. The prince's dragon fang spear which pierced through the shield stabbed the warrior's heart. As I thought, the prince's dragon fang spear has higher piercing power than Macho Warrior's dragon horn spear. The refugees who are surrounding us from a distance scream. Looks like Macho Warrior has begun stabbing the other terrorists. The people here really are merciless against their enemy. I'm not good with violent scenes, so I'd like to refrain from seeing such things. Don't kill them all. Leave some for interrogation later. Tisk, can't be helped. Receiving the prince's order, Macho Warrior knocked down 2 of the men. They're not dead indeed, but their limbs are turned to odd directions. Their ribs seem to be broken too. As we caught up, we didn't join the battle and went to the lizardkin hostages instead. Besides the cut tail, they also have some injuries from beating, so I'll let Sira take care of that, while I pick the squirming tail on the ground. The lizard's tail was cut, but once I sticked it to the wound and let the man drink mid-magic potion, it got attached back. He can probably move it again after getting some rehabilitation. Dash, you murderer! One of the agents mixed among the refugees threw a stone while shouting. He probably used inciting skill at the same time. I remember the odd sense of having my mind getting hazy. I check the bracelet magic tool I've made myself. This is a magic tool intended to be a simple version of Roko. It has automatic self-defense against mental interference, and automatically recovers when you're attacked with paralyze, stun or any kind of debuff. It cannot speak, but it has preset to distinguish them and automatically deal with them even without the user's input. In addition, it can also defend against physical and magic attacks, but unfortunately it can be broken by a single mid-level magic from me. It's still possible to improve on that section. Revenge for our countrymen. Make the frog eaters bathe in blood. Blood for blood. It seems there are refugees who are cooperating with the agents. Unreasonable abuses and stone throwing come from the location where the agents can't be found. Even though they were the one who did the harm first, they act like the victims now. Humph, what can such pebbles do? Macho Warrior smiles ferociously, then he swings his spear like a fan to fling back the stones. Slightly later, the prince invokes air shield magic to repel the stones back to the crowd. Some stones also come flying toward us, so I use mid-level force magic defense wall 2 to create a transparent dome-shaped barrier. Unlike the lower force magic defense wall, you can go in and out of this freely. With a whoosh sound, the prince's air shield had been broken. Tisk, a magician hey! The prince's loathing was interrupted by a stone that hit his forehead. It seems he has taken his helmet off after meeting the checking station's official. I'll crush you, damn small freeze! The prince, who's bleeding on his forehead, shouted in rage. With that wrath, the crowd's state changed from enraged to panic. Apparently, his shout earlier was added with coercion skill. The crowd began to run away from the prince one after another. We'll be killed. Run! We'll get eaten from the head. My child isn't here, where is my child? The panicked male refugees run while kicking down the frail old people and women. I make an effort to save the weak as much as possible using magic hand. Unlike the criminals earlier, I can't let ordinary women and children get hurt even though they have the same ideology. As expected, I couldn't save all 1,000 people. People who got their bone fractured and injured appeared one after another. Don't think I'll let you run? It seems the prince intends to pursue them. I'll crush the left side. You do the right side. You. Macho Warrior seemed to be taken aback by the prince's angry look. I don't intend to watch a mass slaughter, so I need to act now. Please calm down. I come out of the checking station and whack the prince's head with a long wand I've taken from my bag. What are you doing? I cancelled your abnormal status with magic. It seems there's someone who can use incitement magic over there. I told the turning prince while checking that his enraged state had returned to blank. I used mind magic cool down since his magic armor would have been broken if I used the usual break magic. Macho Warrior's state had already restored when he was taken aback by the prince's action. It's probably because simple mind is easy to get abnormal status, but in turn it's also easy to be restored from one. Erase evil effect. Glittering light emitted from Sira rained down upon the refugees. Sira's advanced level holy magic removed abnormal status of the refugees. This magic doesn't last long even though its effect is immediate, so I use Mind Magic's calm field to prevent them from getting incited again. Since the refugees are spread far and wide, I expand the effective range by stretching it thin. The effectiveness slightly decreases, but it should be enough to lower the success rate of the incitement. Advanced magic could probably protect them easily, but since there were many frail people among the refugees, I didn't use high-powered magic which would have big burden on their bodies. With this, I've stopped the refugees from rioting and prevented the agents' secret maneuver. Arresting the agents and their cooperators will be for later. That is because I see a priest in white clothing walking toward here from the wasteland that has quieted down from Sira's magic. It seems the next one is the fake apostle. 14-41. Wyvern Kingdom, 8, the fake apostle. Satu's here. I feel that I become unusually temperamental when I'm tired. Even though I know that it'll get better if I take a warm bath and enough sleep, it's hard to attain such luxurious chances. A priest with white robe walks toward us in the open space which has been quieted down by Sira's magic. It's the fake apostle. I cannot see the fake apostle's visage since their hood covers until the nose. The long hair spilling from the hood is blue-colored. Is the fake apostle not a reincarnated person? The fake apostle doesn't use healing magic at the injured people even while looking at them sorrowfully. The fake apostle stops about 10 meters before us. I think they want to be outside the range, but it's already within the range of Macho Warrior and the Prince who have flickering movement. Yuri hurting soldiers and commoners. The fake apostle said in shaking anger with a slightly husky voice. Still angry even after getting the erase evil effect and calm field. Hey, it seems the fake apostle needs more calcium. Huh? Who the hell are you? Be careful, he might have some plans. Macho Warrior who heard the fake apostle's muttering scowled. The prince warned him while holding the dragon fang spear. Looks like the prince has regained his composure with Sira's magic earlier. I'm glad that he's returned to his intellectual staff officer type character. Military that doesn't perform civilian control is merely a violent organization. The fake apostle arrogantly said words that sounded like some superficial knowledge. I think civilian control is no different from violence. Moreover, does this world even have the concept of civilian control? Somehow, I have a bad feeling that we can't have a talk, let alone persuading the fake apostle. A mere violent organization is the same as Yakuza. The pair of eyes inside the hood are shining purple. Oi, I've a bad hunch. Are you telling the truth? Your hunch is something that can't be disregarded. Macho Warrior muttered. The prince looked sour. Become salt with my infinite salt maker. Oi oi. I reacted late since I was distracted with the skill's name which sounded familiar. White fog sprout out from below the fake apostle's feet that are shining purple painting the surrounding white. The white tsunami swallows weeds, bushes, and rocks while leaving white objects behind it. They are probably things that have turned into salt. Apparently it's a skill that turn anything, regardless if it's organic or inorganic, into salt. According to AR reading, the fake apostle's MP has decreased, so it's probably a type of skill that consumes MP. This is bad. We're withdrawing Sir Pendragon too, quick. Macho Warrior and the prince quickly made the strategic decision of retreating. The speed of salt turning wave is accelerating, but they should be able to evade it with their physical ability. T. I took out a small palmwood chip and threw it at the fake apostle's face. Of course I perfectly held back. With a thud, the fake apostle's face was hit and they fainted. The salt wave isn't stopping even after I've defeated the fake apostle. Divine Light Wall. Sira invoked an advanced level magic, a glittering light wall appeared. The salt wave that touches the wall scatter into light purple and blue sparks. It seems she has chant shortening like her older sister, Lady Ringround. Her magic invocation is faster than I thought. Even Arisa was surprised to see her learning advanced level magic of both holy magic, Tinyan belief and light magic despite being level 43. The experiment to see whether skill given through gift orb could level up appears to be a success. I thoroughly drain the fake apostle's MP with mana drain. In addition, I tied the fake apostle with thornfoot rope to prevent MP recovery. Viscount-sama, are you alright? Yes, I'm okay. Soldiers came running out of the checking station. It seems Macho Warrior and the prince are staying in the station. Sato-san, I'd like to treat the injured people, may I? I checked the positions of the agents on the map. Other than the wounded one who got left behind, the agents have split into 3 groups in different locations with a pair in each group. Yes, no problem. I consented Sira's request and asked the captain to guard her. I also asked the soldiers to watch over the fake apostle. Using nature's call as an excuse, I walked to a bush alone. There's something that needs to be taken care of before interrogating the fake apostle. Tama. You called. Bounce, Ninja Tama in pink hood appeared from my shadow below. I was just muttering alone, I'll call Tama with unit arrangement, but she appeared by herself instead. Apparently Tama's ninjutsu can do the same thing as Shadow Magic's Shadow Portal. I squat down in the bush and display a map with illusion magic in front of Tama. This is our location, these ones over there with the red points are the suspects. Aye sir. I was still in the middle of my explanation, but Tama dived into the shadow and then screams occurred from among the refugees. Viscount-sama. Something seems to be happening over there. It's fine, it's just one of my subordinates. I replied it's okay to the soldier who called out from the opposite side of the bush. It seems Ninja Tama's axe ended before long, she jumped out of the shadow with 5 agents wrapped in bamboo mat. Everyone is unconscious, maybe because they were being carried inside the shadow space. Secured bad people. Thank you Tama. Do you have any request for the dinner? Yes, hamburg. Alright. We're having a Hamburg steak full course today. After I said that, Tama disappeared into the shadow after happily dancing the rejoicing dance secret version. These guys are the ringleaders of this case. I drag one of the agents back, while leaving the rest for the soldiers to carry. The captain asked how I caught them, but I answered, it's a secret. They must have interpreted that there were Shiga Kingdom secret agents lurking. Did I lose? The fake apostle seems to have woken up. This is a rope that absorbs magic power, right? I affirm the fake apostle's question. Since the soldiers are currently busy dealing with the agents and the male refugees, it's only Sira and me who are in front of the fake apostle. The refugees who had been treated went back to their location. Why were you trying to kill the prince and me? Prince. I crouched down in front of the fake apostle and inquired about the reason. The fake apostle, who realized that they were trying to harm a royalty, is panicking noticeably. Looks like they're unexpectedly someone of lower middle class. In injuring the populace, they can die out for all I care. Apparently, they decided not to hear it and continue the talk. Those people were the ones who kidnapped Silga Kingdom's people and injured the hostages. The prince and his friend only helped their citizens and punished the criminals. However, there shouldn't be any need to kill them. The fake apostle made a forced excuse to Sira's sound argument. It seems the fake apostle is poor at debating. Apparently, they didn't have any ulterior motive, they just jumped out without thinking when they saw militant men killing commoners. Even if they have unique skills, I can't believe they survive this long with such a simplistic thinking. Those lizards were clearly stronger than humans. Therefore, they should catch the criminals who harmed their citizens without killing them. That's right. The fake apostle said some subtle racial discrimination just now. The fake apostle agreed to Sira without noticing her cold tone, maybe because Sira looked like she was listening to them. Sira is kind to the weak, but as a descendant of a duke house, she's strict to people who disturb order. What's the point in that? Point. Sira continued talking to the confused fake apostle. Do you know what would happen if they were arrested alive? Sira pauses, the fake apostle doesn't speak back. Bandits who surrender will end up becoming crime slaves and be forced to work in manual labors, they rarely get executed. That's right. Sira shuts up the fake apostle who reflexively spoke during her speech with a cold glance. Sira has completely taken the pace. That is only the case if the bandits injured a commoner. Just what are? Apparently, the fake apostle realized what Sira wanted to say. People who meant harm toward royalty won't end up just by getting executed. Their whole families will be executed for the crime of treason. In this case, it probably would have applied to the refugees. Sira might have slightly exaggerated it, but getting all the members executed is a possible discretion of the king. If I had to say, the stone throwing at that time would have likely be viewed as a problem, but we can just throw the whole responsibility to the mysterious group cannibal snake that was the heart of the problem. People. Purple ripples develop on the fake apostle's body. Oops, please don't rampage in this place. I could do something about it even if it was a demon lordification, but I'd like to refrain doing that in a place with this many witnesses. People aren't segmented by class. The fake apostle who turned the thornfoot rope into salt stood up while saying so. Objects that have been turned into salt drop down below the fake apostle. The whirling salt crystals are reflecting the sunlight, glittering. The too slender upper half of the body is hidden by the flowing purple hair, the lower half of the body is covered by the whirling salt smoke. I took out a sample of mass-produced mantle from my bag and threw it to the fake apostle. Wear your clothes, you exhibitionist. It's a naked body of a beautiful girl who will likely drive a certain group of enthusiasts wild, but since it's out of my preferred range, I don't feel happy seeing that. I'll gladly appreciate it if it's in 5 years' time. Who's an exhibitionist ueee? The fake apostle who finally noticed her situation holds her body and crouches down. She hides herself in the mantle I gave while turning bright red. It looks like she was really flustered, she said the last line in Japanese. Apparently she failed to control her skill well when she was cutting the rope. Her wig and clothes turned into salt too. I look at the fake apostle who's a reincarnated person, agents of a mysterious group, and the refugees who have human supremacy doctrine, in turns. Let me see, what will be a good middle ground. I'd like to settle this and quickly get back to the pleasure trip. 14-42. Wyvern Kingdom, 9, Cleaning Up. Satu's here. Terrorism is woeful and violent. Terrorism that aims at people behind the military instead. The military itself is a big problem in the modern society. And even in another world. I forbid you from using skills, including unique skills. I used G's skill at the fake apostle who was glaring at me spitefully to nip the trouble in the bud. The ornamental mantle of noble clothes is too small to hide her body, so she's been fidgeting restlessly since a while ago. Looks like she even didn't pay attention to the fact that she got G's ed. Lewd. I take a big shirt from my bag and drop it on the complaining fake apostle's head. Behave yourself for a bit. Don't look at me, you pervert. She somehow feels like my little sister when she was in her rebellious phase. I avert my gaze from the fake apostle who's having a hard time wearing the shirt to hide her body, and entrust the rest to Sira whose smile looks scary. Her Japanese wording seems childish somewhat. Did she have any reason to use masculine language? The prince and macho warrior came here when I was thinking such. Looks like they had sensed that the situation was under control. Sir Pendragon, I know that humans are in heat all year round, but understand the time and place. Really? If you want to strip and assault your captive, at least do it in that bush over there. Apparently, the people of the checking station think that I stripped the fake apostle's clothes. The soldiers look awkward, the women and children among the refugees are looking frightened. Only the prostitute-like women among the refugees emphasize their breasts, trying to appeal to me. Very shrewd. It's a misunderstanding. The tool she had got out of control and turned her own clothes to salt. There's no danger anymore since the tool has been destroyed. I took out a broken tool from my breast pocket. Of course it's just a looks legit item that has nothing to do with the fake apostle. If I'm not mistaken, it's the failed creation of Ikagoya firm's Professor Hahud, who tried to make a magic tool to mutually create magic power and electric power, is it? Since he was obsessed with subjects that involved rotation, he had been immersing himself in that theme after completing the new aerodynamic engine model. When I visited Ikagoya firm not too long ago, the Japanese Aoi boy who was working as the prof's assistant grumbled that he didn't have time to do his own research. Leaving that aside, the prince glanced at the item and lost interest, then he turned his sight to the agents. Even though I know that the captives in battlefield are prioritized to the captor, would you be willing to hand over those men to our country? I don't mind if you let me take custody of the girl over there. Dealing with the agents afterwards sounds troublesome, it's easier to let the people in charge to handle them. The prince readily consented, so the fake apostle has been placed under my custody. Now that I've sealed her dangerous unique skill, I'll leave her at some Zakuon temple or monastery in some safe easy-to-live city. An Urian priest soldier who has personal appraisal skill, Judgment Eye, runs up to the prince and whispers something to his ear. He reported that the agents were not ordinary mob. Incitement and brainwashing. That's some heretic skills. Maybe there's some of their friends who can use mind magic. Don't be stupid. If there's someone who can use such heretic magic, I'll feed them to the wyvern. Looks like mind magic is more hated than I thought. I'll keep the fact that there's someone who can use mind magic here a secret. Are you going to execute the ones who have incitement and brainwashing skills? It should be fine as long as both of their eyes and mouths are blocked. Although this is the first time I meet people who have these skills, I've learned about it during my training when I was entrusted to be the person in charge of the checking station. Hoha! I'd like to receive that training. I'll ask Silga King if I could get one once we get back to the royal castle. Needless to say, block their mouth and suicide attempt. Yes, the one with brainwashing skill might have influenced the soldiers in the station. I'll let soldiers who have just been assigned to be the guards. The officers in this country seem to be quite excellent. After getting all their equipment besides their underwear stripped, the agents who are tied with magic sealing chain are carried by the soldiers to the station. There were some men who shouted, "Save Sensei," among the refugees, but the soldiers quickly arrested and took them to the station together with the agents. Next, we need to deal with the refugees. As I switched my thought to that, roaring sounds and vibrations detained it. What happened? The checking station's gate is collapsing. A soldier answered the prince. We're asking the reason. I'm going for a bit. You wait here with Sir Pendragon. Macho Warrior ran to the station after saying so. I wouldn't go with him even if he asked me to. Because suicide bombing. Yeah, the station's gate has collapsed, pieces of meats are sticking to the surrounding wall and tower. It'll appear in my dream if you explain it in detail, so please stop that. Without even listening to the prince and Macho Warrior's conversation, I know that all of the agents have died looking at the disappeared points on the map. Looks like the sympathizer men and the soldiers who were with the agents instantly died too. After that thorough physical check, just where did they hid the bombs? Good grief, please stop with suicide bombing terror in another world. I searched bomb on the map just in case and found a hit on a pregnant woman. Looking with 3D display, I found that it was inside the pregnant woman's stomach. I enter a bush once again and pull the bomb from the pregnant woman with advanced space magic apport object. It seems the bomb is triggered when it's taken outside, it's swelling in my hand. I won't let it. I put the bomb that was going to explode in my hand into my storage. I deem Cannibal Snake, which the agents belong to, as the same dangerous organizations as the Wings of Liberty and the Light of Liberty. There's no need to be considerate with a group who made use of a pregnant woman to do bomb terrorism. Mass heal all. Once Sira completed her long chant, more than 1,000 refugees are wrapped in a giant light pillar that extends to the sky. The glittering blue firefly light heals the refugees and washes away their fatigue. Dashu, God! Unai-chan. Mother has woken up. Something feels warm. My legs, I can move my legs. Feels nice. I feel happy somehow. Wonder if the heaven is calling me. Bright smiles return to the refugees who have been healed with Sira's holy magic. There was a slightly dangerous remark mixed in, but it must just have been my mind tricking me, so I ignore it. I signal to the soldiers to carry barrels put with food and water to the refugees. I've negotiated with the prince to share the food and water reserve of the checking station. Of course it was not free and I paid the price. That was Tinyan-sama's holy mark. That person must be a saintess with the name. Let's pray to Saintess-sama and Tinyan-sama. The religious officials who noticed the holy mark inside the light pillar astutely advertised and propagated it to the surrounding people. Some people whose wounds are cured and stomachs are satisfied offer thankful prayers while looking content. That circle spread like a chain reaction and reached the whole refugees. Perhaps due to the effect of the people who are praying earnestly, Sira has gotten a new saintess title. Saintess? No one praised me even though I worked that hard. The fake apostle who was kneeling behind me muttered her complaint with a gloomy face. The soldiers who don't understand Japanese are looking at her weirdly. Did the fake apostle haphazardly punish people without getting thanked by anyone? I wanted to ask her circumstances, but since an old man with relatively good attires was coming here, I turned my attention to him. How should we thank you? The old man, who introduced himself as a former representative of Makiwa Kingdom's Keldon town's governor, prostrated himself before Sira and me. It seems he was leading the refugees before the agents and their sympathizers took over. He thanked us for giving food and water to the refugees who had been weakened. Give your thanks not to me but His Highness, who gave his permission to share the station's water and food. Maybe because their countries were at odds, the old man was hesitating for a bit, but then he finally fell prostrate and thanked the prince and macho warrior. There were people who were happy with my salt, but there were lots who accused me a smuggler, tried to put me into jail and profited by reselling it. The fake apostle muttered grudge like she had fallen ill. In a lot of cases, salt sales right is held by countries or landlords, so you'll get caught if you carelessly sell them. So, has Makiwa Kingdom lost to Weasel Empire? We don't know. 2 days after the news that Marquis Dassel's territory at the eastern end got attacked, our town at the northwest also got attacked by the Empire's monster tamer army. I checked the map while listening to the old man. Besides Makiwa Kingdom's royal capital and 2 towns, only the territory capital of the southern Musaris earldom is left in Makiwa Kingdom. The town near Silga Kingdom has also been occupied by Weasel Empire's army. Around 3,000 refugees are currently moving toward Silga Kingdom. It seems they're doing slave hunting. Mercenary units under Weasel Empire are moving vigorously. I don't intend to participate in a war. I don't want to see places where people die, and I still don't like to see corpses even now. I'm not good against violent scenes, and I don't take pleasures in overwhelmingly infringing other people with force. However, I don't like this even more. After considering a bit, I've decided. Tifaliza, when is the fitting out of the airships from before completed? The second airships in 3 days, the third airships in 10 days. I talked to Tifaliza in Shiga Kingdom's Ikagoya firm through telephone. She answered without getting surprised nor paused even though I called her suddenly. Kuro-sama should entrust it to General Manager Eltarina if you want to hasten it. She should be able to make the second to depart the royal capital tomorrow and the third in 2 days. She gave that suggestion taking my intention into consideration. Okay, tell that to manager. Please excuse me, but I think it'll be better if Kuro-sama directly instructs her. If you whisper close to her ears, I can only count on you, the wanted delivery date will certainly be fulfilled. It's rare for Tifaliza to make a joke. I change the call and ask manager to accelerate the departure. Please Eltarina. I'm counting on you. And lastly, when I tried to joke as Tifaliza said, manager who sounded excited interrupted. Leave it to me. Forget tomorrow, I'll make the warships depart by today's end. The rest of the fitting out can just be done in the middle of the flight. Ooh, the effectiveness is outstanding. Alright, now the alibi for transporting the refugees is perfect. The village I lived in was really poor. After returning to Silga Royal Castle, I tried talking to the fake apostle, K, while waiting for the audience with the king. I was hesitating for a bit, but I didn't call Arisa and Hikaru. There was no danger physically speaking, but since I was slightly bothered with K's gloomy laugh, I decided to hear her out before the two. I lived in terrible poverty, my past life looked like heaven in comparison. To be honest, it was enough to make me resent the god who reincarnated me. Kay talked about her birthplace while staring at the ground. Sounds like it'll be a darker story than I thought. Even so, you know, my parents this time were good people. They didn't hit me without reason or left me outside like my previous parents did, they didn't cull me like other families did, and they raised me who was useless. Looks like she loves her parents in this world. Kay's face smiled a little only when she talked about them. I, who was an urban junior high student, couldn't do anything. Even if I knew useful tools, I couldn't make them, and I didn't have money to ask someone to make them. And yet, I did as best as I could with my parents. Her village was attacked by thieves. Everyone was dead when I came back from gathering nuts. I couldn't remember well after that. I didn't know whether the salt pillars that remained in the whited village were the thieves or villagers. Her unique skill probably went out of control. I'm surprised she didn't turn into Demon Lord. At that time, I might have died if I didn't meet Gramp who was on pilgrimage. I guess that's good too? Then I'd be able to go to heaven with my parents. It's probably something that happens often in remote regions, but you just don't know how to console the one concerned. I merely listened to her story quietly. Gramp was a priest Sama of Zakyuan Temple. It's connected. He couldn't use holy magic since the god was weakened, but Gramp said that he learned medicines to compensate for magic. I see, since god Zakyuan died and holy magic became unusable, he learned the alternative. He said if Zakyuan Temple's priests go around while doing good deeds, people who feel gratitude will give their prayers and the weakened god will become healthy, so we worked hard. Kay was visiting various countries with the old priest to impart their idea and techniques to the people of Zakyuan temples. But it was a fruitless effort. I forgot which city, but some priests who didn't like Gramp giving medicines hired bad people to kill Gramp. And then, after turning those evil priests and bad people into salt, she began to do the sham pilgrimage in place of the old priest alone. Her skills are of the usual reincarnated person sets, and then hunger resistance, rot resistance, poison resistance, disease resistance, paralyze resistance, good walker, compounding, and lastly holy magic, Zakyuan belief. She couldn't heal the refugees after all, she probably can't invoke the magic even if she has the skill. This world is a shitty game. That's why, I'll revive the god and make this world right. A world where good people won't have unpleasant things happening to them, a world where bad people will surely be punished. That's why, calling herself Zakyuan Apostle, and punishing the evil are probably her way to do her justice. I let Kay, who began to laugh as if cramping to sleep with mind magic, and then I called Sira in the next room to use her holy magic on Kay, who was having a nightmare, so she can sleep peacefully. Holy magic is good for this kind of thing. Her last line is a dangerous way of thinking, but she lacks knowledge and experience to realize the thing she wants. I don't care whether God Zakyuan is revived or not, but I'll let Kay to study with a teacher to correct her way. Moreover, there should be other people who weren't bad yet got turned into salt by her infinite salt maker, so I have to make her make up for it and visit their graves once her study is done to some extent. While we're at it, I'll let her mingle with various countries and people's hierarchy to broaden her view. Have you decided to accept the refugees? Regarding that matter, since the scale was bigger than I expected, I cannot decide it on my own. I met the king and talked about the way to cope with the refugees. After that time, I talked to the old man representative from before. It seemed Makiwa Kingdom's racial discrimination stemmed from the assassinations of Marquis Dasfels's family and Makiwa King by White Tigerkin. After those incidents, rejection campaign toward the White Tigerkin unnaturally exploded and developed toward the whole demi-humans. There's a high chance that people who were like those agents were behind the rejection campaign. If that's the whole story, then the root of the racial discrimination seems shallow. So, until the decision from my country comes, I'm thinking of putting a monster barrier in the valley near the border to Makiwa Kingdom to be a temporary foreign settlement. Eventually, I want to send them home together with the ones taken by the slave hunters. Moreover, Silga Kingdom's nobles would probably complain if there were a large mass near the national border after all. Did my son not tell you? That's the hunting ground of Fort Fanters, you know? Monster barrier has no meaning before a Fort Fanter. Please don't worry, my subordinates will take care of that. I've already dispatched the Beastkin girls, currently they must be hunting the Fort Fanters around the area. I've also asked Mia to make a spring with her advanced level water magic. Sir Pendragon, are you aware of an organization called Cannibal Snake? If I'm not mistaken, it's the organization the spies who destroyed the checking station belong to. I'm sorry but I don't know any further. Silga King shakes his head. Then, how about Glutton Raccoon and Filth Eater Fox? No, unfortunately I don't know them. Is there any relation with the aforementioned Cannibal Snake? That I don't know. The two I mentioned earlier were organizations whose members had incitement and brainwashing skills used by Furu Empire a long time ago. I remember a story about people who inherited those organizations' names laying waste to Shiga Kingdom during the era of the Mad King Galta Fut. I thought a noble of Shiga Kingdom like Viscount Sama would know about them. Famu, organizations of an ancient empire. Hey. At the very least, organizations called Glutton Raccoon and Filth Eater Fox don't seem to exist within my range. I can't use extensive search since there are many people who have incitement skill. There's only several people with brainwashing skill in a country it seems. It's more numerous than I thought. I tried to examine the map closer but there was no one who belonged to organizations with similar name. Silga King put several terms for the matter of the foreign settlement, but I agreed to them since they were something that could be solved with money. Time is precious right now. Our airship departed to Shiga Kingdom. I don't have time to keep the fake Apostle K company so I let her sleep with continuous type mind magic and left her in the airship. She's going to wake up in 3 days, but my business should be over by that time. Are you ready everyone? But of course. We checked our equipment for 10 times already. With Arissa in the lead, everyone nodded. Matching that movement, the rabbit ears and the colorful feathers swayed. All right, let's go. We, Team Pendragon, depart to Makiwa Kingdom that's in war. Now, let's protect the refugees from the slave hunting groups. 14 to 43. War Kingdom, 1, Scientific Weapons. Wheel Chief. We can see Makiwa Kingdom's capital in the front. Stop. Operator, stop the followers too. Steel box-like weapons of the Weaselkin stopped on top of the cliff. Although it looks like a golem carriage, it has a peculiar shape where there's a box on top of a flat box and a long and narrow cylinder attached to the top box. The tiger and lion keen slaves on the vehicles are watching the surrounding. After the slaves confirmed that there were no danger in the surrounding, the top of the top box opened, and a Weaselkin man called Wheel Chief showed his face. Wheel Chief sprawled on the cliff top and checked the capital using a magic tool that looked like 2 attached tubes to see from a distance. He's not wearing armor despite being a soldier, only sturdy-looking clothes. From here to the capital, it's about half a RI in Weaselkin's unit, and around 3 kilometers in Earth unit. The Rocket Raccoon unit and Iron Hopper cavalry have spread out in front of the capital. Hey. As expected of the Mobile Corps. 100 rocket raccoons as big as 3 adult men and 3,000 iron hoppers as big as a horse are lined up in front of the capital. Screw-like suspicious magic tools are attached on top of the monsters' heads. The riders in the box on the back of the monsters are probably using those magic tools to control them. Captain, will Makiwa Knights come out? Oh, they will. The one next to a wheel chief called Captain was a young wheel chief of a trailing vehicle. Rather, if they don't, the rocket raccoons and iron hoppers can just jump over the wall and devastate the capital. They're in the palm of Tactician-sama, aren't they? Captain looks sullen, it seems he doesn't like the tactician. We're a bit too far from here. We'll move to the ruins of Hunting Mansion over there. Understood. By Captain's order, the vehicles move again. Buzz, buzz, clang, clang, while spreading strange noise that won't lose to their appearances, they move while leaving strange wheel tracks. If there were a modern Japanese man here, he surely would call the vehicles tanks. Wheel Chief, we got a new message from headquarters. The scouts who had infiltrated the capital could only identify water and earth, the wind and fire weren't there. All right. Wheel Chief grinned and struck his fist at his palm. This war we won. Is fire the crimson wand that Marquis Dassels had really that dreadful? With his military shoes, Wheel Chief trampled the board-loading officer's head who interrupted. Marquis Dassels' territory in Makiwa Kingdom is the closest to the Wieselken territory, but the Wieselken never tried to invade it even after utterly destroying Lionkeene and Tigerken kingdoms. And, it's widely known how the mentioned Lionkeene kingdom tried to invade Makiwa Kingdom many times only to be repulsed by Marquis Dassels for generations. The story about how they killed enemy troops who invaded the territory but never once pursued the troops who got out of the territory out of mercy is also famous. Even General ordered us to retreat without attacking if Marquis Dassels appeared. What did Tactician Sama said? Wheel Chief once again trampled the loading officer's head who implied that the tactician was greater than the general. Listen, okay? Dassels isn't someone to be afraid of. The crimson wand he has is. The crimson wand handed down in Marquis Dassels' house is famous as a treasured wand which contains flame spirit, but at the same time it's also said that it's a cursed item that makes fire monsters gather. Including Marquis Dassels' crimson wand, this Makiwa kingdom has 4 lords with elemental wands. Holding the roaring vibration wand that rules over earth, Earl Gizeros of the north. Holding the surging wave wand that rules over water, Earl Miseras of the west. Holding the typhoon wand that rules over the wind, Earl Musaris of the south. According to the contact earlier, it appears Earl Gizeros of the roaring vibration wand and Earl Miseras of the surging wave wand are in the royal castle. Their easy-to-be confused names seem to be infamous among diplomats and young people who aspire to enter into military service. This tank and cannonball are weak against fire. It can't defend against Crimson Wand with just fireproof magic enchant. The operator thought that it was just another of the mighty elemental wands of the 4 house with a different element, but he wisely judged that it would only bring the Wheel Chief's shoes onto his head if he said it out loud. A report from the Ratkin keeping watch. A super huge golem 3 times as big as the outer wall has appeared. So it appeared at last. There's no water dragon, hey? Yes, it's just the golem. Good, activate the engine. Order the soldiers outside to hide in the bush. Operator, tell the other vehicles to get ready. Understood. The soldiers get ready as the war begins. Is there still no signal? There it is. 2 black balls, permission to engage. Wheel Chief gave his order as a report from the observer came. Good. Take the aim. Gunman, you don't need to aim at the legs, just shoot at the golem's huge chest. Wheel Chief, what to do with Captain's wait and see. The loading officer stuffs a huge long and thin cannonball into the barrel, the gunman turns the handle and adjusts the cannon's angle. The era of huge golems in battlefields has ended. Exposing such a stupidly huge target. He checks the slide rule result in the scope. I'm aiming, I'll aim at ya, alright, here. Aim and shoot. With the gunner's shout, the steel cannonball flies over 1 kilometer away. The super huge golem that was peerless against the rocket raccoons and iron hoppers stopped moving with a roaring sound. It tried to balance itself after a bit, but it couldn't stand the countless cannonballs shot at its chest as its ankle broke, and fell behind while breaking the capital's wall. Earth, sand, and dust overrun the capital with terrific force. All right, you did well. The knights are coming out next. Prepare the buckshots. Captain, a new report from tank number 2. They want to start the Magic Eater experiment, so they ask for an escort. Who? So it's finally time for the Magic Eater experiment. The top might be thinking to meddle with Shiga Kingdom too at. Wheel Chief licked his lips when he heard the operator's report. Captain, how should we reply? Tell them understood. Inside the Magic Eater, only we, scientific tank unit can fight properly. Knights without physical reinforcements are just tasty meatballs. We'll run and kill them over the caterpillars. Hearing Wheel Chief, the silent pilot laughs dryly. Kehi. The tank corps started their attack on the capital while being wrapped in complicated mood. From the north gate, there's 10 knights, 500 light knights. This is bad. The water dragon appeared from the west gate. We're leaving it alone. First we need to pluck the feathers of magic beast units to prevent them from flying. You sure are some careful guy. It seems destroying units with the ability to fly is a normal practice in this world. Captain, don't you think it's strange? What is? He ignored the loading officer and asked back the operator. Earl Gizaros of Roaring Vibration Wand isn't summoning the next golem. It should have been about time for his magic power to recover enough with magic potion. Come to think of it, that is strange. Tell the HQ. They probably have realized it already, but just in case. Understood. Wheel Chief ordered after pondering the operator's words. It's the HQ's job to think about the whole picture. Looks like that's what he's concluded. Water Dragon's breath is coming. The afterwave of the Water Dragon's breath grazed the tanks. Damage minimum. Several decent soldiers are deserting. We can collect them later. Right now charge. It seems the life of tank decent soldiers are light in this world. Signal balls. 3 red balls. They're invoking Magic Eater. The vibration suppression machine will stop. Careful not to bite your tongue. A vehicle with round ring attached on it got close to the capital and shot out black ripples. The vibration on the tanks became intense the moment those ripples touched them. To the front, knights are coming. Gunman. Rout them. Oh you. No need to aim. Eat this. The tank's barrel spouts out black smoke, a different cannonball from earlier approaches the knights. Advance while ignoring the missed shots. Oh you. The knights are pressing on while ignoring the cannonball which is coming toward no one, but then the shell disperses in the air, scattering innumerable buckshot. Such feeble pebbles are nothing against magic armors, my Vatra and tempered muscles. The knight in the lead died without being able to finish his words. They died without noticing that their enchanted armors became mere metal armor and their proud skills had been neutralized until the very end. Even the lucky knights who survived were either ran over by the caterpillars or got their hearts stabbed by the tankmen's spears. The Magic Beast Corps whose movements become dull cross over the main gate to attack the capital. Don't fall behind them. Shoot fire bombs at the royal castle from the cliff before the west gate. Wheel Chief is burning with ambition to leave a military record of damaging the capital, which is usually protected by defensive wall from the city core, from outside. However, the world is not that easy. CA Captain. It's bad. Calm down. The head of the gunner who shouted like he was broken was kicked. Golaruan. The soldiers who heard the roar stiffened from fear. The hardened Wheel Chief forcefully moves and opens the hatch, turning his head toward the blue sky. A flock of dragons are flying in the sky. There's even a more than 80-meter long lesser dragon leading the four. The white dragon in the back is only 30-meter long, but that's not a consolation. Why are the Silga Kingdom's dragons here? If the people of the country muttered by Wheel Captain heard that, they would shake their heads. Our country's dragons Sama are not that big, or so they'd say. Captain. The white dragon is swooping towards the tanks. Rotate at once. We're escaping once we surprise it. Captain, it's no good. Loading fool, shut up. Right now our top priority is to bring the tank back to the hometown. Dash, not that. What is not that? That's not just a dragon, it's a dragon knight. Impossible. That's an unrealistic existence that only appears in fairy tales about heroes. During the last 1000 years, there were only 2 existences that were called dragon knights, Shiga Kingdom's ancestor King Yamato and Silga Kingdom's wandering King Ryuai. All 4 of them are dragon knights. There's no more reliable existence if they are allies, but they're nothing but nightmare if they are enemies. Their only chance to win is... Captain, let's do it. We have Magic Eater right now. That's right. If we use all the experimental anti-aircraft high-explosive projectiles, even if we're up against the invincible dragons. Alright, let's wait and bombard them. Gain the time for the consort plane to escape. It seems they're betting on the slight possibility even though there are people who are in despair. I'll be watching their faces the moment they're wounded now that there's no magic wall defending their proud scales. The white dragon is assaulting while a lizardkin child on its back swinging its tail buzzingly. That's an awfully small lizardkin, isn't it? Shoot! Dash, eat this! The cannonball shot at 50 meters short distance blasted in the air, scattering piece of metals. It's a certain kill distance even if the opponent is a dragon. Dash, that was surprising, Nanodesu. The lizardkin child jumped down in front of the dragon and repelled all the metal pieces. The sword would have been broken if it was a normal sword. It's nothing compared to Tama's shuriken, Nanodesu. Swing! The lizardkin child, who landed in one revolution, Shutten, takes a strange pose. Pokey will forgive you if you surrender, Nodesuio. The caterpillar blows backward, and then accelerates with that recoils, rushing toward the lizardkin child. Pokey punch, Nanodesu. Not noticing the magic eater is your lost. Regret after getting ran over. In a situation without magic power, a small fist is crashing into tons of iron lump. There is no need to narrate the result. Or should have been. The next time Wheel Chief, who was sure of his victory, came to himself, he was on top of a mat along with the other tankmen with a burning tank nearby. Even though the front of the tank was squashed flat, the pilot was uninjured lying nearby. For some reason he's not wearing trousers, but it doesn't seem like it's hollowed out. Have you come to Disuka? Pokey recommends surrendering, Nodesu. Okay, we surrender. My uncle is in the Senate. Please ask the ransom money to the Senate. He agreed to the advice of the lizardkin child, whose tail swings like a doggon, to surrender. It seems he's judged that people of a country with no science won't be able to understand the principle behind the tank with how bad it's burning. Tell me one thing. The war is over already, Nodesu. Pokey doesn't mind one question, Nodesuio. How did you wreck the vehicle we were riding on? Of course it's because of this thoroughly tempered steel body, Nodesu. It's a squishy hand that doesn't look like a steel at all, Beastkin's hand? When the Wheel Chief looked at it again, it had come back to Lizardkin's hand. Pokey forgot that the glove was off, Nodesu. Pokey's identity was almost exposed, Nodesu. Allies of justice are better unidentified, Nodesu. Miserable hell where even tears of blood freeze over waits for people who know the secret, Nodesuio. Wheel Chief shakes his head vigorously toward the glittering eyes. Dash, it's fine if you didn't see it, Nodesu. In order to varnish over it, Wheel Chief forcefully turned back the topic. Magic power. That's right, how did you do it in a place where magic power is sealed? That's easy, Nanodesu. Fighting in a space where magic is new is the basic of the basic, Nanodesu. If you can't do that much, you'll be toyed with by the Raparakun in the labyrinth's lower layer, Nodesuio. Wheel Chief dryly laughed at the doggon child wearing lizard costume who was nodding. Apparently, there are existences outside of his common sense in this world. Thus, the battle between the first deployment of Weaselkin scientific weapons vs Makiwa Kingdom, the unreasonable fantasy victory ended. The identity of the mysterious dragon knights who saved Makiwa Kingdom this day is wrapped in mystery with no one knowing. Further, the wheel chief who saw the only glimpse of their identity takes the secret to his grave. 14-44. War Kingdom, 2, Dragon Riders. Satu's here. I think a country can feel proud just by being safe and secure. While that may be true, parading in clothes that are as good as being half naked in a business district at night is truly sexy but cute. I mean no, for adults with good sense, I think it's necessary to be careful. Even if I'm thinking nice, do it more in my head. Enemies found. Master. There are bad people. Notisu. Tama and Pokey talk through the tactic talk, which is superior in counterintelligence. As we entered Makiwa Kingdom, we caught a sight of the refugees escaping to the west and slave-hunting mercenaries chasing them. Both the escapees and the pursuers are humans. I'll save that group. Everyone please stop the battle in front of the royal capital if it looks like it'll be decisive. Okay, this will be a cinch with the evil dragons. As Arisa said, I've summoned the evil dragon family from the labyrinth's lower layer for their coercive effect. The father evil dragon was hesitating to let anyone besides me riding on them, but they were unexpectedly cooperative to act as the dragon rides after sensing Black Dragon's presence, who played with everyone yesterday. Further, since Black Dragon is too enthusiastic and prone to run amok, I'm not bringing him here. Lyuryu is also with us. Nanotisu. Lyuryu. The white lesser dragon that Pokey rides on cried peculiarly. We're equipped with the golden armor disguise version since today is an operation of absolute secrecy. The defensive power are the same as the original golden armor, but our appearances become to look like various beastkins like lizardkin. This is not magic but special makeup technique which is also used on Satu doll. Liza and Mia are disguising as rabbitkin, Pokey and Tama as lizardkin, Nana and Lulu as birdkin, and Arisa as catkin. Unfortunately, Hikaru is supervising the foreign settlement, while Xena-san and the others are to stay in the airship and the solitary island palace. We're using these kind of disguises in order to hide our identities as well as to sweep away demi-humans' discriminations in Makiwa Kingdom. Leaving that aside, let's help the people who are being chased. I waved my hand to Arisa and the others who are heading toward the royal capital, produced the newly developed artificial spirits Griffin Riders and then nose-dived to the ground. After all, if there were only a few people, there would probably be some who would guess our identities. Hi-ha! Run, run, you garbage! If you're caught by the SCA Ryuni-san, you're going to become slaves, you know. The mercenaries chasing after the screaming refugees are purposely not catching up to them while smiling sadistically. Boss, that! You fools, call me captain! The mercenary leader who look up at us after getting urged by his friend looks terrified. Looks like he realized that they've become the hunted now. Everyone, permission to trample. Pai-wee. The knights riding on the griffins' backs cannot talk, so the griffins are abiding my order. More than 100 griffin riders hunt the mercenaries. Of course non-lethal is the default. The griffin's claws and beaks have the anti-personnel soft stun and paralyze magic effect added on them, while the lances that the knights riding on the griffin's backs hold have pain force in addition to the two above. This pain force is a mind magic that will cause sense of pain without inflicting physical injury. It's an original magic remodeled from the torture use pain magic exclusively for punishment. It has a limiter to limit the pain only at the level of tooth extraction without anesthetic so it won't mistakenly kill people. Rather, I think the remodeled version is better suited for torture, but all is good since I'm not going to tell it to others anyway. Voice of suffering and dread roll up from among the mercenaries who are getting trampled down by the griffin riders. I can leave arresting the mercenaries to them. The automatic AI of the artificial spirits are truly capable. We've taken care of the slave hunt. You don't need to run away. I repeat. Without taking part in the mercenary trampling, I go around telling the escapees that there's no danger anymore. Hey? Aren't they running away more frantically compared to when they were chased by the mercenaries? It's the Weaselkin's magic beast troops. We'll get eaten if we don't run. Attentive ears skill picked up such desperate voices from the tumult. Dang, people who aren't used to seeing griffins will think that they're not mythical beasts but monsters. Hey! I deport the griffin I'm riding, take out a single-seater small airship from my storage and ride on it. We've taken care of the slave hunt. You don't need to run away. I repeat. This time it went well. Several refugees stopped, and some people began to wave their hands at me. Isn't that Elf-sama's light ship from the fairy tale? There's no way demi-humans would save us. It must be the silver ship that Saga Empire's Hiro-sama rides. Looks like there are some people who discriminate against elves too in this country. I go around and repeat the announcement to the leaders of the refugees. There was only 5 kilometers wide of area to cover, so it completed shortly after, and then I landed in front of the leading carriages. A woman in her 20s wearing red dress comes out of the carriage before I show my face. For some reason, she's carrying a rod-shaped thing wrapped in cloth. According to the AR reading, the inside of the cloth seems to be a fire booster type of wand called Crimson Wand. Thank you very much for your help. My name is Shelmina Dasles, the chief administrator of Marquis Dasles' territory. Marquis Dasles was the house name of the pyromaniac noble who was chasing after the White Tigerkin princess. This woman brings about calm atmosphere. You wouldn't have guessed that she was from the same family as the pyromaniac noble who felt abnormal. Lee Lizard. I thought it was an elf, turned out it was a frog-eater. The one who exchanged insults that could be heard from afar were the young nobles behind Miss Shelmina. Togger, Besso, what are you doing abusing the person who saved us? Shame on you. I was going to ignore them, but Miss Shelmina harshly rebuked them with the force of raging fire. After the young nobles opened and closed their mouths like they had forgotten to breathe, they apologized to me. It was a completely superficial apologize, but since I'm not going to meet them again, I lightly ignore it. Could you give me your name? I'm the Dragon Knight Outis of the Lion Knight Order. For this case, I've picked the famous name from the Greek mythology which means nobody. My affiliation is a bit tangled, but since my companions are going to appear as Dragon Knights, it's probably better for me to be the same as them. Outis-sama, it might be shameful of me to ask you of this while not even being able to reward you for saving us. Miss Shelmina put her hands on her chest and entreated. She's probably going to ask me to escort them to a safe place. There are several people who have been caught by the Weasel Empire slave hunters. I would like you to please help us save them. Famu, that one hui. She asked me to help them, but her force only consists of 10 knights and around 50 nobles, of which only 5 who have battle skills. Okay. I'll grant your wish. I look for the locations of the captured refugees on the map and deploy the Griffin Riders there. There are channels between the artificial spirits and the user that connect our consciousness. It's really useful in cases like this. Thank you very much. Please use me and the knights as decoys. The nobles are scowling at Miss Shelmina from behind, as if saying don't say unnecessary things. I don't feel like saving the ones who run away for their self-interest, but I tell her, there's no need briefly. That is because the Griffin Rider unit who are moving at high speed are already infringing the mercenaries. Please don't belittle me just because I'm a woman. Even though I look like this, I've been entrusted with the Crimson Wand by Uncle. I can't use secret art of the Crimson Wand yet, but I can handle being a diversion. Without listening to the nobles who told her to stop, she unwrapped the cloth and showed me the wand. The ruby-like jewel on the tip of the wand is quite beautiful, but the miasma lump that's moving like a wriggling black snake inside the jewel looks gross. It looks like it'll curse you just by seeing it. I already said that it's unnecessary. My subordinates are already heading there. Subordinates? Come to think of it, she didn't see the Griffin Riders, did she? I led a Griffin Rider who was hunting at the nearest place to fly pass above us, showing its figure. Raptor head with lion body, that's the mythical beast Griffin. Moreover, there's a knight riding on its back. It's a Griffin Knight. The ones who shouted were not Miss Shalmina but the young nobles behind her. Putting aside their personalities, it looks like they're knowledgeable. The person just now told me. They've saved all the refugees and taken care the mercenaries. I suppose that you are related to Silga Kingdom. Would you escort us to the neighboring country? An old noble who suddenly showed up beside Miss Shalmina demanded as such when I was talking. The other nobles rode on his coattails, asking the same in chorus. Very well, however, the griffins only allow people they recognize to ride on them, and my ship can only carry one person. Gather the people here as I will send a big airship to pick us up. Thank you for your kindness. The old noble conveyed his gratitude. The nobles who wanted to ride on my airship sighed dejectedly, but they regained their spirit after hearing that a big airship would come. I take food out of my storage. Their cereal bar-like food made from a mix of giant kelp powder, miscellaneous dried fish and sea serpent's meat. Ikagoya firm didn't make them, I used a personal manufacturing magic so no one can trace it back. I distributed these in the Snow Kingdom, but they're convenient in this kind of situations. Next, I make a huge reservoir with earth magic and put in a large quantity of drinking water from the storage. I can use magic to produce water, but it'll just be a waste of magic power. Lastly, I make a clay wall covering an area wide enough for a city and exterminate some pest. I leave behind several griffin riders to guard the refugees and leave the place. Aota-sama, could you escort me back to Makiwa Kingdom's royal castle? Now that the safety of the people has been guaranteed, I have a duty to fulfill as a noble. I've to hurry to His Majesty's side. I already said before, my ship can only hold one passenger. Give it up. It's not like it's impossible if we try, but I'd feel somehow guilty to Ace-san if I were to spend some time glued with a beautiful woman with a nice body. Jerryua one speaking, Guru head please reply. Griffin head speaking. Don't get the call sign wrong. Is there something wrong? It's terrible. According to Arisa, besides the tamed monster battalions, it seems there are also tank-like armored vehicle units. At first I thought they were manned golems, but it seems they're really shaped like tanks. Tanks are certainly amazing, but even if they have the latest model of the modern tanks, I don't think they're that much of a threat. However, just like Corpse in Labyrinth Slower has said back then, it'll be bad if it violates the gods' taboo. If the Weaselkin were to be destroyed, it'd be their own fault, but I imagine God's divine punishment to be sketchy. From the info I got from various sources, the Weaselkin troops should have been formed of tamed monsters and manned golems. If Arisa really didn't mistake it, I might have to investigate the reason as to why these scientific weapons suddenly appeared. Of course I'll interrogate the tanks and the armored cars' crew members. Other than that, I'll also extract information from the Weaselkin merchant who should be in Silga Kingdom's underground jail. If they don't know, maybe I'll just infiltrate Weasel Empire and directly investigate it. It might be a good idea to visit the hero who's trying to defeat the Demon Lord while we're at it. Ah! The battle has begun. Master, permission to charge. Arisa, are there something like anti-aircraft gun and missile tanks? Doesn't he look like there's any of that? There are 20 tanks and 10 armored cars. I feel that the armored cars are too few. Don't he get hurt no matter what happens? Aye sir. Roger Nanotasu. NN, leave it to me. The youth troop replied energetically. Lifting off the stealth system. Nana and Lulu, please get ready. Air-to-surface defense has been put into operation, so I report. Liza-san, I'm ready too. Liza, who's riding on the Father Evil Dragon, is taking the command. While watching the spectacular battle with clairvoyance magic, I also manage the refugees' rescue and guidance. It might be a good idea to recapture one nearest city from the Weasel Force and secure accommodations for the refugees. 14-45. War Kingdom, 3, The Weasel's Aim. Satu's here. When I went abroad, it made me realize the virtue of Japanese service. At the same time, I also felt its lack of fortitude needed to handle guests with bad attitude. Although not to the extreme as the Code of Hammurabi, I don't think there's any need to be overly polite to someone with no manners. Your Majesty. The scout dispatched to the East Gate has found the honorable body of His Excellency Gizaros among the golem's wreckage. Gizaros of the earth right after Miseras of the water. When I came to Roko Kingdom's royal castle to talk about the post-war processing, the young king was currently receiving reports about the death from his close associates. Reading the mood, I abstain myself from butting in for a while. I wanted to end the war right before it started, but it seems there are many deaths still. Good grief, I just don't understand what's in the mind of the people who seek war. Is it really that fun to be the king of the hill and domineer over people? It'll be no exaggeration to call these people who love troublesome things masochists. This time I bent my principle and intervened since I found refugees being chased by slave hunters on my map, but I'd like to make this a special case this once. It's better for me and my congenial friends and companions to go on a humorous pleasure trip. While thinking like that, the talk in the audience chamber progresses. So, was the roaring vibration wand found close by the body? No. The retainers of His Excellency Gizaros are currently searching for it. I tried searching for it since I was bored, but the item called roaring vibration wand didn't exist in this kingdom. It probably fell on the East Gate and got crushed under the super huge golem. Further, we have finished saving the people who survived with space magic and Tama's ninjutsu. It was probably taken away by Izukoka spies. The roaring vibration wand and the surging wave wand have lost. The representative of Marquis Dassels who carries the crimson wand is also missing. In hindsight, Earl Musaris who barricaded himself in his own territory and ended up being safe can be called an ironic result. The one who sarcastically and verbally attacked the young king was not this kingdom's noble but a military diplomat from Saga Empire. Looks like he's an earl for once. Izukoka? You mean the Weasel Empire? Minister, the enemies aren't only the ones in front of you. The 4 treasured wands are also quite attractive in the neighboring Silga and Shiga kingdom's eyes. Saga Empire is no. Do you really believe the fairy tale that says offer the 4 orbs and the sky city Naneri from the age of gods that sleeps in the sea will be awoken? Isn't it nice to have a dream? Moreover, Famu, it's like the shadow castle of Rumukuha. No wait, I thought the name Naneri sounds familiar. Wasn't it the undersea city in Marquis Ganika's trench? Don't tell me, the huge undersea ruin I found when we were on our way to the labyrinth city from Bruinan was also a floating continent that sleeps in the sea? Leaving aside the mysterious undersea ruin, since the undersea city Naneri is vastly bigger than the Shadow Saddle, it'll be quite a mass weapon if it flies. Since I know where it is, I'll mark it so I'll know when it moves. I wonder if that was the reason the Weasel Empire invaded? When I was going to mark Miss Shelmina's crimson wand just in case, I saw that it was moving at high speed toward the east. Looks like it's been stolen by someone. I'm amazed that it could happen considering I had left 3 griffin riders there. I call Arissa through tactic talk while tying the knots. Arissa, there's an additional mission. Okay, what should we do? I ask Arissa, who replied immediately to recover the crimson wand. I also tried searching the 4th typhoon wand while I was at it, but like the roaring vibration wand and the surging wave wand, it didn't exist in the kingdom. Looks like it's been stolen already. I felt like I couldn't find the wand's owner, Earl Musaris, somehow, so I ignored it. And, who are those dragon knights after all? They are the heroes who saved our country from ruin. The minister replied the young king with a non-answer. It'll be at least an hour before the generals who departed to where Liza and the others were come back, so he's probably just answering randomly. Apparently, these ministers are taking this young king lightly. This is just right, since they're talking about us, I'm going to appear now. That's right. Who are you? Dragon Knight Outis. I've safeguarded Shelminadano. The crimson wand is. Oi, at least worry about Miss Shelmina formally, Mr. King. She had it when I saved her. I said it like such since I didn't want to tell the truth somehow. I see. The king, who looked relieved, sank down the throne. My log indication moves at that time. The golem unit that was doing the rescue at the western part of Makiwa Kingdom changed to waiting order state according to the log. Looks like the griffin riders that were with them have begun to move toward the royal castle where I am. I'd have no job for them even if they got here, so I made them go to other cities to save the captured people. Dragon Knight Dono, you've done a great job. A fitting reward for the great hero who saved our country would be. In place of the hopeless king, a scheming minister tried to negotiate while pretending to praise me. I have a hunch that he'll try to make an empty promise. I have no need of rewards, but there's no need to hold back when the other party is fully intending to shirk on it anyway. I have 3 demands. Thus, I thrust my demands without hesitation. We will claim all the monsters and the prisoners of war related to Weasel Army we defeated, and armaments we confiscated. In addition, as a reward of recapturing the western city of Makiwa Kingdom, 100.000 gold coins. The king and the ministers screamed the moment I said 100.000 gold coins. I think it's cheap compared to the value of the city core, but it seems to be excessive from their sense of value. We wanted to demand that much, but if you can make a firm promise to do an all-out aid for the people who were chased out of the city, we will withdraw from that. These demands are light. I can't ask for more than a verbal promise, since the king can unilaterally revoke a normal contract using the city core power. Of course I can perfectly bind him with my geese, but he's probably going to keep the promise since it's about his own nation. I should know whether they fulfill the promise or not the next time I visit here as Satu. If it's not kept, then I'm sure that they'll remember about it if I just ask Pokey and Lyuriu to circle the sky above the royal castle once. And, the third, you're prohibited from marching your troops to the Weasel Empire as a retaliation for 3 years. The retaliation is probably needed for the king to save his face, and the people probably can't endure it, so I force it as a demand from the Dragon Knights who saved the country. In addition, in the case the Weasel Empire reinvaded, the third term would be annulled. Although, since the fact that the Dragon Knights are allies of Makiwa Kingdom should be well known by now, there's probably little chance of Weasel Empire invading again. Oops, even though I said 3 demands, I forgot one more. By the way, King. What? Called by me, the young king replied while having a cramped smile. I heard that your people call us lizardkin as frog-eaters derogatorily. I glare at the young king while being careful not to put coercion skill on it. I continue before the king, whose mouth is flapping open and closed, can spin words. That is not true, right? We rushed to your rescue exactly because of our tolerance to humans and respect to the late king. If it was a gathering of lowlife who speak such a derogatory term, I execute coercion skill this time. The people around besides the king are so terrified they forgot to breath. When that happens, you can imagine where the dragon breath which befell the weasel people will be pointed at. Alright. I will endeavor, my ruling while engraving, your warning in my heart. The only one whom I didn't use coercion skill on, the king replied my threat disjointedly. I don't think the discrimination against demi-humans will be gone with just this, but once the top people's sense change and the ones who push the discrimination are gone, the people's perception should gradually change once they get help from the demi-humans. It might even be a good idea to visit the country as Satu and popularize a dish secretly made with frogs. Welcome back, Master. I'm back, Arisa. I reunite with my companions after finishing my business in the royal castle. Oops, Arisa jumped while yelling like Pokey. Arisa whispered I never heard about the biplane in my ears. Did the recovery go well? But of course. After giving me the crimson wand, Arisa made a space from the space magic garage and showed a biplane inside it. It's certainly an airplane, although it looks retro. You're too close. Carrying out Mia's instruction, so I inform. Isn't fine for a bit. Mia ordered Nana to tear Arisa off me. I extend my magic hand to Arisa's garage and move the biplane into my storage. Surprisingly, the biplane isn't equipped with magic device but a scientific internal combustion engine. I'll bring it to corpse in the labyrinth's lower layer to look at. While I'm at it, I invoke spirit magic misty fog to make a fog wall so we can't be seen from the royal capital. Master, evil dragons are watching the disarmed captives in the royal capital surrounding. Thank you, Liza. The spoils from the defeated monsters and the seized things are gathered in one place, so I extend my magic hand there and put them into my storage all at once. Master, the generals and officers are separated, so I tell. Nana, who was next to the evil dragons, holding a horse-riding whip in one hand while keeping watch, informed me. I invoke weariness field and mass sleep, whose range is expanded by a wand to make all the Empire's troops fall asleep. Master, are you going to make these people into slaves and sell them to Makiwa Kingdom? I'm fine with that if they're thieves. I shook my head to answer Liza's question. As they have killed the country's lords, I have no doubt all of the demi-humans will be killed if I sell them to Makiwa Kingdom. I'll shut them in the subspace for now and release them once the time is right. You're soft as always. It's better if you at least ask ransom from Weasel Empire, you know. You're right, I'll think about it. I agreed to Arissa's advice and started moving the captives. I separate the common soldiers and the slave soldiers and send them to the subspaces I own. I will eventually send them back to Weasel Empire, but they'll probably do indecent things in Makiwa Kingdom if I release them here, so I'll imprison them here until I can open gates in the Empire. There are agricultural land and dwelling houses inside the subspace, so even leaving them there for months is probably going to be fine. Further, I send the Hi-Iha human mercenaries to the wasteland subspace. Once they're emotionally cornered, I'll put them into the agricultural area if they look like they can be reformed, if not then I'll take them to Makiwa Kingdom's prison. I put the generals, officers, and crew members of the modern weapons into the prison in the Blue Territory. There are various things I have to ask them after all. I sent back Arissa and the others to the Solitary Island Palace, and then I ordered the Griffin Riders and the Evil Dragon family to bloodlessly suppress the remaining Weasel Empire troops who were stationed in the towns and cities to keep watch. The aggressive war in this world is quite gruesome. Several hundreds and thousands of soldiers' bodies are left in front of the cities. The bodies of noble-like and bureaucrat-like people are also swaying inside the cities. I sent back my companions since I didn't want them to see these scenes, but I didn't want to see it too if possible. While feeling that it was too late, I put Mosaic in my view with illusion magic and mechanically threw the captives of Weasel Empire into the subspace. There were several units who had escaped outside Makiwa Kingdom, but since the outside of Makiwa Kingdom is monster dominion stretching several kilometers wide, it seems they've become snacks for many monsters there. I served full-course Hamburg steak as promised for the dinner, but since I had no appetite, I finished with cold tofu and cold sake. Sorrowful Hiro isn't like your character, you know. When I was gazing at the swaying palm trees from the palace's terrace dead at night, Arissa appeared with Odin, which let out vapor and warmed dragon spring sake on the tray. It seems she didn't intend to drink them herself. She put it in front of me and then picked up a cup of cola while snacking on some hampan. You shouldn't drink cold things when you're feeling down. Since you'd feel sad enough you'd want to die with it, it's best to drink warm things, eat piping hot Odin, and make your body and mind lukewarm. As advised by Arissa, I sipped the hot sake. From the warmth of the sake, the mellow aroma stimulates my nose. Bite, I chew the daikon, and then the flavors of the daikon and dashi paint the inside of my mouth with the color of happiness. The Odin and the warm sake that fell into my stomach warm my body from inside. I feel like crying somewhat even though I don't feel sad. You look a bit better. Arissa moves to the top of the handrail with short-range teleport and peek at my face. Master might be able to do everything, but that doesn't mean that Master has to do everything, okay? She said it jokingly, but Arissa's eyes were serious. Master's character is not suitable to be a ruler after all. The role of defeating demon lords as Hiro can't be helped, but aside from that, isn't it fine to just be I help them cause I don't want to abandon them? Those vaguely irresponsible lines aren't like Arissa. Unlike abandoned cats or abandoned dogs, they're people who have to live themselves. Save them when they can't do anything about it no matter what, after that they can manage somehow by themselves. Kings and nobles exist for that sake after all. They get the tax so they have to work, as in isn't it? I'm a noble for once though. Moreover, you know, if you help anything and everything, you'll gradually be corrupted and broke. Kindness is needed but excessive kindness is going to be poisonous. Master should just be whimsical without thinking too hard about it. Arisa laughs with a joking tone. You're right. Sometimes saving people during the sightseeing, sometimes being a hero having a stance like that looks good for my mental health. I thank Arisa for cheering me up, call my companions who are peeking on the entrance with their heads looking like a totem pole, and treat ourselves with Odin party under the night sky. Together with everyone noisily like this is peaceful and nice. 14-46. War Kingdom, 4, Interrogation. Sit here. Interrogation changes with time. Interrogation which involved physical pain in the past has seemingly now become something that uses truth serum nowadays. Those are all something I learned from manga and movies though. Now then, shall I have you answer my questions? After a slightly awkward breakfast, I began the Weaselkin's officer's interrogation. The officer looks up at me who's wearing lizardkin suit with scornful eyes. Humph, you think a soldier would easily leak information? This is why dumb lizards annoy me. As expected of the Empire's soldier, truly excellent. Those magic beasts and tanks are also great. The harsh words of the Weaselkin gets converted in my brain as I talk to him with the weasel language that I just got. It's hard to use the language with human's mouth so I use the usual ventriloquism skill to help. That's exactly right. Bestowed by His Majesty the Emperor, the invincible magic beast army trampled the knights, and the special vehicle corps crushed countless golems. Our empire is truly unrivaled. The speed of which you invaded Makiwa Kingdom cannot be compared to anything in the past. Of course. I cannot stand that bald tactician, but that person is the only one that can materialize His Majesty's plan. I interrupt the officer, who's blabbering indiscreetly, at the right time to get the information I want. I didn't use truth serum, it was the support from Mind Magic's honesty, speaker, foolish field. With the synergy of the skill interrogation at max level and these magic, it's easy to make him talk about their secret. What kind of plan is that? It must certainly be amazing, isn't it? Of course. The iron smoke car which connects cities will be used to transport goods and the soldiers to the front lines. With excellent logistics and magic beast core as the key, and combined with the magic eater of the special vehicle unit, even Shiga Kingdom and Saga Empire are nothing to us. The special vehicle should be about the tank. The magic eater is probably the magic device which generate magic nullifying field that my companions reported. We couldn't secure it in one piece, but I can understand its structure to a degree from the wreckage. I must quickly make something to oppose it. Still. The smoke car must be a steam locomotive, right? According to Corpse of the Labyrinth lower layer, advancing the civilization means violating the gods' taboo, so why is the Weasel Empire fine? I remember Corpse saying, radio tower and railroad network had brought upon the gods' wrath. I should ask his opinion about it once I'm done with the interrogation. By the way, are you aware of the gods' taboo? You really are a lizard. Repeating the same ignorant things as the priests said. The officer grimaced unpleasantly like he was a child who had got enough of sermon. There is no taboo. Really? To the officer who answered full of confidence, I make a face like I can't believe him to make him talk about the reason. It's been 10 years since the science began. God's wrath or whatever never befall us. It's already been such a long time? He's saying that there is no divine punishment since it's not a taboo, however. Did the Empire advance science on the premise that the divine punishment wouldn't happen? There is no way the great emperor would endanger his subject, right? In order to see if it violated the taboo, we manipulated the rebels to create a puppet state, and then once we confirmed that it didn't violate the taboo, we brought it back to the Empire. I see, so they prepared a test site beforehand. By the way, about that puppet state Gufeud Commonwealth isn't on the map of Shiga Kingdom's tourism book, not even the country's name remains in the related documents. According to the officer, that puppet state was disposed of 5 years ago since it bared its fangs to the empire. By the way, why did such a grand empire's army invaded mid-countries like Makiwa Kingdom? Humph, you lizards are clueless. After having an expression like "you don't even understand that," the officer lost to the allure of talking and continues to talk. Of course it's for the 4 treasured wands needed for His Majesty's plan and to field test the magic eater and the special vehicle. Famu, so Makiwa Kingdom's side guessed it right. It seems 3 of the treasured wands were taken by the Empire, but fortunately, we were able to secure one. I was going to hand it over to its owner, Miss Shelmina Dassels, later, but it seems it's better for me to keep it. If I carelessly return it, the Empire might reinvade or send some unit to seize it. I don't want to let the sincere girl who doesn't look like she's related to the pyromaniac noble die a meaningless death. I Dragon Knight Outis should grandly show off that I have the wand and then I can just return it to Miss Shelmina after some time. I have to be careful as to not put the brunt of the attack to Silga Kingdom. Now then, the interrogation went smoothly as such, but there were some who were quite stubborn among the officers. Empire Army's Western Force, ID number I07000835, Iskast Tol Yuzan Takujo. The Weaselkin officer stated as if he was a U.S. military captive. After that he shut his mouth like he has finished his duty. This officer, who was the wheel chief of the scientific special vehicle unit, isn't talking at all. Looks like he's the type on which mind magic is hardly effective. Can't he be helped? I'll use my trump card. I waved my hand to give the signal, and then the excellent cold-blooded torturers showed up from the door. They're gripping well-used torture apparatus in their hands. Let's start the interrogation. The smiling torturers started their performance. Coco. How far can you endure it, I wonder? Nanodesu. Tama quickly took off the officer's sturdy boots, and Pokey, who was carrying a handmade feather duster, began to skillfully tickle him. We didn't have to wait long before he surrendered while laughing. We didn't get much new information even with Tama and Pokey's dedication though. Due to the first officer who chattered a lot, the new information we got from the rest weren't much. The new information are: Weasel Empire has closed trading with other foreign countries, they're only doing it with Dejima Island, which has a labyrinth. Science has spread on more than half of the 21 states. The royal prince is staying in Dejima Island as a foreign diplomat. The emperor never shows his face among the people, only a part of the Senate are acquainted with him. Only as such. Further, I got more information about the tactician from the elite who boarded the biplane. Half of the army detest the tactician while there's a fixed number who worship the person. The tactician is wearing hooded robe and a mask, their body line and voice are such that it can't be determined whether they are a woman or a man. The origin is unknown. It's not clear whether they are a human or a fairykin. According to the rumor, the emperor brought them out of nowhere 10 years ago. It appears the tactician is the emperor's favorite, he called them Tuya intimately. The name sounds like a Japanese. I can't be sure of it though, since the illegitimate child of the previous Shiga king was also named Suya. Come to think of it, even though I know that their names are of their previous life because the gods name them, why do the reincarnated people are all Japanese? Oh right, the heroes were also all Japanese. Are the gods here partial to Japanese people? I don't know, no gods thinking. At the labyrinth lower layers palace, which I haven't visited for a long time, I consulted about the Weasel Empire to Corpse the king mummy, and he replied back coldly. Oi, corpse. Ya shouldn't be that cold to the boy who relied on the Russell you know. Sorry for being Russell. Aren't ya clang too though? Hearing Armor the Iron Stalker's mediation, Corpse glanced at me after joking with him. The way gods do things are relatively haphazard. There is no clear standard. It's like I don't like it so I hit it or something like that. He makes the god sounds like a spoiled child who grew up being pampered. During the frequent happening of disasters when I made radio towers and railroad, I heard that it was God's divine punishment from the priest, but I never exchanged words with God myself. Oh? Didn't you threaten the god with the nuclear bomb? I negotiated with the Oracle Miko after doing a little demonstration in a monster's dominion, you see. Gods never once showed themselves despite their big talk, and I only ever fought with the Naparabu God's apostles, so I couldn't have a conversation. So apostles are faceless, Naparabu, hey. Further, even though the God's apostles weren't that strong, his attacks couldn't work on them, so he dealt with them using sealing-type magic tools and magic. Hey, it's Kuro. You should come and say hello to me too if you visit. The one who intruded with noisy voice was a charming beauty with wavy black hair and pale skin. She's a greater vampire who lives in the labyrinth's lower layer, vampire princess Samurai. Is Shin doing well? Oh, you. I'm disciplining him with armor, YC. Samurai smiles brightly, unlike a vampire would. Apparently, the former artificial demon lord and a local hero, Shin boy, is reforming well. Samurai shamelessly began to put her hands on the dishes and liquors from many countries that I had bought as souvenirs. Oi, Samurai, don't eat them all. Armor reproved her. It seems they can take in and enjoy consumables despite being undeads. Corpse only drinks the liquor, he rarely touches the dishes. Kuro, gods are whimsical. I only know this from reading ancient slates and documents, but it seems they've been destroying cities and countries through disasters and divine punishments until around 20,000 years ago. Yup, I knew. I heard such story from the matter of the Shadow Castle. They've been quiet recently since monsters and demon lords are acting as the disasters, but the gods here are fundamentally different than the kind gods and guardian gods that we Japanese are familiar with. Think of them as relatives of the nasty demon lords. Corpse muttered in a way only I could heard during the party. I etched the special advice in my mind. Further, since Corpse shared about the magic spell and the magic tool he used to seal the apostles to me, I think I can do something about it even if the divine punishment spreads outside the Weasel Empire. I stopped by the Castle of Perpetual Night in Labyrinth's lower layer when I was going back and delivered the Lesser's blood wine to the true ancestor Ban. He gave me some blood spheres as thanks. I was running low on it, so I'm really glad. I also visited Goblin Princess Yuika while I was at it and presented her with various products from my travel. It also served as thanks for putting up the barrier on the solitary island palace. The new Kazuke I got from Yuika when I was returning was more well received by the Hikikomori demon lord Shizuka than Arisa and Hikaru. I think having new Kazuke as the tea cake is quite refined. So the Weasel Empire was really aiming for the 4 treasured wands. I disguised myself as Dragon Knight Outis once again and went to Makiwa Kingdom's royal castle to tell the truth. I visited the refugee camp and told the situation to Miss Shelmina before I came here. She has agreed to entrust me with the Crimson Wand. Fortunately, I have the Crimson Wand with me. Oh. Good work defending it to the end. His Excellency Dassels truly has good eyes for people. The Prime Minister, who saw Miss Shelmina holding the Crimson Wand, stretched out his hand as if he was going to snatch the wand from her. Miss Shelmina backs away to avoid that hand. In order to prevent re-invasion of the Empire, I have decided to entrust this Crimson Wand to Outis-sama. Fool. Giving Makiwa Kingdom's most valuable asset to someone of unknown origin. Hearing Miss Shelmina's remark, the young king made a verbal slip. Crimson Wand is the treasure of Marquis Dassels' house. Until Uncle Marquis Dwight Dassels comes back, I've promised Outis-sama to leave Crimson Wand in his care. How are you going to defend the East? If the Weasels invade again, isn't Dassels' territory going to be the foremost to bear the attack? The young rattled on, but there's no way the person concerned didn't think of it. King, there is no need to worry. Outis-dano has offered to lend 4 guardian golems in the shape of Flame Dragon, Blazing Giant, Fire Lizard, and Phoenix. 4 level 50 class golems should be enough for defense. I made all of them besides the Blazing Giant using Golem Creation spell furnished with magic cores. I created the Blazing Giant using a complex method I learned in the Elf Village. The blazing giant is equipped with a structure to cope with the magic eater inside. Just in case the golem's AI stopped, I've loaded it with a remote control function using a primitive electronic circuit which I made by analyzing the cell phone I had in Lost Knowledge skill, but it's probably unnecessary. The supply of magic power from the Philosopher's Stone to the golem is stronger than the magic essence, mana, draining force of the Weaselkin's magic eater from the surrounding, so the golem that uses the Philosopher's Stone as its core should not stop moving. O Autistano, not only in Dassel's territory, please put golems in the royal capital too. I don't mind of course. Really? I've expected this. However, I require 100.000 gold coins for each one of them. The king's smile freezes to hear me. I don't mind providing the ones that can be made with the spell for free, but they will stop moving if the weasels use the magic eater. There were some slightly troublesome dialogues after this, but since I was under no obligation to compromise, I had the king and the territory governors to work hard for the country's revival. Of course they have to fulfill my reward, that is supporting the people who were chased out of their lands. Aoda-sama, are you leaving already? Yeah, the next battlefield is calling for me. Miss Shelmina sounds strangely amorous. Does she likes lizard's face even though she's a human? Stay healthy. Yes. I will bring everyone who has been saved by Aoda-sama back without missing any. I brushed away my mantle with a thud, rode on the evil dragon son's back and flew away. Once the evil dragon son ascended enough to be unseen from the ground, we moved to the labyrinth's lower layer, evil dragon area with unit arrangement. For some reason, this area has fallen under my rule. You've done good. Here's your reward. Share it with your family. As thanks for the evil dragon parents, I put a truck-sized cut block of the whale meat. The savory smell of the grilling meat which has been put on the bedrock heated by lava spreads. Golarun. Luarwurun. Golaroru. Yup, the evil dragon parents look happy. Starting with the evil dragon son who couldn't wait anymore and bit the half-roasted whale meat, the other evil dragons also scrambled and began to enjoy the whale meat. After watching them for a little, I transformed into Kuro and went to a Kaguya firm. It's to arrange the refugee transportation. Even though Miss Shelmina said it as she did, from the refugee camp to Dassel's territory is dozens of kilometers away, so some of the refugees are probably going to be lost if they keep at it as is. Kuro-sama. 2 large airships have successfully departed. When I came into a Kaguya firm's office room with unit arrangement, manager drew closer on me with eyes that were more dazzling than usual. Tifaliza's eyes are colder than usual somehow. Thank you, manager. Manager. Hey? Manager's tension is dropping fast, perhaps the thanks weren't enough. As I thought, it should not be just with words, I have to also present her with goods. I've already given her an amulet, a wand, and also a magic bag. Manager, do you like sweets? Why yes. Like everyone else. Famu, I'll give her handmade sweets as the token of appreciation. Isn't this the Phantom Lulu shortcake? I baked it myself, do eat it during your break. Kukuro-sama's handmade. Manager is staring at the cake while posing like she's praying to heaven. Looks like she's gotten back to good mood. Elterina, me too. I know. But, keep it a secret from the girls, okay? Those girls don't know restraint. Understood. Manager and Tifaliza are exchanging secret talks in whispers. Glad to see them getting along well. I wait for the two to finish their talk and make the arrangement for the alibi and the transportation plan. 14 to 47. Follow-up processing. Satu's here. Ending things are several times harder than starting things. It's not only once or twice I thought of having someone else to do the last debug. I wonder where the utopia without debug is located. Well, you're Sir Pendragon aren't you? White hair with a cut on the cheek, you must be Kurodano of Ikagoya firm, right? I'm doing this farce in the royal castle of Toneoka Kingdom, a small kingdom located next to Silga Kingdom, Kuro, who was visiting to thank for the permission to open the branch office, accidentally met Satu doll, who were together with the entourages, and then they had a chat. Since we're in the hall leading to the audience chamber, the eyes and ears of the people of Roko Kingdom are gathered to us. Let me borrow your ears for a bit. What? Weasel Empire invaded Makiwa Kingdom. Using amplification skill, Kuro's loud voice reaches all the nooks and corners of the royal castle. Kuro Dono, please lower your voice slightly. Oh sorry. Even if there's Silga Kingdom in between, this matter is not unrelated to Roko Kingdom. Have you informed Roko King? Not yet, I'm going to after this. I've stopped by precisely to inform the matter. The people in the surrounding look anxious. Since a person who looked like the errand of the king showed up from the interior door, I move the farce forward to end it. However, please do not worry. Oh? The Dragon Knights of the Dragon Valley went there, hey? That's splendid. However, my master would reprove me if I didn't at least help transporting the refugees. That's reassuring. Please give my best regards to Hiro Nanashi-sama. Understood. I have come here to pay my gratitude to Roko King, who's given the permission to open a branch office here. However, I'll leave such thing to the branch manager. I'm going back to accomplish my duty as the hero's servant. In order to finish the farce, I create white smoke and disappear from the place like a ninja. Secretly changing places with Satu doll is quite easy then. I tell my entourages that I've changed places with Satu doll with eye contacts. It seems only Lady Karina acting as Lady K after a long while who hasn't noticed. There's no particular problem with that anyway, so I'll leave her as is. He disappeared. So that was the rumored elusive Kurodano of Ikagoya firm. As expected of a hero's servant. The bar for being a hero's servant has raised somehow, but since the story is an embellishment of the people who created the rumor, I guess there's no harm done. After creating witnesses, I quickly ended my audience with the king, used the gift I brought, chestnuts of land and sea, to dispel the anxious mood and relished on Roko Kingdom's specialties in the banquet. This is a small kingdom located between Shiga Kingdom and the Wyvern Kingdom Silga Kingdom. It's also next to the Black Dragon Mountains, but there were many more uncommon dishes than I thought that I enjoyed. There were variety of dishes developed from substitute foodstuff like nuts and wild plants. There was even a mysterious dish made from pickled moss pine skin, but the beansake of Roko Kingdom was especially good. Every one of them has complex flavor, it's interesting. While lightly ignoring the marriage proposals from the artless Roko Kingdom's nobles, I got to know many specialty dishes of the kingdom. I'm going to secretly visit the place with everyone as commoners once we depart after the formal tour is over. I can't really enjoy this relaxedly before finishing the plan to transport the refugees. Kurodano, what happened to the entire crews of the warships? Don't worry, I'll bring them back safely. After making them fell asleep, I sent the crew members of the two Shiga Kingdom's large warships to the underground camp of Ikagoya firm in royal capital. Going with them will be bad in many things since I plan to move the warships to the border between Makiwa Kingdom and Silga Kingdom with unit arrangement. I expect great work from you. Yes. I leave the interior decoration to the brownies as I do the final tuning of the unfinished aerodynamic engines. Since I completed it in less than half a day, I brought the two warships to the destination with unit arrangement in turns. I had prepared heavy fog using the Spirit Misty Fog beforehand, so there was no problem even if two large airships appeared out of nowhere. The Weaselkin flying units are coming. Run away. Escape into the mountain. Oops, I should have announced beforehand. We're from Ikagoya firm of Shiga Kingdom. By the request of the representative of Marquis d'Asles, Dame Shelmina, we are to transport you. Please prepare for departure calmly. I repeat. I gave names that would calm the refugees through the external speaker to clear the misunderstanding. Dasles-sama. Oh good, the young lady is safe. Isn't Dasles the great lord of the East? Yeah, if it's that man, he would even use his private funds to move Shiga Kingdom. I wonder. Was the pyromaniac noble originally a splendid noble? My impression of him is that he's a troublesome noble who has lost his sanity from grudges, but to think it's this different just from a different perspective. I'm intrigued with the things that happened between the time of the pyromaniac noble that I know and Marquis d'Asles that they are familiar with. According to the Weaselkin's wheel chief, Weasel Empire's army was quite cautious with Marquis d'Asles. They might have done something to turn Marquis d'Asles into a pyromaniac noble. It might be a good idea to be cautious with the tactician when we visit Weasel Empire. Since the refugees weren't all from one city, I ended up transporting them to many places. I crammed them into the airships and carried them after making them asleep. It was easy since I had created several base points for unit arrangement in Makiwa Kingdom. It unexpectedly became a practice for transporting immigrants from Shiga Kingdom's royal capital to Muno Earldom. So you're Kuro of Shiga Kingdom, hey? Rumors about you reach even here. I stopped by Silga Kingdom as Kuro after I was done transporting the refugees. Under the pretext of flying large warships near the kingdom. My real intention is to ask the true intention of the Weasel Merchant, who's inside Silga Kingdom's underground prison, as to why he was meddling with Shadow Castle in Roko Kingdom, the country of the pink-haired Princess Mania. I've heard that you specializes in doing shady businesses that Hiro Nanashi can't. I don't know no shady businesses. They're fundamentally good deeds, you know? Are you paying the Weaselkin merchant who did a grave sin out of the prison for the sake of such shady business? Grave sin? In a world where people's live worth almost nothing, killing someone is never called a grave sin. I wonder what did the Weasel merchant do to get him caught? Strangely enough, the Weasel merchant's offense status is white. Perhaps he was caught on false charge? The one who told me the answer was the macho warrior who broke in. King. Is it true that you are going to release the fools who intruded the sanctuary of Dragon-sama? It's still under negotiation. Step back unless you are interested in becoming the next king. Gununu. Handled by the experienced king, macho warrior groans in vexation. One airship. I won't ask for the big one. Just one like the small airship that Viscount Pendragon rides on. Outrageous. It's totally unbalanced compared to the life of one Weaselkin merchant. I can make a private airship's aerodynamic engine immediately and I have plenty of the material needed for it. However, since Shiga Kingdom has asked me not to sell them outside the kingdom, I refused the king. Silga King probably isn't demanding an airship for real, it's probably a light check before the actual negotiation. Then what would be balanced? I don't want to do troublesome transactions since I'm not a professional merchant. I'll go with something that will make Silga Kingdom immediately agrees and has little influence in foreign countries. How about a ship that can be used on the wetlands? How disappointing, Kuro of Ikagoya firm. The fact that you have manufactured large airships for Shiga Kingdom is known even by spies of a rural kingdom, you know. It appears the Silga King didn't like my reply, he glared ferociously. Please don't snap back before I could finish explaining the ship. Do you not like ship? Perhaps it can't be compared to a wyvern, but it's a high-speed craft which makes use of wind magic device, you know. It's a magic ship called Wind Ship modeled after the hovercraft that can operate in wetlands in modern Earth. It needs littler magic power compared to an airship, and an aquatic hovercraft similar to this one has also been deployed in Oiagak Kingdom for emergency contact use. After glaring at each other for a bit, he was pleased with the wind ship when he saw it himself, and agreed to get the Weasel merchant released. And then, when we tried it on site. Ooh, this is great. It's sliding over the wetlands reeds. Truly. Wind ship is truly the right name for it. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. From the beginning to the end, it was a big hit for the king and the prince. The macho warrior who was smiling till the end was noisy, but now he's probably going to overlook the Weasel merchant with this. By the way, Kurodano. The ones who broke into the sanctuary were not only the Weaselkin merchant, there were also a male rabbitkin slave and a female human slave, you see. If you want to save them, give another wind ship. I don't mind if the negotiation breaks down. I will withdraw, taking the wind ship with me. Wait. Forgive the prince's impertinence. We will give you the slaves as an apology. I tried to take an attitude as supported by negotiation skill when the prince was trying to ask for another wind ship, the king restrained with great force. He likes the magic-driven hovercraft that much. Famu, I won't say no if you are willing to. Then it's a deal, King of Silga. After getting the wind ship's startup key, he took along the queen and their children toward the port in high spirits. Are you the great criminal who trespassed the dragon sanctuary and tried to destroy Silga Kingdom? When I called out to him, the emaciated weasel merchant quickly jumped to the prison's lattice. Human? Judging from your speech, you're a Shiga Kingdom's man, right? I want to make a deal. Do you wish to be freed? What can you give in return? I'll say it beforehand, I have no interest in money or women. My family has a seat in the Senate, you can demand anything you want. I can grant you most things you see. I thought he was just a merchant, but it seems his family is quite prestigious. Right then, I demand 3 things. What were you plotting in Roko Kingdom? That's one of Shadow Castle's investigation. I needed to know whether the sentries of God were really there. Don't ask me what for. It was a request of my uncle who's in the Senate. I don't know the details. It would be quite an achievement if I were to get magic tools from the Age of Gods, but the Saga Empire's adventurers seem to have failed. The weasel merchant gave information quite readily. I haven't even used mind magic's honesty, speaker, and foolish field Yuri quite eager to talk. There's no point in keeping it a secret here. I don't know what kind of foresights His Majesty the Emperor has, but living creatures are ones who put importance on their safety above all. There is no need to weigh my options even if it's something that involves the life and death of the Empire. I did think that they were a selfish and rational species, but it's quite extreme. Then, my second demand. Why did you sneak into the Dragon Sanctuary? I wanted to employ the people from the Silga branch and Silga Kingdom's crime guilds, but everyone shrunk back, saying we're afraid of the dragon's wrath, so I had no choice but to go myself. Famu, the people of Silga Kingdom revered them as gods, so it's understandable. Don't dodge the question. I asked not why are you but what is your purpose for going into the Dragon Sanctuary? You did so the criticism I felt in your words was just my imagination. My purpose was simple. I sought dragon scales for my company's profit, and searched for fallen dragon's claw and fang as requested by my uncle. I know that there are demands for lesser dragon scales since they can be used to make lesser version of holy tools. However, the request of the uncle who belongs to the Weasel Empire Senate. What are you going to use dragon's claws and fangs for? There is no point to the question. What can they be used for anything but weapons? Are you telling me to use dragon fang as a cutting tool? The weasel merchant spits as if sneering. However, that may be unexpectedly possible. The dragon fang that penetrates all is very useful to whittle super hard metal. I have the fang of the lesser dragon after all, might as well use it as a lathe tool. Then, my last demand. I want to meet the Emperor. Mediate between us. With the Emperor at. The weasel merchant stiffens after hearing me. Arranging a meeting between a suspicious man and the one who holds the most power in the Empire should be quite difficult. Can it be with His Excellency Royal Prince instead? That person is in Dejima Island as a diplomat, so I should be able to arrange a meeting with him if I ask my uncle. It seems I can meet that one normally, so there's no need to ask for a mediation. Leaving that aside, shouldn't the honorary title of a royal prince be His Highness? There's no point if it isn't with the Emperor. Are you scheming to assassinate him? It's useless even if you can meet him. The temple night of the Imperial Castle is filled with knights that even Shiga 8 swords are no match against. Temple Knight the name seems strong. Simply put, you have to be at least level 50 to become a holy knight of the Temple Knight. And there are 100 of that kind of knight. Even if you are outside the norm as a hero's servant, you'll just be crushed to death by the sheer number. That's amazing. Where did they get that much experience point? The lifespan of Elven should be lower than humans. Can they really train that many people in just one labyrinth? That aside, I'd like to refrain from having power inflation like in a manga with declining popularity. Our girls are stronger, but since instant death techniques and tools exist, I can't be at peace. Maybe I should make new equipment without restraint. I'll say this again, give up with the assassination. Nonsense. I do not plot to kill the Emperor. Do you know smoke car? I only want to talk about that. Smoke car? What's that? Are you going to promote your product? Strange. There's no need for him to play dumb about the train now, and there's no way someone of his position never saw the smoke car. Come to think of it, even if I have few contacts with Elven, I've never heard any rumor about the smoke car. Perhaps, by using geese or other skill and magic to impose gag order, they delete or bind memories regarding things that can't be brought outside the Empire. I add that concern in the memo pad for Elven of my menu. You don't need to know the content of my talk with the Emperor. It's over if the other party refuses. I don't care if the Empire is destroyed by the God's wrath, but it'll be troubling if we get dragged up, so I only want to meet to talk about that. I've said most of the things, but since it looks like he'll laugh it out if I talk about the taboo and such, this much information is enough. Even if it's not comparable to my own safety, I do have some attachment to my motherland. Moreover, even if by any chance the Emperor is assassinated, that just means His Excellency Royal Prince will replace him. Very well, the cheerful Royal Prince who's easy with business and diplomacy is more convenient than the Emperor who dislike other people. Like I said, I'm not going to assassinate him. I vow that I will strive to arrange the meeting with the Emperor. I can't put any trust in your vow, I'll have it in a written contract. Very well. I take out a parchment from item box and sign a contract with the weasel merchant. You haven't written the penalty for not fulfilling the term within the promised time. You're good for a human. Such was one dispute during the contract writing. The experience I got when I accompanied Mr. Overweight, who was the project leader, to sign a contract with the client was made useful. So this is freedom. The weasel merchant stretched his body while still wearing prison uniform outside the castle. A robust rabbitkin man appeared. He's the former slave of the weasel merchant. Yo, boss. I'll take you to Dejima Island for 100 gold coins, how about it? Uzahi, you weren't executed yet, looks like I was saved by the human over there. The weasel merchant sent an asking glance at me. You'll need transportation, right? The price of the confiscated tamed wyvern was a bit steep, but it's something needed. My uncle in the imperial capital needs to make a move in order to fulfill the promise. I want 2-month time. Once the preparation is complete, I'll send a messenger to the office of Noroino firm in Dejima Island. Okay. I be waiting for good news in Dejima Island. The rabbitkin, who sensed that our talk was over, blows a whistle to call his wyvern. Before long, a wyvern lands, the two rides on it, and then they make a long run before the gate. While they were only glancing at the screaming fleeing people, it flew and then went to the southeast direction after circling the sky twice. The next time we meet, it's probably going to be in the Weasel Empire. You sure you don't want to go? It's okay. I call the woman who was watching from the shadow. Like the rabbitkin man, she was a slave of the weasel merchant. She only has item box skill even though her level is at late 20. Of course, all of the contents inside the item box have been confiscated by Roko Kingdom. If you have no place to go, do you want to go to ours? Ikagoya firm. That's right. Then, I'll go. Employ me. Looks like she's not from Shiga Kingdom, her words are disjointed. What's your name? Safe. Oi, weasel merchant. Don't call her safe in weasel language. Do you have a name before you became a slave? Mayu. Name order, Mayu. I change her name back. Thus, Maya got a job as a new treasurer of a Kaguya firm. Looks like she's going to get along well with Tafaliza as fellow taciturn. For some reason, manager treated Maya harshly, but after a while, her attitude became normal with her. Getting along well with each others is a beautiful thing, isn't it? Shiru, I'm counting on you to take care of this girl, okay? Yes, Kuro-sama. Oh wa, can I really have this much travel expense? I don't mind. You can replenish the fund in Ikagoya branch offices along the way. I also don't mind if you donate them to poor villages or churches. I hand over a bag with 50 gold coins to the former chivalrous phantom thief now working as a trade member of a Kaguya firm, Shirururun. There wasn't much she had to do as a phantom thief in the royal capital, so I asked her to become the fake Apostle K's teacher. I feel that a type of person like K would rebel against hot-blooded type like Armor or straight type like Arisa and Hikaru, so I picked Shirururun, who was doing good deeds even while dirtying her hands as she walked the outlaw road. Let's go, K. Yuan. K, who's wearing a brown wig, is looking at Satu doll with eyes like that of an abandoned cat. I felt slightly guilty seeing such face, but she needs re-education. I'll be an ogre here and send her off. K, be careful with injuries and monsters, okay? Shiru-san, please take care of K. Leave it to me, Sir Pendragon. Shirururun sticks out her chest to answer Satu doll. They departed with Shirururun pulling K's hand. Tracing back her path as a fake apostle, she's going to walk as a normal traveler this time. I actually knew several means to collect prayers in order to revive God Zakuan, but since I felt that pushing the answer to her would be wrong, I restrained myself. Kuro-sama, then I'll be leaving too. I've talked with Shirururun, so be careful not to be found out by K only. Understood. Two women traveling together would be easy targets for bad people, so I've added the former phantom thief, now a Kaguya firm slave, Pippin, to support them just in case. After sending them off and going back to the royal capital with unit arrangement, I changed to Hiro Nanashi form and conveyed the matter about Weasel Empire and Taboo to Shiga King and the Prime Minister. It looks like the problem with Taboo hasn't been actualized yet in Weasel Empire, but I'll be visiting the imperial capital after getting the appointment for the meeting in 2 months and talk about the Taboo with the Emperor. Let's continue doing various experiments and creating magic tools which were stopped at time in these 2 months. I absolutely need to meet the ancient dragon who's on another continent. I also need to continue the development plan of the floating continent. The more things I can do, the more things I have to do, like an exponential graph. Right. Making weasel suits and then infiltrating Weasel Empire to sightsee the science sounds nice as well. 14 Intermission 1, Ancient Dragon Continent and Primeval Magic. Satu's here. Perhaps due to the influence from picture books and foreign anime geared toward children, when I think of magic, I imagine an old magician using a wand and invoking a spell. It was denied by a friend who was experienced in fantasy from home console though. So this place is that continent? I asked my fellow traveler while surveying the wasteland that spread in front of us. That ancient dragon guy should be around here somewhere. That wasteland over there must have been what left after ancient dragon's breath of ruination. Black Dragon Aaron, who's carrying me to the south continent, keeps his confidence. Whoa, looks like we're going to come out of the marine area into the south continent area soon. This continent doesn't have a world tree, so this is the first time I've come here. I acquire the information about the south continent area with all map exploration. Looks like the acquired map is for the northern half part of the continent. The map's name is Wasteland of Ancient Dragon. There's only a small number of people with only a few villages and small towns along the eastern and western coasts. Looks like the ancient dragon is rowdier than I thought. Aaron, fly a bit to the right toward that mountain ridge you can see far away. Your eyes are good, Kuro. It's too far, I cannot see it. Well, I also can't see it, you know. I have him flying toward the point reflected on the map. Crisis perception. In accordance to my bad feeling, I create a square-shaped magic shield using advanced force magic in front of Black Dragon. The surface area of the protection is small, but it's an excellent little thing that could directly defend against Black Dragon's breath many times. What's wrong, Kuro? Aaron suddenly made a sharp turn to the left when he was still talking. My view inclined nearly 90 degrees. Something sparkled from afar, and then at the next moment, a black jet passed through near Black Dragon's stomach. It's probably the ancient dragon's breath. The other party shouldn't have been able to see us from this distance, it must have shot it using perception. Still, that's some tremendous range. With a roaring sound, Aaron let out a breath toward the ancient dragon. Maybe it was a retaliation, but Aaron's breath disappeared in the middle of the way before even arriving at the ancient dragon. Famu, now that ancient dragon guy should notice me too. After saying that, Aaron corrects his direction. Rather, I feel that it was a declaration of war. In the end, Aaron's act was the right thing to do. After using the breath to reply, there was no more breath coming from ancient dragon. Before long, we could see the ancient dragon lying sprawled on the mountain's ridge. Huge. The ancient dragon in Fujisan Mountains was already twice as big as a true dragon, yet this ancient dragon is an order of magnitude bigger. Its length is at least 1 kilometer. It looks like it'll be 20% longer if the dragon stretches its body. How does a living being maintain such size, I wonder, but it's probably of something magical. The ancient dragon is basking in the sunlight, its crimson scales are glittering. Black Dragon the Wild Kid, hey, wait until the afternoon if you want to have a match. Today is a fine day to take a nap. Fighting is nice, but having a pleasant nap is even better. Agreed. Aaron agreed with the ancient dragon, who spoke with very low frequency sound which shook your body. Then he landed on a ridge near the ancient dragon and began to sunbathe. How do I say this, they really are on their own paces. I came here to ask the ancient dragon to teach me after all, as they said when in Rome, do as Romans do, thus I decided to take a nap together with the dragons. There were cold strong wind like in Alpine and intense sunlight like in the southern region, but I was able to adjust them, making them feel like comfortable wind and sunshine by wrapping my body with light magic power. I open my eyes when I feel someone's gaze. According to the clock on the menu, it's been 2 hours. Right in front of me, there's the face of the ancient dragon and its ruby-colored eyes that's bigger than me. Are you Ryui? No, I am Kuro. I remember this Ryui that the ancient dragon mentioned. The founder king of Silga Kingdom should be called Ryui. Perhaps the legend of King Ryui I heard in Silga Kingdom's dragon shrine is a historical fact. I'm intrigued as to whether the suspicious story about dragon turning into human is true. At least the Silga Kingdom's dragon weapons were of lesser dragons. I see. Looks like the ancient dragon lost its interest in me after I denied the question. After blinking once, it turned its attention toward Black Dragon. Should we fight now, Black Dragon? I have obtained a name, Aaron. Call me Aaron instead of Black Dragon. The battle junkie Black Dragon snapped at the matter about his name rather than about the match. Oh? Did Dragon God Sama bestowed you the name? Oh? They normally get it from the Dragon God, hey? Come to think of it, Black Dragon didn't name himself even though he has naming skill. No, my name was given by Kuro. I also gave Kuro his name, you know. You got your name from a human child. Kuro exchanged blows with me in equal term, you know. Exchanged blows, you said? Fighting a dragon by exchanging blows in close combat rather than using magic from afar, that's quite an admirable youngster. Ancient Dragon laughs out loud pleasantly. Since its laughter is like a shockwave attack, please leave it at that. So, you're not going to fight? I'm fine with fighting, but I've brought Kuro here cause he has some business with you. Black Dragon told our original business faithfully to the ancient dragon, who looked eager to fight. It seems like he's already satisfied since he fought with me plentifully the other day. Ancient Dragon turned its line of sight toward me uninterestingly. I had heard that Ancient Dragon Dono excels at ancient magic, so I'd like to learn from you once. Famu, I do not mind, however. Magic, Maijutsu, is faster in invocation and needs less magic power than primeval magic, Mahu, you know. I answered the ancient dragon, who looked wondering. According to AR reading, the ancient dragon doesn't have primeval magic skill. Teach him without grumbling over the trivia. We're having a banquet after you teach him the magic. Famu, drinking black dragon liquor after a long while is nice too. Besides, the dishes Kuro makes are tasty, you know. Ho, better than whole roasted goats. So ancient dragon also uses goats as the standard? They like goats too much. Famu. About the same. Black dragon concluded so after thinking hard about it for a bit. Looks like even the whale meat with the spicy mayonnaise couldn't win against the demi-glacéd roasted goat. It got derailed a bit like such, but the ancient dragon's lesson finally starts. Primeval magic is all about spirit. With just that, the ancient dragon shuts its mouth as if it has told everything. Do you mean using magic with thought? Roughly like that. Desire for something strongly, and make it happen using magic power and spirit. That's quite a lackadaisical magic. Is there no need for spell and prior preparation? That's magic, Maijutsu, right? Don't you want to learn about primeval magic, Mahu? Apparently, primeval magic is really a magic that create phenomenons only with imagination. I am hungry, you know. Now that you mention it, I feel hungry too. Black Dragon and Ancient Dragon said those things even though the lesson had just started. These guys really do things as they please. Experience is the best teacher. I'll show how it's done, imitate it. The Ancient Dragon stares at a rock. Looks like it's going to do something with that rock. I motivate myself and observe the process. I can see the magic flow of enormous magic essence, mana. It seems the spirits aren't moving. There's nothing happening even after 10 minutes. However, the amount of magic power gathered on the rock is substantial. There's at least enough magic power to cast several advanced magic spells that's wrapped on the rock. I'll get some fish and octopus from the sea for a bit. Black Dragon yawned and then he went toward the shore. Seafood from an unknown place sound good, but I have to concentrate on the Ancient Dragon's primeval magic right now. After about an hour, Black Dragon came back while carrying a huge squid-shaped kraken and a deep-sea serpent. What? Not yet, huh? This is why I dislike primeval magic. It's true that this can't be used as attack magic if it takes this long. Crack. A small sound entered my ears. I turned around and saw the figure of a sheep emerging from the transparent white rock. Its realness accelerates as the rock as big as an arm turns into a statue of goat. However, it doesn't end with just that. The statue's fur became tinged with real-looking fur, the statue's eyes blinked, turning into a living creature's eyes. I reflexively stretch out my hand. The fur that my hand touches feels exactly the same as a goat's. Mwee! The goat cried once and then it began to walk. Its first few steps were awkward, but it's hopping normally now. Amazingly, even the AR reading shows that it's a goat. This is primeval magic. You understand? Why yes, thank you very much. It's strange for me to be surprised at a rock turning into a goat since the forbidden spell Another World can create plants and fish, but looking at a rock turning into a goat before my eyes was amazing. Unlike all the magic up until now, I didn't get primeval magic skill. Since the ancient dragon itself doesn't have the skill, I guess it's only natural. You just do it like that. Kuro, cook this goat. Famu, one is not enough, but using primeval magic is tiring so I don't want to do it again. Then, I'll bring them here from a certain place. After telling so, I brought around 20 goats from the livestock farming Another World. I take out the whale meat too while I'm at it. I chose half the body of the whale since I'm treating the huge ancient dragon. That's quite a huge fillet. It's the great monstrous fish's fillet. It's good, you know. That great monstrous fish, hey. Those guys can eat my breath and they're quick to escape into the bottom of the sea, they're bothersome so I've never eaten one. The ancient dragon is looking at the whale's half-body interestingly. I start to cook using magic arm and forge. The dragons are smiling at the smell of the roasted meat. I think back upon the primeval magic earlier while looking at them. You probably have to do something after saturating the magic power, but I don't understand what to do after that. Like sending signal by pulsing electricity, I think you need to create waves from the saturated magic power and produce some kind of magical phenomenon from it, but I don't have any proof in that. A music with mega volume pulled me back to reality. Apparently, the ancient dragon and black dragon are humming. Ooh, amazing! Green buds have begun to sprout from around the ancient dragon and black dragon. I can feel waves of magic power. This appears to be a type of primeval magic. The greenery spread vigorously, flowers are blooming spectacularly. There are even some rare things called spirit grass and bewitching flower among them. Looks like trees and shrubs have begun growing in far off. The spring and lake created in a slightly distant place must be of the dragon spring liquor. I guess the one created by the ancient dragon should be called Dragon Lake Liquor. Hey? Kuro, put demigla on this goat. On mine too please. It's easy to put on the sauce since it's whole roasted, but my demi-glace sauce stock is running low. Using space magic telephone I ask Lulu to make more. So good, this tastes so good. Aaron, you've found yourself a good servant. Wrong. Kuro isn't my servant, he's a friend. Famu, friend hey. I will use primeval magic to make the things you want if you give me more delicious dishes. At present, you want to turn dragon's fangs and claws into weapons, right? When I was listening to the two while dismantling the kraken and the deep-sea serpent, the ancient dragon told me that. Might as well, I take out Buriuu's fang for the occasion. I've cut it a bit to make some tool, but it's mostly intact. Could you turn this into a sword? Famu, I can, but after the banquet is over. Humans must not be hasty. The dragon is right, you've to enjoy the time to enjoy yourself fully. I make fine white noodles from the huge squid and sashimi from the deep-sea serpent. The sashimi's accent isn't enough since I haven't met any wasabi monster. As expected, using common wasabi isn't enough for this size. I deep-fried the deep-sea serpent's bone with meat, creating a super huge bone senbei. I can make deep-fried food using little oil with fry cooking magic, it's quite convenient. The senbei is better than the sashimi. This is how it's like when you fry things in oil. Hey! Humans sure come up with amusing things. I don't like it much. Goats are better after all. Crackle crackle, with very loud sound the ancient dragon bit the super huge bone senbei. Black dragon who was attracted by that tried the bone senbei, but he didn't like it much. Once the two's appetites were appeased to a degree, I was also freed from cooking and began to drink the Dragon Lake liquor while snacking on the squid dish. The moment I put the Dragon Lake liquor into my mouth, strong smell pierced through my nostrils. After a bit, I got used to the tongue-numbing strong alcohol, then a rich mild flavor permeates. The taste is different from the Dragon Spring liquor, but this one is quite a good liquor too. I'd like to let my dwarf acquaintances who like liquor to drink this. I'll share the remaining liquor later. Still, it looked like you really rampaged violently. Did your inverse scale got wounded? Black Dragon suddenly turned his head and asked the ancient dragon. Fahahaha, such idiot has not appeared for the past 10,000 years. I just couldn't put up with the scuffle between the demon lord and the little ones on the mountain nearby. Apparently the wasteland on the northern half part of the continent is the trace from the time the ancient dragon rampaged to defeat the demon lord. I see, so this is an example of the damage is great when the dragon intervenes talk. The damage is bigger than my Meteor Shower combo for sure. The demon lord of another continent spoken in the oracle was probably from here. Only the ones in the Weasel Empire and the Ratkin Principality remain. I had tried searching in the Ratkin Principality near Shiga Kingdom, but I couldn't find anything that seemed like the demon lord. The Trezewiya maze is located near the Ashrat Principality after all, Perhaps the last demon lord is what Zen would have become. So you went today and were taught immediately. Yeah, these are the Dragon Fang swords and Dragon Fang daggers that I got. Affirming the surprised Arisa, I show her the swords created by the ancient dragon. I had more of the lesser Dragon Fangs, so I asked the dragon to create 2 Dragon Fang swords and several Dragon Fang daggers. Looking at the Fangs volume, there should have been some left, but most of the huge fangs were absorbed into the Dragon Fang swords. Primeval magic is quite fantastical. Normally you'd get turned down and get to stay sitting down in front of the gate no matter how many times you got sent away. The readers won't feel the suspense like this. As always, Arisa still loves mixing up fiction and reality. Even though it's better when they teach you easily. Satu, there's a lot of daggers, don't you tell me? Yes, I have one for everyone. I nodded to Hikaru and put all the weapons on the table. The Dragon Fang swords are for Pokey and Tama each, the Dragon Fang daggers are for everyone including the late starters. I didn't give the Dragon Fang sword to Nana who could use a sword because she won't be able to use her defense with the sword that's too sharp. The members who are used to getting weapons from me and Lady Karina were simply overjoyed, but Hikaru, the princess, Sira and Xena-san received the swords with trembling hands due to their surprises. Amazing, this is a Jingyi created from Dragon's Fang with primeval magic. Hikaru traces the dagger in her trembling hand. Calling it Jingyi is exaggerating, but there's no mistake that it's of higher class than a common artifact. It can cut the inside of the magic bag, so make sure to put it into the sheath before storing it into the bag, okay? Aye sir. Yes, Nanotasu. Tama and Poka stretch out greatly to answer me. Satu-san, is it alright for us to receive such amazing weapons? Yes, Xena would be fine, but Her Highness and I can't use weapons. That dagger can cut barrier, so please carry it in cases of emergency. It cut through the barrier I created with space magic, so they should be able to break through most barrier. Dagger that can cut through barrier, hey. I feel excited somehow. Anticipation. Arisa and Mia are smiling while picking sheaths with different colors. Lulu tilts her head while holding the dagger like a kitchen knife. It seems she's going to use the Dragon Fang dagger to cook. Master, what is that? So I ask. This is a failure, you see. Nana points at the ill-formed dagger in my hand. I was able to invoke primeval magic somehow after spending half a day and used up most of my magic power, but it felt like I needed more training before I could use it freely. Looks like it'll be a bit longer before Liza's magic spear reinforcement. So, in the end, what is primeval magic anyway? Is it an Aya-bound type of technique? The ancient dragon said that it was magic invoked with your spirit, but if I have to say, I guess it's the root of the current magic? It's hard to be used by humans, so the current magic is the form after it's been improved, or something like that. The part that isn't included in the current magic, Mahu, magic, Meijutsu, skill has no merit. I can understand why primeval magic became obsolete and the current systematic magic succeeded in the natural selection. The current magic, Meijutsu, with the skill support is far easier to use and more efficient. The support from skill is big after all. By the way, I wonder what's the Iyuban type technique that Arisa said in Japanese? Arisa's reference is too old sometimes, I don't know them. 14 SS1, people of the ancient dragon continent. Darn it, not even one dragon scale despite walking this far. It probably means that even the demon lord couldn't hurt ancient dragon Sama at all. Knights in traveling outfits are exchanging words with each other. A group of 50 people including knights who were dispatched by a kingdom on the south of the ancient dragon continent have come to investigate. Everyone is riding a highly mobile running bird. OOE! Come here quick! One of the soldiers who had gone ahead of the wasteland as scouts greatly waved his hands. The other 4 who are with him are captivated by the ridge on the other side of the wasteland, they're not waving their hands. This is... I can't believe it. The young captain snatches the far sight tube from one of the scouts and stare at the scenery before his eyes. A red-haired woman vice-captain who appears beside him does the same thing and peer into the far sight tube. For fertile land to spread beyond the wasteland like this. That's not the surprising part, look at there. The city is safe. Impossible. I saw it myself when the royal capital of this Katahira kingdom was burned to the ground by the demon lord's army. The rampart was also half destroyed by a huge demon beast from the demon lord's army. Unlike the wasteland that the investigation team has witnessed so far, there are lush greenery and a city with systemically built houses before their eyes. We won't know anything from here. Let's go into the city. However, it might be the demon's trap. Then have the summoner to summon a carrier bird and send a report. After giving the order, the captain whipped the running bird and went ahead. Scout unit. Go ahead of the captain. Don't miss any danger. Understood. With the vice-captain's order, the scouts hurriedly jumped onto the running birds. Since they're lightly dressed, they probably would quickly catch up with the captain. The vice-captain takes along the following unit toward the solemn and mysterious city. Does nobody live here? Even though there are houses lined up which look ready to live in any time, there's not even one soul. There are furnitures installed inside the houses, yet no tablewares nor food can be found. Unbelievably enough, every house has waterworks and drainage system installed. Captain, the door of the central castle is open. I see, the rampart gate also opened by itself when we touched it. Is it inviting us in? I don't know. The captain and the others continue their search without stopping even while feeling weirded out. After wandering in the wasteland for 2 months, arriving at a ruined city, a city with virtually brand new houses that are left unattended, there's no way they can leave it alone. However, such mysterious buildings they are. I've never seen buildings like them before. Yet, they look weak against earthquake. Apparently, Shiga Kingdom-style stone buildings are unusual on the ancient dragon continent, which has a lot of volcanoes. Houses made with architecture magic are stronger than they look against earthquake, but none can see through that on their first sight. They finally get off the running birds when they've trespassed the central castle, and then they dip their hands into the fountain in the front garden. It seems they've judged that the water is safe after looking at the running birds poking their heads into the water. Looks like it's safe. Let us drink the water too. All right. It's been half a month since we have such clear water. Yum, this stuff's not gritty to drink. Unlike the captain who could get drinking water from water magic, the team members plunged their heads into the fountain and began to drink the water. The following group who arrived later lost themselves when they saw their companions plunging their heads into the fountain and rushed up to them. The vice-captain scolded them. And, does that seems to be here? Yeah, the rampart's gate opens by itself and the fountain is working. It's possible. Accompanied by the vice-captain and escort soldiers, the captain heads toward the underground passage the scouts discovered. The escort soldiers were repelled by the barrier on the passage's entrance, but the captain and the vice-captain were able to enter into the lower floor without problem. As I thought, only upper nobles can enter here. Probably only people who can become a landlord. The captain runs toward the blue light shining in the lower floor. Welcome, qualified one. An overlapping voice of woman and man of unknown age could be heard. The source of the voice is the crystal body floating in the air city core. I've been ordered by the previous lord to hand over the throne to the first qualified one who come here. Which one of you will be registered as the landlord? The captain steps forward to answer the city core. It seems the two who are bewildered with the situation don't notice that the previous lord name told by the city core was blank. I will inherit it. Former Prince of Natanha, Jeba Natanha will become the new lord of this land. Registering Jeba Natanha. The captain's body is wrapped in light, a mysterious light crown appears on his head. Figures of people living a poor life in a foreign country appears in the Captain King Jeba's mind. And, the cheering voices of his subjects whom he leads to the new land. Your Highness, you look splendid. Stop with highness. I'm the king of this new AINANA kingdom from now on. Yes, your majesty. Disregarding the two who were overwhelmed by their emotion, the city core asked, would you like to change the city name from Katahira to AINANA, at its own pace? Thus the captain became a prince who obtained a foundation to revive the fallen kingdom as a godsend, but only later on they found out that the city was only made to look like the city before it was destroyed. The one who reconstructed these cities were not a god, but it was beyond their imagination as ordinary people. Much less about the purpose of that person, a practical site for magic experiments and expectation for the revival to complete when he comes to sightsee in the future. None could imagine it was for such a random reason. Also, Haru. You be the first queen. Jeba-sama. Apparently the new king has also found his spouse following his kingdom. As if blessing the two, the song of the ancient dragon that rules over regeneration is echoing on the continent. 14 Intermission 2, Immigrants of Governor Pendragon. Royal Capital, Downtown. Good work today, how about we get some drink after this? Sorry, my family's waiting. You're an unsociable old man. I waved my hand lightly to my coworker who cursed me and left the place. The pay from the construction site today is good, but I've to go to the middleman office first thing tomorrow. This royal capital which we arrived at after fleeing from lesser earldom for our life wasn't a paradise at all. It's a life where I can't even drink a bottle of ale easily even if I work from morning till night. Burrito-san, it's been a while. Akindo-san. Long time no see. The one who appeared in front of me as I walked sluggishly was a male merchant who saved us when we were attacked by monsters in lesser earldom. You're not with the Dogon and Catkin children this time. Yes, that is so. This man is awfully humble even though he said he was a merchant exclusively contracted by a noble-sama. He's speaking politely even with a mere village liker me. How is the life in royal capital? Thanks to Akindo-san for getting a place for us to live, we're getting by all right although barely. I'm really indebted to this person. Is that so? If it's hard for you, since Viscount Pendragon-sama is looking for immigrants, how about applying for one? By immigrants, you mean for Pioneer Village? Yes, that's right. Looks like Akindo-san who's a merchant doesn't understand how difficult a Pioneer Village is. Shaving off your hunger by eating weeds and tree skins, several people will die within 3 years. And even when you can finally harvest some crops, the officials will take 'em all. I don't mind if it's just me, but I don't want to let my child and wife to live such a life. I hope you can keep what I'm about to say a secret, about that pioneer land. Is that true? Yes, it is. Unbelievably, on top of having fields where crops can be planted right away, it's fully equipped with houses complete with the minimum furnitures. What's more, there's even water wells that the village can use. It's too good to be true even if you take it with a grain of salt. You'd normally think it's a fraud. However, I can't imagine Akindo-san, who lent me several gold coins with no pressure in payment when we just got to the royal capital, tricking me. Rather, if he wanted to trick and turn me into a slave, he'd have asked for unreasonable interest from the first loan. In fact, the tax collector and village elder who fled from lesser earldom earlier were turned into slaves by that kind of trick. Then I can ask it from you. Ikagoya firm will be acting as the contact. I'm rarely in the royal capital after all. Ikagoya firm, hey. If I'm not mistaken, it's a firm managed by the servant of Hiro Nanashi-sama. My wife is also working as a contracted employee in Ikagoya firm's mill. She said that the pay was good even though the work was hard. Think she was surprised that it was a firm that properly paid as much money as promised in the beginning. Thank you, Akindo-san. I'll talk about it with my wife. Yes, that's a good idea. Akindo-san left after smiling. At Pioneer Village. I don't want to. Dear, you forgot the story of our great-grandfather's Pioneer Village. I immediately talked about the Pioneer Village with my wife and daughter once I got back home, but they strongly rejected it as expected. Our village only became easy to live in starting from 20 years ago, I and my wife lived our childhood in fear of starvation, so this reaction is normal. I told the story I heard from Akindo-san in a hurry. You're being tricked, Dad. That's right, dear. There's no way such thing like having ready fields and houses with furnitures can be true. No, but, Akindo-san said. That's cause Akindo-san is being deceived too, isn't it? That person is a soft-hearted person who was even worried about us after all. I still want to plead back, but no way I can win against two women's mouths. However, even if we cling on royal capital forever, we'll hit the wall if we keep this up. We can live without starving cause the food price is stable, but the construction works from the monster disturbance from back then are going to disappear soon. Once the day laborer works decreased, I've to start to seek job in the crowded job market. If my wage decrease, we can't pay the rent here. But, there's also wages from me helping in the bar, and mom's work in Ikagoya's mill. Looks like my daughter who hasn't become an adult doesn't know that being a waitress in a downtown bar is no different from being a cheap prostitute. The crime number has decreased thanks to the scary guys from the Downtown Mutual Aid Society patrolling the area, but that doesn't mean there's no more prostitutes or perverted drunkards. As a parent, I don't want to let an unmarried daughter to work there forever. Our live would become easier if I became a regular worker instead of contracted in Ikagoya firm. My wife put her hand on her cheek and sighed. I've heard that the people employed in Ikagoya firm in the royal capital are well paid enough to buy their own house, but only educated people and trained in skill can become one. That's the Ikagoya you know. What is? I didn't say it. The mediator for the pioneer thing is that Ikagoya. Is that true? Why yet? I nodded to my wife who suddenly was in high spirits. Hey, Dad! Where's the pioneer village at? Is it Lesser Earldom? No, seems to be a village under Viscount Pendragon-sama's administration in Muno Earldom. Pendragon. By Pendragon, it's that Pendragon right. Pendragon the woundless mithril explorer and the one whose female lizardkin spearsman retainer defeated a Shiga 8 sword. My daughter put her feet on the desk and thrust her fist toward the ceiling. I also know what my daughter is talking about. My daughter heard it from some drunkards, I heard it from someone who liked rumors on the construction site. The story sounds faked, but apparently it's the truth. Dad. That story earlier might be true after all. According to my daughter, it seems the treasures Viscount Pendragon got from defeating the floor master were sold for more than 30,000 gold coins. A merchant's maid who was in the bar seemed to have heard it by accident in the auction venue. Guess it's okay if Ikagoya firm is the mediator. Cause Ikagoya is strict with lies after all. My wife murmured seriously. Something probably happened at her workplace. Then, we're applying. The two nodded, and then I went to Ikagoya's branch office in the downtown the next day. It seems they only started the open recruitment in the noon today, the receptionist woman was surprised. The recruitment was overflowed in a blink of an eye. It became a raffle, but it seemed we were treated as referrals from Akindo-san, so we were accepted to be ones of the immigrants. I haven't met him again after that time. I want to thank him properly at least once. Airship. Dad, we're really immigrating, right? We're not being led to become slaves, are we? My wife and daughter pulled my sleeves from the sides. I can't comprehend the situation before me. I heard that Muno Earldom we were going to was on the opposite side of Fujisan Mountains, so I thought that we would go around the mountains on foot for sure. Who'd have thought we'll be moving with an airship? Dad, we're like nobles. My daughter who acted daringly pulled my hand to the airship. The ceiling is low. When I sit down on the floor with Matt, my back touches the neighbors already. This must be why there's a restriction to the luggage. Yes, that seems so. I thought it was strange that there was a restriction from carrying household items even though we were immigrants, but I can understand why now. I grasped my luggage and tally tightly and waited for the departure. Looks like I fell asleep before I knew it. Everyone, thank you for waiting. We've arrived at Brighton city of Muno Earldom. A girl wearing a Kaguya uniform opened the door and went around to ask us get down from the ship. Is Muno Earldom near enough from royal capital for the ship to arrive in a nap? Unbelievable. It should have taken 3 to 6 months on the land route, 2 months on the sea route. A young man who said that he was a merchant's third son muttered alone. My daughter is looking at the man creepily from behind my back. I heard that even regular airline needs 3 days from the royal capital and the duchy capital, so how? Oh my, you know well. It was a 5-day trip from the royal capital to here. Since we stuffed 5 times the normal capacity of people, it have been difficult in various ways if we flew normally, so we put the people to sleep with magic. The Ikagoya female guide cheerfully explained the situation to the merchant's third son. The reason why they didn't explain it beforehand was because the magic would not work effectively if we knew. Getting locked in that jam-packed place for 5 days would surely make me lose my mind for sure, so I'm not going to complain. Come to think of it, I don't feel that hungry even though it's been 5 days. You don't get hungry if you're made to sleep with magic. Hey, the magician employed by a wealthy merchant of the royal capital sure is amazing. It's a beautiful town. It really is. I sure want to stay at this place at least once. This area is probably for noble-sama mansions. My wife and daughter are looking at the white mansions lined up in the townscape longingly. I want to fulfill their wishes, but we're just mere immigrants. No way that dream can come true even if the whole world got toppled. Everybody, your attention please. A Nikagoya firm's girl shouted out loud from a tall platform. There are a young girl who looks like a noble and a white-haired young man with a wound on his cheek standing behind her. Who's that princess? Maybe she's the lord's wife. No way, why would the wife greet mere immigrants herself? Rustles spreads amongst the immigrants. Quiet please. The acting lord will make a greeting. Nice to meet you everyone, I'm Lena Emlyn, the acting lord. I may trouble you due to my lack of experience, but please consult to the city hall freely if you are troubled with anything. Looking at the teenage acting lord who was desperately spinning her words, I have mixed feeling of anxiety and wanting to support her. Thank you very much acting lord Sama. We have a lot of experienced public employees in the city hall, so do consult to them. Ikagoya firm girl added something, it seemed she sensed the immigrants' worries. The villages everyone is going to can already accept new people anytime, but since the day will end if we go now, we'll be going tomorrow. Then we're going to sleep in this city today. Hey. Since grass is growing on the open space for the airship, looks like we'll have some good place to sleep on. Please head to the lodging inn. Landlord Sama is paying the lodging charge, today's dinner and tomorrow's breakfast, so please use them freely. I'll be guiding you according to the tally's color. And also, we've taken your luggage to the inn. This too much good treatment made me feel anxious instead. Isn't it too generous no matter how you look at it? Letting us sleep in the open space and providing warm soup would have been enough to make us shout hooray for Lord Sama, yet they even provided lodging and meals. What does the Lord want from us? It was an amazing inn, wasn't it, Dad? The food was delicious too. You're right. I'd be happier if I didn't know that the lodging cost 1 gold coin for each room and the meals cost 3 gold coins. I accidentally heard that from the employees' conversations. When I think about earning 5 gold coins, just how many years would that take? We put our luggage in the cart in the lodging's courtyard. Pulling the cart was an unfamiliar animal called yak. It was like a big goat with brown fur. Looks like the shepherds who are guarded by envoys are traveling with us. There are around 50 people going to the same village as us. There's a lot of unmarried youngsters, and it seems there are some families who have girls as if matching them. We parted way with the shepherds along the way, and arrived at an open place after climbing a mountain road. There are 2 wolf statues on both sides of the village's entrance. It's probably the village elder's hobby. In front of the vast maintained farmland, there are lines of splendid houses that are as good as the village elder's mansion. Oi, this soil is great, see. You're right, it's soft like the soil in a forest. The men who couldn't wait anymore and jumped to the field and exchanged words. Don't tell me, the settlement village we're going to live in is this splendid? Such wishful thinking floated in my mind. Everyone, please gather here. The guide girl called us, and then we gathered while leaving the carts. Several people came from the village. Everyone is wearing fine clothes. They must be the tenants of the Lord here. Good work. This is the settlement village everyone is going to live in. What? I can't believe it. I look at the other people with asking glances. I'm too surprised I can't speak. These people here are the workers who will help everyone getting used to the village. Please ask them about the village's facilities. It's really unbelievable. Field that's twice as big as the one in the lesser earldom's village, and a big mansion that can hold 10 people complete with a barn. There's even a livestock hut even though there's nothing inside. They say that in 1 month, Landlord Sama will provide us with goats and orange chickens. Right at that time, the northern part of the village became noisy. Oh no! Look at the sky. Aren't those rhinoceros beetles? Even though they look so weak, they're strong enemies. The knights in Lesser Earldom couldn't win unless they fought in a group. Oh my, they're the leftovers from the hunt. The guide girl muttered carefreely while holding a short wand. There's no need to panic. Look. The girl points at winged statues knocking down the beetles to the ground. And then, 2 wolves which ran from the village's entrance rushed to the beetles. Dad, aren't those the stone statues on the village's entrance? Why yet? The one-sided battle ended quickly, and then the statues went back to their places while leaving the beetles' bodies behind. I was going to explain later, but there's no need to now. Those statues are state-of-the-art golems provided by a Kaguya firm by Landlord Sama's request. They will defend against burglars and monsters, but they can't cope with harmful animals like wild boars and monkeys, so please keep that in mind, okay? I never hear any village protected by golems. But, looks like they can defeat most monsters with their strength. My eyes became hot as I remembered the time when we were prepared to die to repulse monsters while sacrificing several people in my village as we waited for the landlord to get off his heavy ass. Our life has been made this much easier. I'll grow enough vegetables and wheats to pay the tax next year. Dad, this is amazing. Dear, we'll have to work hard. Yet, let's start the planting today. I stepped toward the field while holding a brand new hoe in my hand. 14 Intermission 3, Satu's Research, 1. Satu's here. In this world, there are people who are puzzled to hear that doing research needs money. Do they think that you can research things with just a pen and paper? Satu speaking. I've collected the Void Skies probe. Says of Biri Yunan clan speaking. Is it possible to reuse the probe? Yes, the ether drive is just dented. The mana accumulator branch is fine. While having a long-distance talk with no lag with the High Elf of Biri Yunan clan through world phone magic, I repair the Void Sky probe. This Void Sky probe has been deployed by Biri Yunan clan's initiative in order to investigate the jellyfish's nest. I was asked to investigate probes whose communication had been cut, and then I found one of them stuck between the inner and outer planetary debris when I searched with flash drive and visual-based unit arrangement. Since I've come this far, I might as well create several space houses with earth magic from several debris and put carved seals for teleport magic inside. Next I shot the debris toward the deep space, each with different velocity while only leaving one here. Now I don't need to repeat visual-based unit arrangement to go around. After finishing the extra work, I replenish the Void Skies probe magic power and put it back to its planned course. Satu speaking. The Void Sky probe has departed. I've checked the beacon deployment, so you should be able to receive the signal by tomorrow. Thanks Satu. Come to Biri Yunan Forest after this, we'll have a party to show our gratitude. Thank you, says Sama. It seems the research about preserved food is currently getting popular amongst the elves of Biri Yunan clan, so I'd like to bring Ikagoya firm's new products and talk about various research. According to the info from the map, there are a lot of large debris on the brink of the current map, so I'm going there to see. Ooh, it's a mountain of treasures. There's a lot of rock debris, but around 30% have iron mixed within. There's even pure iron lumps among them. Inquiring the map, a lot are alloys, but I also found marble blocks and gold lump. It's as if they were discarded into the space on purpose. I was slightly suspicious, but since they're undoubtedly useful, I put the debris I found en route into my storage. Every one of them is as big as a small island, so it's quite a profit even if they were all just iron. Crisis perception. K, aren't these radioactive material? I erase the radioactive material with space magic space disintegrate while being surprised with the information on the AR. Even though it's usable even in time of peace, there's no need for nuclear substance in a fantasy world. Corpse said that, gods used their miracle to turn every radioactive material into lead, but it seems it didn't reach the void sky. And anyway, when the time comes for me to need it, I can just use space magic or force magic to create nuclear fusion magic. Further, even though there are cosmic ray in the void sky, there's no problem as long as I use astro suit magic since the density is low. I found an especially big lump of iron when I was loitering around the group of debris. It's shaped like a sword, but there's no way you can swing such a huge sword like this. There's no point to it unless the opponent is as big as the moon. When I tried to put it into my storage, I was able to without problem. Looks like my storage's size really is infinite. I thought of using the iron as a base for the floating continent, but it's too big. I want something a bit smaller. Thinking the damage possibility if it crashed, perhaps I should make it a floating island instead of continent. The candidates increased when I lowered the size I wanted. I found a huge crystal of hard quartz, so I put it into the list of candidates. I also found lumps of corundum and topaz which were even harder, but since they were only as big as the solitary island palace, I wrote them off the list. Let's make a floating island using this as the base. The solitary island palace is better as our base camp, but I couldn't resist the appeal of floating island. Due to my pondering, I forgot to consider the danger in the void sky. Without realizing it, I had crossed the map and entered the next map. Woohoo! Zeuan, Zeuan, metal-like sounds reached my ears who was protected by astro suit magic. The barrier created by the automatic defensive item repelled some silver spears. The spears look like spear squids. Apparently, I was attacked by mysterious creatures in the vein of the jellyfish. They're accelerating in the void sky while leaving red light behind on their paths. The spear squids which failed its attack disappear into a huge black body I could see in the distance. It's huge enough to be an asteroid. I did not chase them carelessly and collected information with all map information. It seems the ones in this are only 100 of the spear squids like the ones earlier and the black body ahead. That's right, that black body is also a mysterious creature read as unconfirmed object. The white ball space kaiju and dark grey space kaiju I saw back then were also unconfirmed objects, weren't they? When I got a certain distance closer, the black body spread itself. At first it looked like a black starfish, but then its 8 tentacles stretched toward me. It's a black octopus space kaiju. The tentacles whose tips are divided into small string-shaped things stretched. The thin strings on the tips look like feathers, but I know that each one of them is as big as a skyscraper. Huge. The diameter of the main body alone might be around 100 kilometers. No, that's way too big. Even the moon is only around 3,500 kilometers in diameter. What's up with its astronomical size? Even the biggest one yet, the dark grey space kaiju's diameter was only about 3 kilometers. However, it'll be bad if this thing comes to the planet orbit. I take out an orichalcum wand and use a forbidden spell suited for long-distance attack. Divine Banishing Laser. The light of the forbidden spell that's been said to cut a continent burns the void sky. The spear squids that were trying to make a surprise attack on me from behind the tentacles were evaporated in an instant. When I had cut 2 of its huge tentacles, it dealt with the laser quickly. Jet black spheres that are floating around the other tentacles and the main body curved the laser that should have flown straight and absorbed it. Don't tell me, are those black things black holes? The octopus that should have been 60 kilometers away got close to me in a straight line like dropped frames. I managed to escape since I reflexively used unit arrangement, but its acceleration is odd. Come to think of it, the white ball space kaiju also accelerated like this at. The octopus suddenly accelerated again without taking a breather. Would love to have this inertia-cancelling acceleration to be more moderate. I tried looking for points of attack using advanced light magic photon laser which only consumed a little magic power, but unfortunately it ended in vain. It seems the main black body surface can also absorb magic power like the jet black spheres as the photon laser's composition loosened when it hit it. With the help of parallel thought, thread think, I keep thinking while keeping a distance away from the octopus. There were too many notices from crisis perception, it's blocking my thought, so I temporarily put them into the log. Since the combination attacks of the octopus and the spear squids were too annoying, I created a Void Sky artificial spirit full burner 4 to play with them. It's the artificial spirit I remodeled from Biryunin and Baranan clan's research result. On top of being furnished with high-powered laser, it's also highly mobile. It has short operating time, but that's a fair trade-off for its performance. Even though it's a big artificial spirit that's more than 500 meter long, it looks small since the surrounding scale is just too big. I'll record the anime-like dogfight of the artificial spirit's fight to enjoy it later, while I myself will fight the octopus. I repeat several unit arrangement and fly about on the center of the map. Cheeth! It looks like it had read my pattern. The black body waited ahead of me on the teleport point. With its size, its speed is like a short-range teleport. My magic power is being absorbed at far higher force than the Weaselkin's magic eater machinery whom I repaired. If this keeps up, my magic power will be exhausted. An idea flashed on my mind suddenly. I landed on the black ground with unit arrangement. It's the octopus's body surface. Just as I thought, the octopus's body surface can also absorb magic power. My astro suit has been cancelled. However, don't think you're the only one that can absorb magic power, you know? I execute mid-level force magic mana drain. Unfortunately, there's no advanced or forbidden spell that's more efficient than this one. Of course that's only if I use it. As its magic power got tremendously absorbed, it's losing its black color, turning white. Vauvoon. The octopus's scream is transmitted on the black body. It tried to escape from me in panic, but it's useless no matter what inertia-cancelling movement it uses. My magic arm is firmly wedged on the octopus's white body. I use the fire magic forbidden spell on its defenseless body. The white flame scoops out the octopus without even leaving an ash. The spell created a crater several hundred meter wide, but it seems its fat could also absorb magic power, so the destructive power of the spell wasn't as high as I hoped. Even my forbidden spell can't instantly kill this one due to its unrealistic size. The stars over my head suddenly disappear. The jet black spheres are approaching to wrap me up. It seems the octopus wants to kill me using the jet black spheres, even if it means injuring its body. The white liquid from the gouged octopus spews into the void sky. I look down at it from the void sky. I was able to somehow escape with the little chance I had. After repeating unit arrangement and getting separated around 1000 kilometers away, I wait for the replenishment of my magic power that has been used up on the forbidden spell. The sword-shaped lump of iron that looks like it can even pierce the moon flashes on my mind. If magic is useless, then I can just hit it physically. The difference in size is too extreme, but I'll do something about it. I summon the Void Sky Artificial Spirit Full Burner 3. Unlike the Full Burner 4 earlier, this one cannot shoot laser. Instead, it has long whip-like feelers. It's an artificial spirit created to launch and carry things into the void sky. I link 8 artificial spirits and make it accelerate toward the octopus. With speed that can tear one's body, even 1000 kilometer distance is over in an instant. The octopus ran away in a hurry, but this time its gigantic body becomes its undoing. I take out a lump of rock from my storage and fling them to the octopus's body. The lump of rock broke on the octopus's body surface, but the broken pieces gouged the octopus. The suicide attack of the artificial spirits expands that wound even bigger. Vow. The octopus's scream echoes in the void sky that can't transmit sound. It's probably transmitted through ether. The way to exterminate a gigantic creature like this is by. I plunge into the huge hole opened by the rock buckshot and the artificial spirits. The wound is closing at great speed, but there's quite enough gap for me to enter. Moreover, my velocity isn't slowing down. I throw a second lump of iron toward the meat wall of the octopus that's closing in. Vow. The meat wall that's not as tough as the outer skin was pierced by the iron lump. The lump seems to have arrived at the gastric region of the octopus in the huge space of the central part. The gastric region is shaped like teardrops, even the shorter ones are several kilometers long. Jet black spheres appear inside the stomach. Creatures that looked like the white ball space kaiju also appeared inside the octopus's body. I'm amazed to see that it also has ways to attack inside the body. However, it's too late. I take out an item from my storage. The sword of iron lump that can even pierce the moon. Since it's bothersome, let's just call it Moon Piercer Sword. Vow. Torn by a foreign object from inside, the octopus's scream reverberates in the stomach. I repeat storing and taking out the Moon Piercer Sword, shaving off the seemingly unlimited HP of the octopus. The mock white ball space kaiju and the jet black spheres come attacking to stop me. The white ball space kaiju, which boasted high mobility, couldn't show its potential inside the stomach with the limited space and got easily mowed down by my advanced light magic photon laser. The jet black spheres were a bit tough, but once I knew that it could be annihilated with mana drain by robbing its magic power, it was easy. More of them came after that, but it was simply a work once you knew how to handle them. After more than 1 hour, it finally ends. Defeated Black Octopus Space Kaiju, cast off skin. Hey? Cast off skin? I store the Black Octopus Space Kaiju's body into the storage and return to the void sky. Thousands of white ball Space Kaiju that were living as parasites inside the Black Octopus Space Kaiju are floating in the surrounding void sky. They all simultaneously run away toward the outer space. An object that looks like the Black Octopus Space Kaiju is escaping ahead of them while leaving a trail like a meteor. I won't let you run, you know? I put a marker on the Black Octopus Space Kaiju small. All set. I start to chant without chasing it. It's a magic that I haven't had the opportunity to use even after its completion and has been left sitting on the magic column since it's dangerous to use it near the planet. Once the long spell is over, the Black Octopus Space Kaiju has left the map's edge. It'll be difficult if I chase after it now. Therefore, I'll pull it. I pick the forbidden spell of space magic. Even though I have completed the chant, I'm only able to choose the second magic from the menu thanks to Parallel Thought, Thread Think, skill. The Black Octopus Space Kaiju that appeared in front of me is floating in the void sky in blank amazement after losing its velocity. Then I execute the original forbidden spell that's on standby. The flame of Genesis overflows in the void sky, thoroughly burning the octopus that was trying to leave again. Unlike before, the direction is perfect this time. The octopus reveals its black body to try to absorb it, but it's meaningless. It'd be a different story if it was a black hole, but a technique that can only absorb magic can't go against this flame. Because, even though it's invoked by using large amount of magic power, the flame is thoroughly a physical phenomenon. Is it over? After the octopus has burned out, something is floating. I thought it was a small octopus or an egg, but I was mistaken. Sacred tree stone. The color is black, but the sacred tree stone, a huge object equaling the so-called philosopher's stone, is floating. Did the enormous mana contained within the flame of Genesis condensed and crystallized the jet black body of the octopus? I put it into my storage since it looks useful for many things. It seems usable as the power source of the floating island. Since the octopus's cast-off skin has the ability to absorb magic power, using it to make a magic eater-like tool might also be a good idea. Takoyaki yummy. This akashiyaki is good too. The crispy takoyaki with sauce is good, but I also can't leave the dashi-limp textured akashiyaki alone. I made them not with the black octopus space kaiju's body, but the normal octopus I caught in the sea of the Solitary Islands archipelago. Both are very good, it's hard to say which one won. Delish. Trivia Nanodesu. NN, tasty. The princess, Sira, and Xena-san were repulsed by the strange appearance of octopus, so they didn't come to the octopus meat, but Lady Karina was delightfully eating it. Looks like Mia can eat octopus normally. I'll retort for once, Pokey, it's trace biet, not trivia. Putting jerky inside instead octopus would be delicious too, wouldn't it? Yufufu, would you like to try one? Lulu smiles at Liza, who said some meat lover remark. Lulu, I also want the prototype, so I inform. Tama too. Poka too, Nanodesu. Nana, Tama, and Poka were also eager. Lady Karina looks like she's in agreement, but she doesn't seem to have time to mind it while putting the piping hot takoyaki into her mouth. Relaxedly eating snacks with everyone really is a special time, isn't it? I'll have to think of menu that can be enjoyed by Xena-san and the others too next time. It sure is big. It can only float yet though. I put the debris island installed with floating engine from space into my storage and then carried it into the desert subspace. It's far smaller than the moon piercer sword that defeated the black octopus, so it was easy. The floating engine which makes this island floats isn't using the darkness stone manufactured in the elemental stone factory in the void sky, but the lump of darkness crystal orb I found in the black octopus's body. The darkness crystal orb is a high-purity crystal that's rarely created during the darkness stone production. I also found some high-purity metal crystal, lumps of corundum and topaz and many others inside the octopus. Looking at its structure, they were all near its excretion hole. The lump of crystals in the group of debris were probably the octopus's excrement, which were processed and not needed inside its body. The figure of the black octopus gnawing planets flashes on my mind. Must have been my imagination. What is? It's nothing. I smile at Arissa, who looks worried. Oh right, I've created some new gravity control magic and inertia control magic. Do you want to try flying together? Really? I want to fly. You've tested it before, right? Isn't it obvious? I immediately denied Arissa's remark. Using it on my companions without testing first is too dangerous after all. I invoke gravity magics and force magics. In case anything happened, I could just use. I fly with Arissa and look at the dolls that are working to shave off the surface of the floating island. It looks like it'll become a seedling ship that flies off into the outer space. Master and me like Adam and Eve, oh how wonderful. I heard some thoughtless words from Arissa, but I lightly ignore it. Moreover, the void sky is a danger zone worse than this world, you know. Normally it'd be straight path to the bad end in nightmare mode. It's totally not possible until I've conquered the whole map of this star system. Moreover, the floating engine can only absorb gravity, it has no way to move in the void sky. If I can put the magic I used just now to practical use and make the gravity control engine, the island should be able to move in the space. First, maybe I should make an artificial spirit graviton version to investigate out of the system. I smile complacently, having got a new idea for my research. 14 Intermission for Satu's research, 2. Satu's here. The world's distance has narrowed down since the introduction of the internet, but it seems it's not zero. Transmission lag in conference calls with people from overseas weighs on my mind. Master, can you hear me? I can. It's a bit too far, so the voice is lagging. I talk with Arissa, who's in the solitary island palace, through the Space Magic Unlimited telephone, world phone. While waiting for the reply due to the long lag, I gaze at the fountain of blue light gushing out from a black disk. Dear me, I never thought the day would come for me to look at such superb spectacles. I want to let everyone see this someday. But, Didn't you say that world phone had no lag even if we were far away? Normally, that's the case. Since I've made a base point for the unit arrangement here, I move to the desert subspace. Looking at the menu, my magic power hasn't been consumed besides for the world phone usage. My unit arrangement really does not consume magic power regardless of distance. Normally. Arisa said in askance through world phone. I just went to somewhere slightly far this time. Hey? The voice isn't lagging. I put the void sky clothes for use in the outer space into my storage and came back to the solitary island palace. That's cause I've got close to you. Master. Nanodesu. Situ. I catch the jumping youth troop and confirm Arisa's business. Oh, it's nothing urgent. I heard from Aztan that high elves from another clan were asking for masters, so I wanted to tell you. It's probably an invitation to banquet from Baranan clan. Burnt smell. Burnt. It's the smell of burnt meat, Nanodesu. The children who are rubbing their faces on me are looking up at me with worried looks. I just got a bit too close to a fire source. I was nearly charred. It seems the smell from the spectacle I watched earlier that was on the void sky clothes remained. Mao. Don't do anything dangerous. I only realized at the actual site that the heat was that scattered. Geez, I don't know if you were in a volcano or the planet mantle, but please stop being rash. Arisa is unexpectedly a worrywart. I show the crystal I got from the fire source this time to Arisa and the others. Pretty. It's glittering, Nanodesu. Fire crystal orb? Light crystal orb. What's that? It looks pretty, but I can feel vast magic power from it. It was something I created from experimenting with primeval magic. This is an elemental crystal that has both fire and light elements. Right then. I stare at the crystal that looks like a small sun. Should we call this sun orb? I've decided to fuse the sun orbs into Arisa's and Mia's wands. Of course by using primeval magic. Primeval magic needs enormous amount of magic power and makes me tired, though not as bad as ancient dragons, so I don't want to use it much. However, it sure is useful for making peculiar magic tools like in this case. As expected, A-san's business was about the banquet invitation from Baranan clan. Since A-san couldn't leave Baranan, I went with my companions and attendants. Hoha, gravity magic, interesting. Yes, it was something used by a greater demon. I give the introductory book of gravity magic to the High Elf San of Baranan clan. Only 10 basic spells are written in it. Magic that can be used once I can chant them are not limited to human magic. I'm now also able to use dragon language magic to create dragon spring liquor and demon magic. Gravity magic was a magic used by the blue-skinned Nari demon that appeared in the opening performance of the Golden Wild Boar King fight in the Duchy capital's underground. I had trouble analyzing it since there were only 2 spells which I copied by ears. After understanding the way to interfere, create, and annihilate graviton, everything after that are all my original magic. I might even be able to create a small black hole if I gathered all the magic power on the planet. You're only teaching keys of Baranan, it's unfair. The one who forced her way between me and the High Elf of Baranan clan was the High Elf of Biryunan clan. Both of the clans like to research, but unlike Baranan clan who are like investigators, Biryunan clan regards Baranan clan as a rival. Says of Biryunan, hey! Can't you at least greet when you're visiting other clan? Oh, spare me, we've known each other for 100 million years. We're like family, right? Miss Says slides onto my lap like an eel. Tama and Mia, who were absorbed in the banquet, looked at Miss Says with oh no expressions, but it seemed they lost to the dish's charm and went back to eat them. This is a thanks for letting me inspect the library of Baranan clan freely. What? Then you can also look at Biryunan's library all you want, so give me magic book too. That's fine by me. I took out a gravity magic book from my satchel and gave it to Miss Says. I'm not hiding the introductory books anyway, and I've also given it to A-san and Biryunan library. So this is also preserved food. There's no taste. That is because these chlorella pills are specialized for mass production and long-term preservation. The reason why it's lacking taste unlike the ration in the Snow Kingdom is to prevent it from destroying the market of the existing preserved food. Rations created with Lulu's involvement are too delicious. I've developed this to help places where disaster or famine occur. Lulu's and chlorella rations are being endlessly produced by the dolls in the satellite factory in the void sky. The most troublesome process, freeze drying, can be done there with low cost. The factory can create 100,000 of the former food in a day, and 10 times of that for the latter as long as the ingredients are available. Moreover, since the latter's ingredients only consist of giant kelp and deep shellfish that clings to the kelps, there's no fear of them running out for the time being. The giant kelps that extend from the trench to the surface are ridiculously big. Might as well make sweet preserved food. Mold grow easily on sweets, you know. Then you can just seal it. The canned peach pickles with syrup are delicious, aren't they? The high elves of 2 clans are talking about the preserved food in excitement. Looks like I've successfully planted interest about preserved food to the 2. Right, I've got my hands on this thing. I asked them to analyze the pitch black philosopher's stone crystal that I got from the black octopus. What is this? It looks like a kind of sacred tree stone. The 2 high elves look at the crystal's light with interest. I think the only difference is in its color, but I sure want to know if there's any meaning behind that. After the banquet was over, we went back to Baruinan Forest. A-san, I've brought you some souvenir. A-san, who usually welcomed me pleasantly, keeps looking at the other way. Is there something wrong? I don't care about Satu. A-san, who turns her face away again, makes me want to tease her. A-sama is burning with jealousy about the matter of Sei-sama of Biryunan clan sitting on your lap. Wait, Lua. Lua-san, who usually looked like she'd vomit sugar at us flirting, made the first move. It seems she's also sulking about the matter of you receiving Solemn Harp of Biryunan from Sei-sama and Tranquil Bell of Buranan from Kis-sama. The things Lua-san mentioned are a sign of friendship from a particular clan. You can get various accommodations if you show them to that clan. Leaving that aside, I'll explain the thing with Miss Sais. I'm sorry, A-san. Since Sei-sama's gestures are childish, I inadvertently reacted like I was with letting Tama and Mia sit on my lap. Mew. Mia seems dissatisfied with my apology. Tama, who's on my lap, muttered, "Don't worry, be happy," and made happy sounds with her throat in content. Then, would you consult me about the preserved food too? What? A-san, what are you saying? I can't. No, that's not it. I consulted about it to Nia-san first and foremost, you know. It's basic to consult about it first to the elf chef of Baruinan clan, Nia-san. Is that so? Yes, I got various idea. In the first place, A-san declined about it with a single word before I could even consult her, but she might have forgotten since I didn't express it as something important. Alright then. A-san pushes her hand in front of me while still looking at the other way. She's holding a wooden bell on her hand. It's the calm bell of Baruinan. It's something given to trusted people who come to this forest to study. Hey? Does that mean that I wasn't trusted? It's not like that. It's not that we didn't trust Satu. I forgot to give it to you since I felt that you were always a member of our clan. I act coolly by not smiling my whole face with the help of poker face skill. Thank you very much, A-san. Thanking her for 2 different things, I take the calm bell of Baruinan. I'll wear it always when I'm Satu. Right, although this is not meant to be gift in return. It's a beautiful amulet. It's an equipment to cope with magic absorption called Magic Eater. This is only effective for its wearer, but it can protect against 10 times the power of the Weasel Empire's Magic Eater. Since the power of the Magic Eater created from the black octopus material is unbelievably high, even the equipment I gave to A-san can't prevent it. I intend to store the material away since it's too dangerous. In addition, since the material from White Gem Space Kaiju has the same ability as the black octopuses, I've created magic sealing tools from them. This one can be prevented easily by the equipment I gave to Aiz-san. Nothing can replicate it since the material, black octopus, is too peculiar anyway, so these equipment should be quite useful for my companions. Sato-san, what are you searching? Records about divine punishment in the past. This place is the forbidden library of Tinyan Temple in the duchy capital. I came after getting the permission from the elder head Miko, presently a Miko apprentice, Lily. Of course, Lily got the permission from the present head Miko and temple head. According to Princess Tina, books regarding belief and miracles are more complete here compared to the books in the kingdom's forbidden library. Apparently, these books have been handed down from the time of the Orc Empire before Shiga Kingdom, or even older than that. There sure is a lot of priests that misrepresented things as God's divine punishment. Yes, unfortunately, there's always some imprudent priests no matter the age. When the little girl Lily said such things with a serious look on her face, she looks like a child who's trying her best. It's heartwarming. Sato-san, this slate here has records older than Furu Empire era written. Era, oh Sira. I was going to guide him there later. Lily sticks out her tongue and makes a face that looks like a child who's failed in her mischief. Let's go, Sato-san. Records about big divine punishment probably only exist in things that are more than 1,000 years ago. Are the gods more mild than I thought? I imagined them like wrathful gods from the dog heads and corpses talks, but perhaps they seldom intervene directly. Let's stop judging them as evil unilaterally. They do give forecast of demon lords and great disasters through oracle after all. That said, these divine punishments seem to be quite merciless. Oh my, you can read the slate from the Age of Gods. Yes, it's the same language as the ancient language dictionary that Sira-san found. Written there, a divine punishment made 80% of the people living in a continent to go extinct through flood and glacier. It's quite severe. Such a severe divine punishment happened several thousands years ago. After that the scale got gradually reduced. Most calamities come from the rampages of monsters from dungeons and monster dominions all over the world, attacking cities near them. I have read the document you submitted. After saying that, Earl Sirihuhu throws the copy of the report onto the table. As Kuro, I'm visiting Earl Sirihuhu's castle and meeting the Earl. The report the Earl read is titled The Possibility of Divine Punishment and the Critical Situation of Sirihuhu's City. I've also given them to the King and the Prime Minister, and also to the important people of Labyrinth City Selborough with slight alterations for the city. In case of the Labyrinth City, they have various ways to deal with monsters before they can jump out of the labyrinth, and there are explorers and former explorers that can fight in the city itself. However, that's not the case here in Sirihuhu City. Their military is powerful, but the common people are all ordinary people. They don't have ways to cope with monsters that overflow from the labyrinth. As long as you understand the content. What I want to know if there is an impregnable defense line situated around the labyrinth's entrance. None. There is no budget to set up such a ridiculous thing. Figure. Sirihuhu City is currently in the midst of investing things. They won't have enough money before the labyrinth is on track. No need for money, that line should have been written there, I believe. I do not intend to create a debt. I'm not going to demand gratitude, but there's no way Earl Sirihuhu can believe that with his position. As for me, I don't mind as long as the people of the Gate Inn and Nadi-san of Worker Guild, and also Semon-san are fine. I guess I'd be happy if Viscount Belton family are safe. I see, then you should at least take proper measure for when monsters overflow into the city. After saying that, I teleport away from the Earl Castle. The destination is a large warehouse inside Sirihuhu City. Since there's no Ikagoya branch office in Sirihuhu City, I've bought it as a Kindo-san with Viscount Pendragon's letter of introduction. It's just a stone's throw away from the labyrinth. There's no one here, not even Ikagoya firm's personnel. I've only contracted Nadi-san of Worker Guild to go around here once a week. I summoned Xena-san here with unit arrangement. So the negotiation broke down. Yes, regrettably. Looks like she understands the situation after seeing herself got summoned. Then, I'll be counting on you to persuade them. Yes, Sato-san. Xena-san gathered 10 people. As Kuro of Ikagoya firm, I plan to power level these people in 10 days to be the emergency defense force while also thinning out monsters in Suryuhu City's underground labyrinth. Aside from Xena-san's little brother and the handsome middle-aged Garlean priest, the remaining 8 people are all female soldiers of the Territory Army. There's no magic soldier, but since I'll be the one exterminating the enemies anyway, there's no problem. Without succumbing to the rumor about a dangerous group gathering in the warehouse every night, we've successfully cut down about 80% of the monsters in the labyrinth's middle layer and deeper. Since the Territory Army was patrolling in the upper layer, I opened a teleport gate in the middle layer and deeper, but there were only small fry contrary to my expectation. Due to that, everyone besides the handsome middle-aged priest only barely broke through level 30. Among the 8 female soldiers, 3 have learned earth magic, and the remaining 5 have learned water magic. Since I've made them learn the way to fight monsters using golems like Princess Tina, they should be able to be the defense even if labyrinth hazard happens. If the monsters overflow from the labyrinth, destroy the water tank there to flood the labyrinth. Yes, Kuro-sama. The young female soldiers gave a good reply to my instruction. Take these, you two. Is this wand made from an old tree? The circulation of magic power is wonderful. No, that's made from the world tree's branch. It's a valuable item granted by the fairy queen, so treat it carefully. The handsome middle-aged priest received it timidly. The thing about getting it from Ace-san is a lie, but it really is made from the world tree's branch. Magic sword? And no, it's not Kurodano. Isn't this a holy sword? That's right, it has special effect against monsters. Do not ever assume yourself a hero and plunge into swarms of monster. Think of that as a flag to evacuate the people. I've thoroughly trained Xena-san's little brother to be the shield user and guide. His technique is equal Nana when she was level 30. Furthermore, unlike Nana's force art, I made him learn earth magic that were optimal for defense. He hasn't learned magic edge yet, but he has diamond shell, endurance reinforcement and physical reinforcement. I'm sorry for this young one, but his duty is to guide and evacuate people until the reinforcement come. Further, I've given the basic equipment set disguised like Territory Army's equipment and ring-shaped magic invocation object to the female soldiers. The golems commanded by the girls are shaped like stuffed toys so that the common people won't get scared of them. I've asked Nadi-san to lend small stuffed toy golems to the minstrels inside the city. Their movements are traced from Tama and Pokey's cute movements, so I have no doubt that they'll be quite popular. Take care of Suryuhu City, okay? Yes. Leaving the students, I came back to the solitary island palace. Now then, it's about time we go to the Weasel Empire.